Friends, in the beginning of the story, we see that some people are killing our hero. He is tied with a rope and hung, below which there are dangerous zombies locked in a jail. And then this woman calls our hero by name and says that all your companions are dead, and now your life is meaningless for you. Now maybe you have no purpose to live. Our hero looks at her very angrily and says that this is my fault. I am the person because of whom this happened to you guys. And then he yells loudly and says, "Evil woman, you deserve a painful death." And then this woman grabs this fat guy and says, "Hey, look at him. He is getting angry at me again." This fat guy looks at her with a smile and says, "Let's start torturing him slowly to take out our anger." And then he takes out his remote and says, "But we should thank you for the supplies. Now we can live comfortably for a few more months." Saying this, he presses the button of the remote. As soon as he presses the remote button, our hero's ropes come loose, and he falls into the zombie prison. And all the zombies attack him at the same time and start eating him by tearing him apart. Blood starts coming out of our hero's mouth, and all the zombies start scratching his neck and whole body. Our hero says, "Kai Lai, if I get a chance to live again, I will make both of you pay for what you have done. I will not leave you at any cost." After this, he regains consciousness, and then he says, "Zhang Zio, what do you mean?" A girl stands in front of him, and he says, "Why have you not added my name in the house deed? Do you love me too? Tell me what is going on here." And then he feels and thinks in his mind that it is possible that I have been reborn before the apocalypse. Suddenly he feels something strange in his body and says, "In my past life I was deceived by Kai, and she not only took away the inheritance from my parents, but also made me homeless and killed me. And then there was a global catastrophe which turned most of the humans into zombies, and chaos spread in the world. Everyone turned into zombies. And we were out walking at that time, and we made some new friends. And with the help of our new friends, we managed to survive the apocalypse. But who would have thought that that imposter Kai Jing pretended to be a desperate person seeking refuge, and gained my sympathy and took advantage of my sympathy. In fact, she was actually sent by the enemy to destroy us. I didn't understand this at that time. And 400 brides are not worth a dime." And then he thinks for a while. The girl says, "Didn't you hear me?" Our hero glares at her and says, "Evil bitch, now I can't act impulsively. And I will give you a week if you still haven't done it." And then he pushes her out at the same time and says, Okay, I understand. Now you can leave from here." The girl turns around and looks at him while leaving. Our hero immediately closes the door, and she says, "What is going on? Jayo, since when did you become so outspoken? He is not mine." And then he closes the door. After this, his eyes fall on the time-telling system, and he looks at it carefully and thinks in his mind, "Is there only 1 month left? I should start preparing for the apocalypse immediately." He is surprised thinking so much. And then he sees the system. It is written on the system. The apocalypse system is now activated. The system mission is in progress, and please complete it as soon as possible. Here below is the name of the mission. The name of the mission is Preparation for the Apocalypse, and the requirements of the mission are to own a piece of land and prepare a year's supply like provisions. The points can be exchanged for the mission reward 10 points. Seeing this, our hero thinks in his mind that this is a system, and the mission also rewards points. And then he thinks, what can these points be used for? And then the system store is shown, in which all the recovery is increased. Potions are shown plus, and the point of Apocalypse Farmer supply box is 2. And the Drama supply box is minus 10 points. And here it is written that 2 points will be minused for refreshing. Our hero puts it down at the same time and says that I almost forgot that in my previous life I was being stingy to collect the bride price of Kyun Hee-jin, and was saving every penny, in which I also became malnourished. Saying this, he picks up his phone and orders some food, and says in a month corpses will spread everywhere. Although it is still a good chance, I should eat good food, and then he orders good food at the same time. And a lot of food comes and is kept on his table. And he says, is this the legendary 3-star expensive takeaway? And then he takes the food in his hand and says, I should taste it. How does it taste? It's so expensive. And then as he puts it in his mouth, he jumps with joy. His eyes start shining. And he says, this is so delicious. This is really delicious. And he starts eating the food very fast, and he eats all the food by himself in no time. And then he picks up his mobile and says, yes, I should call now. And he says, did that manipulative woman cry for her little angel friend? And then the other end says, Zhang Aoyun, what do you mean? How can you treat Yui Jing like this? She only wanted you to prove your love. If you can't even give her your property, how can you say that you love her? Our hero replies that Kai Jing, I was just testing you a little, and you failed. And then she says that if you bring the house documents and 1 million yuan in cash here to apologize, then I can help you convince Kai Jian otherwise. Consider it broken. On hearing this, our hero says, what do you think? What do you think? You can test me. Go to hell. Saying this, our hero immediately disconnects the phone and relaxes and sits on his sofa and says that the owner of a piece of land, this is right. And while walking, he thinks in his mind that I will build the strongest fort on this land. And not only defensive, but it will also be near a water source and forest. After saying this, he goes outside and a woman comes in front of him and says, hello, sir. Are you here to rent or buy a house? Our hero replies, no, I live here. At that moment, a man in a coat comes and interrupts the woman. Actually, the man is the first manager of real estate sales. His name is Zhu, and he says, Chung, help carry the boxes to the back. We got a lot of toilet paper today. When Zionai hears this, she says, Manager Zhu, I need to attend to a customer. But he doesn't even listen to her. The manager immediately takes Zioning's hand and pulls her towards him and says, have you forgotten what I taught you? It makes absolutely no sense. Now you go back and work. Zion, she looks at him and says, but sir, listen to me. And then he says, he's a broke loser in cheap clothes. He probably can't even afford a toilet. What kind of customer does he look like to you? After listening to Zhu, our hero looks at him seriously and says, what did you say? You are a bad person. You are looking down upon people. The manager looks at him and says, I am a person who looks down upon dogs like you. And then the manager looks at our hero with arrogant eyes and says, if you can only buy a toilet, then I will live stream myself eating feces. Our hero starts looking at him with very serious eyes, and he goes close to them and says, okay, if that's what you want, then it will happen now, and I will bring hot shit for you in a short while. And then he takes out his debit card at the same time and says, hey miss, I have not come here today to rent or sell a house. I have come here to buy land. Everyone is surprised to hear our hero's words. They start looking at him with surprise and say, look at him. He has come to buy land. Does he even know how much money it costs? How expensive land really is? Here the other person says, oh my God, this is the first time I have seen someone buying land. Everyone starts discussing among themselves and says, this seems like a real rich person. This seems like a really big spender. And then that miss signals them to walk forward and says, okay, sir, please come this way. I would like to give you a detailed introduction of this land. And then she starts taking our hero with her. Here, the manager is getting angry seeing him. Our hero sits on the chair, and the miss shows him some papers and says, anyone can hit a ding when it comes time to pay, so everyone disappears. But looking at you, I don't believe that you will be able to pay the money. Saying this, she gives the land papers to our hero. But our hero shows his hand and says, I don't need all these papers. I will just tell you my requirements, and you will see if there is any match in them or not. Zioning replies, please go ahead, sir, and tell me what your land requirements are. Our hero thinks for a while and says, mountains near water are preferred. and convenient transportation with running water is ideal. Factories or large buildings should be located on it. Xiao Ning is surprised to hear this and says, "Wait a minute, let me think about it." The manager comes in and asks, "Is there no piece of land in the East District that meets his requirements?" Xiao Ning looks at him and is surprised to hear this and says, "Is there really such a place in the East District?" And she says, "Manager Zhu, are you talking about city land? I think that land won't be right for them. The factories there are all unfinished projects. It is unresolved and cannot be sold to a customer." The manager looks at him again with disdain and says, "What is there to sell and such disrespectful demands from a broken man? I think he is not here to buy land but to cause trouble for us." Our hero looks at him and asks if there is a piece of land in the East District that really meets all my requirements. Jianing replies, "Yes, but there are unfinished factories on it. The leader of the construction team has fled." And hearing this, our hero takes the paper in his hand and thinks to himself, "Yes, this place is great, and it meets all my requirements." And then he thinks to himself that putting up barbed wire will make it easier to defend, and unfinished factories will save me a lot of cost and time. And then he gives the paper back to Jianing at the same time, and says, "I would like to buy this land. Can we pay for signing the contract right now?" Jianing bows her head and takes the paper back and says, "Please excuse me," and then she is also surprised, and says, "Sir, do you really want to buy this land with incomplete factories?" Our hero replies, "Yes, of course. Let's sign the contract and get on with the payment soon." And someone is waiting to eat some fresh shit after this. After this, our hero makes the payment right away, and the payment receipt, he gives it to the manager. The manager is very surprised to see the payment receipt and thinks in his mind, "How is this impossible? It is not possible that this poor man bought such a costly piece of land and he paid 3 zz. And how can someone spend lakhs of rupees on a piece of land with incomplete factories? I don't believe this. How can I believe this?" Our hero puts his hand on the manager's shoulder and says, "Dude, I've paid. Now you get ready to perform while you enjoy this. I'll send you a super chat later." And then everyone starts clicking the manager's photo. The manager gets really annoyed by this, and everyone says, "Fatty, I've turned on the live stream for you. Hurry up and eat your shit," another person says. "Fatty, my stomach isn't feeling well today, but I promise it will be fresh for you. And I ate lobster yesterday, and now you have to eat it." And then the system task is shown. And our hero starts walking towards the exit, and he thinks to himself that I have spent all the money of the bride price on buying land. And now I need to find a way to get money to replenish the stock. And then he starts walking forward. A person is passing by him, and seeing our hero, he thinks to himself, "Is this Zhang Xiao? And what is he doing here?" Thinking so much, he walks away from there. On the other side, everyone catches the manager and throws him on the ground and starts feeding him shit. The manager's condition gets worse, and he is screaming for help and says, "I don't want to eat shit. Forgive me. What are you guys trying to do to me?" On the other side, this beautiful lady is applying nen polies and drying the nen polies by blowing on it. Suddenly, she gets a call on her mobile, and she picks up the phone and says, "Lai Hong, friend, do you still remember me?" And she says, "Did you know? Zhang Xiao came to the real estate company today to buy land." On hearing this lady gets very angry, and she says, "What did you say? He bought the land. Where did he get so much money?" And then I tell him that he has made a down payment of 3. And then boss says, "I think this must be all the bride price money that he saved." And then she shouts, "He is a bastard. How dare he use my money?" And then she says, "Don't be mad. Find Zhang Xiao and ask him what he is doing. How dare he spend our money?" And then she says, "He has turned the tables on me. He has actually used my money. I will definitely expose him online today." On the other hand, our hero sits on the couch, thinking that I will need more money to buy supplies or build a base. Where should I get this money? Suddenly he hears someone coming, and he turns his head and looks towards the door, and says, what happened? Here come these two women. And our hero looks at them and says, what are you two doing here? The woman says, Zhang Zio, what do you mean? How dare you spend my money? Our hero looks at her seriously and says, what are you talking about? The woman points her finger and says, don't think I don't know anything. You used my bride price money to buy land. I am telling you that the bride price money is mine, and you bought the land. Our hero looks at her finger carefully, and he says, hey, have you gone mad? Let me tell you that I have a lot of money, and then he takes out a bundle of notes, and puts it on her shoulder and says, but I will not spend a single penny on you. Our hero looks at them seriously, and says, if you think that I don't know about your relationship with Li Suxiang, then you are mistaken. I have come to know everything about your relationship. You are cheating on me. After this, she looks at him with angry eyes and thinks in her mind, what is going on? How is this possible? How can he know about me and Suxiang? After this, our hero throws both those girls out of his house and stands holding the door. The other woman says, you both calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. Our hero looks at her and says, considering my ass as an ass is not a misunderstanding. And she is not my girlfriend. And she wants to live with that old man. And she talks to him. He closes the door and says, fuck you. Just looking at you makes me upset. The woman is shocked and says, no way. How did he know about this? We were always careful when we booked rooms. Then they press the elevator button and go downstairs. And then she explains to him, Geo Jink, this is a big problem. Why didn't you tell me before? Are you really involved with that middle-aged man Suxiang? After hearing this, she replies that the rooms were booked a few times just now. She then puts her hand on her head and says, this situation is out of control. Let's go back and think about making a plan. And then she says, yes, that's exactly what we need to do. Then they arrive and she says with a smile, because you messed things up with Zhang, so I'm not going to back out. After all, we are good sisters. Here our hero goes to the place which he has bought. And there he talks with the engineer and says, this is the factory which I want to renovate. And then he asks how long will it take to complete it again. This guy is the foreman in Paru Construction Company, and he says that strengthening the walls and making guard towers, putting barbed wire in a Texas, steel blast-proof doors, making them thicker, and installing bulletproof, tempered glass, etc. All these works will take a lot of time, and he says, sir, may I ask which power did you insult? Our hero replies that don't ask too much. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Just tell me how much will it cost to do this work in a month. The foreman takes the piece of paper in his hand and says, friend, this cannot be done in a month. Our hero says, stop talking. If you can't do it, there are plenty of people who can. The foreman says, boss, Paru's life matters too. In fact, I have a conscience as a foreman. And then he says, smiling, no boss. I mean, it will cost more. Our hero looks at him surprised and asks, tell me your price. The foreman shows two fingers and says, if we have to finish it in a month, then I will need Paru to work hard. And it will cost at least around 20 million. Our hero looks at him smiling. And then the foreman says, yes, you have to give us a deposit of 5 million yuan first. That way we can start our work. Our hero replies, okay, I will transfer the money to you within a week. You start work for now. The foreman looks at them in surprise and smiles. And then our hero puts his hand on his shoulder and says, it's okay, don't worry about me not paying. If I don't pay, then this land will be yours. The foreman then agrees to this and says, if that's the case, then it's okay. At the same time, this girl comes close to them and says, hey, brother Zhang. Our hero turns and looks, and then the girl immediately comes and holds his hand and says, what are you doing here? And then she stands up holding his hand and tries to hug him. And she says, brother, what are you doing here? Our hero looks at her and thinks in his mind that this girl cheated me in my previous life, and took away my family fortune. This time I will make you pay double." And then he says, "What are you doing here?" The girl says smilingly, "Brother John, what a piece of land you have bought. The scenery is so nice. Are you planning to build a villa here?" Our hero immediately grabs her hand and shakes it off, and says, "What I am building will be of no use to you." The girl thinks to herself, "What is going on here? What has happened to Jong? This loser is behaving strangely today. Usually he would get shy just by touching my hand." And his heart starts beating fast. Today I deliberately pretended a little, but he did not react. On the contrary, he started shouting at me, and then our hero waves his hand towards the engineer, and says, "It is not right, it is not right. The gate needs to be expanded." This girl then says to our hero, "Hey, listen to me." And then she thinks in her mind, that absolutely not. This is a golden opportunity which I cannot lose, because Kai Jing is no longer with her. If I remove Kai Jing from the way, then this land will be mine. And after this our hero comes to his room and sits down, and says, "I have only got 3 million yuan by mortgaging this house to the bank. And this is not enough to cover the first phase of construction costs. I need more money, and I have to find a way to do it." And then he thinks in his mind, "Because wait, the apocalypse is going to happen anyway. Even if I sell many people's houses, it does not make any difference." And then an idea comes to his mind, and he says, "Let's do this." Then suddenly a voice comes from outside, "Open the door, open the door." The hero thinks in his mind, "Damn, it must be the same old man again," and then he goes to open the door. And then he thinks to himself, "Because my downstairs neighbor Grandpa Lee has money, and he also owns the first and second floors, and he wants to buy my third floor as well. Originally, I intended to use this house as my wedding house, but I refused to sell it. Since then, this old man wants to buy my house and has been dumping garbage, creating problems by putting wreaths at funerals and collecting locks, using all kinds of dirty tricks." And the old man looks at our hero and says, "You went out clubbing again last night." Our hero replies, "I'm already upset. Don't bother me anymore. I went to sleep before 10 o'clock last night. I'm not going clubbing, and I don't care." And then he says, "I heard that clearly." And then he turns his head away, showing his hand, and he says, "You keep quiet. Your eyes are only on my house. I have done enough. I will sell it to you." The old man looks at him and thinks, "Hey, what kind of behavior is this?" And then he looks at him and says, "Say it once again. Will you really sell this house to me?" Our hero stands in front of him and says that our hero tells the old man, "I will sell my house to you, but I have one condition." Because the man knew that the apocalypse was very near now. Even if he sells everyone's house, it doesn't matter. The old man looks at him in surprise and asks, "What is the condition? Tell me." Our hero replies that I will hand over the house to you after 6 months. So I have to stay here for the next 6 months. Before that, you have to transfer 5 million yuan to me once, so that I can pay the mortgage for my new house. The old man thinks for a while after hearing this, and the mix says, "If you don't agree, then forget about my house." But at the same time, the old man becomes happy and says that I accept all your conditions, but I will not let you back out. You have to sign a contract. Our hero replies that the contract has to be signed. There is no problem in this. You don't worry. And then he thinks in his mind that, "Hey, old bastard, you just wait to die in your own house. In a short time, you will die in your own house." And then after this, our hero takes out his phone and says once Grandpa Lie's 5 million yuan is transferred, plus 3 million yuan from the loan comes to me, then I will have a total of 8 million yuan. And then he looks at the system at the same time and says, first of all, the system work has to be completed, and he has to claim the prize. And then he reaches a big mall and starts buying a lot of things there. The system shows that a year's supply of provisions has been prepared. Everyone is surprised to see the MC. What is this person doing? Isn't this guy mentally unstable? Our hero looks at them and says, "Hey, everyone move aside quickly, let me do my work." He slowly fills a lot of trolleys with stuff. Everyone looks at him and wonders why is he buying so many things. And then this woman says, "Why is he buying so many things?" The other person replies that he is another fool who believes in the rumor of doomsday. So he is buying all his stuff in advance. The system shows the work is complete. System points 10 have been added, and the current point is 10. Our hero looks at the system and thinks to himself that it is important to increase qualities in the apocalypse. But this hero supply box is exactly 10 points. And then he at the same time puts his finger on the system and says there is no need to hesitate. I will get my first chance. Now go inside and pick up the hero supply box. And then at the same time, it is shown in the system that the exchange was successful. 10 points have been deducted. The current point is 0. And then a gift is presented, whose name is Space Ring and Level 1. They are its features. The ring has a space of 500 cubic meters, and time stands still inside the space. Our hero looks at that ring very carefully and says, smiling, "I knew it." The first draw is always golden, and then he looks at it very seriously at the same time, and says that time stands still inside space. This means that even if I store fresh goods, they will not spoil. This is very good. The system shows that the new mission is 10 years of sustenance and 10 years of supply. Right now it is 0 out of 10 and the reward point is 20. Then suddenly a voice comes from behind asking, "Who is it? Who is that person who is creating so many troubles?" And then he comes and stands in front of our hero and says, "Is that Jong?" And he looks at our hero very angrily. Our hero looks at that person and thinks in his mind that this person is young Tao. This was my high school classmate, a follower of the scoundrel Zhang Sen in school. And he is a person who always harasses the weak and is afraid of the strong. He knew about him, and then last week's security fee is 10. Hurry up and pay it. Our hero replied to him that pay your ass off. If you want it, then let Zhang Sen come by himself. And then he thinks to himself, in which school we have had so many fights. I didn't expect to meet him here today. And then this person immediately raises his hand and says, "Jong, what are you doing? Put these things back where you picked them from, or else I will be merciless to you, and you will have to pay for it." And then our hero says, "Young Tao, you are still bullying weakness, and I am here to buy respect." And then he asks if this is how Hornfa treats its customers, the way you are behaving. I bought these items. Hearing this, Karyong Tao says, "If you bought these items, then pay for these items now, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Everyone starts entering the items. It takes about an hour to make the bill. And then this person asks how much the total bill is. The woman tells that the total bill is 56,883 yuan, and then he gives the machine to our hero at the same time, and asks to check out. Armik takes out his card at the same time, and swipes it. And the machine starts beeping, and the display on the machine shows that the transaction has been successful. Seeing this, young Tao gets surprised that how did he pay? After this, he immediately turns back and asks his friends to leave, and starts to leave from there. At the same time, Armik stops him saying, "Hey, young Tao." Young Tao turns back and says, "What are you saying?" Armik smiles and says, "You were so rude just now. You should apologize or else I will return this stuff." On hearing this, Yang Tao gets very angry and says, "You are being too much. Are you looking for trouble?" And then at the same time, everyone starts making a video of him and says, "Why are you guys looking down on him? And you are rude yourself." Now he is just asking for forgiveness. This is not too much, is it? So you should apologize. And then he says, "You should definitely apologize. If you don't apologize, we will also return all our stuff." And then he says, "You are recording on TikTok. Apologize or I will make you famous." Armik looks at him and says, "Sorry, and if honest enough, I will buy 10 times more." Ying Tao is shocked to hear this, and looks at him very surprised. Our hero replies, "Yes, okay, bring me the POS machine, I will show you my balance." And then he swipes his card in the machine at the same time, and the person is surprised to see his balance, and says it is 7 million yu. Armak says apologize, and I will continue buying. Ying Tao was very angry, but he could not do anything. Finally, he had to bow his head and apologize, and then he bows his head at the same time and says, okay, I'm sorry. Our hero puts his hand on his head at the same time and says, remember not to be so careless in the future. Leave some space and understand. And then our hero starts walking forward. Yang Tao says, smiling, Brother Jian, why are you buying so many things? Armak replies, that's none of your business. I'm planning a big deal. And then after this he asks smilingly, big deal means the goods in the supermarket warehouse won't be enough. You have to find a wholesaler. Armak looks back and says, because you work in a supermarket, you must know some wholesalers, right? Yang Tao replies, of course you remember. He works in the wholesale business now with Ji Sang. And then he calls him at the same time and says, hey brother Zheng, I got a big client for you. Our hero thinks to himself, Yang Tao is still working for Zheng Sing. I wonder how much gray income these two have earned from this Hornfa supermarket. And then he takes Armak to the warehouse at the same time. Suddenly a car comes at a high speed and hits Yang Tao. Yang Tao survives. Armak looks at him seriously and says, damn you for driving so arrogantly. And then the guy gets out of the car and is drinking secret. Actually, it was Zheng. Yang Tao goes and tries to shake his hand. Zheng says, hey Yang Tao, is that the big client you mentioned? And then he tells him, brother Jing, this is Zhang. Do you remember? Zheng looks at him and says, who Zhang? He's our high school classmate. I remember him, and I just remembered him. But he looks at him with contempt and says, that boy with a little backbone looks so weak. Bai Jane walks up to MC and holds his jacket in his hand and looks at him with disdain and says, this is a fake brand, and I know people like you, and I hate people like you, who pretend to be rich, but are actually poor. Mick stands in front of him and stares at him and says, I know the brand, I just bought it from a street stall. Then suddenly Bai Jane hits Tao Jai on the head and says, this is the same big customer you mentioned. You should be ashamed. You wasted my time. And then he starts shouting at him. Bai Jane says, Tao Jai, you listen to me. This is really a big customer. Bai Jane says, this is not a big customer. I have been doing business for so many years. I can tell at a glance who is rich and who is poor. Armak looks up and glares at them and says, it seems like my aura is really lacking. You are an illiterate person and look down on people. Suddenly Brother Zheng grabs MC's collar and angrily says, what did you say? Mick looks at him with a smile and says, I said you look down on people. He gets really angry hearing this and says, how dare you call me illiterate? Mick replies, you don't know how to talk to your customer. Suddenly Tao Jing interrupts and says, Brother Zhang, don't pick on Brother Zhen's weakness. He is really illiterate. And then he tells Armak that he doesn't like anyone calling him illiterate. But Brother Zhen was furious. He kicks Tao Jing at the same time. And he looks at her and says, die. If you can't talk properly, then keep your mouth shut. And then he grabs MC's collar and says, you are a big customer. If you don't buy me a lot of stuff today, you won't be able to go back on 4 legs. Mick takes out his mobile at the same time and says, stop pulling my collar. I'll show you my account number. He softens a bit after hearing this, and then he takes MC's mobile in his hand and looks at it, and gets very surprised and says 1 million has just been transferred. And then he looks at Mick and asks, are you serious? And then he replies, of course you. Do you think I came here to play games? This is the deposit amount with which I want to buy goods worth 5 million from someone. Call someone to load the truck, and I will pay the remaining 4 million once the goods are ready. Hearing this, Brother Jane's anger calms down, and he says, what kind of stuff do you want to buy? Mick says rice, oil, salt, naan and anything to eat. I want to buy everything, and I will take all this from here. Brother Jane turns back and is happy, and then he thinks to himself that I did not expect that I will be so lucky. Actually, his food was about to expire, and here is a fool who wants to take all this. After this, he takes him to his warehouse and says, if you take this stuff, then I will give you a discount of 10% on the original wholesale price. He goes ahead and looks at the stuff carefully. He feels something wrong and says, what do you think about it? It depends on the quality of the stuff. And then Mick at the same time picks up the stuff in his hand and looks carefully and says that except the outermost layer, all the food inside is almost expired. And then Mick looks at Jen and says, you are not a good person at all, you know, and still you are selling me. Jen thinks to himself, I didn't expect this guy to know his stuff. And then he gives him another offer at the same time and says, hey, what do you think about this? If you take all the almost expired food items, then I will give you 50% discount. And how about this? Mick looks at him seriously and says my 5 million is for buying the best quality goods. There is no need to buy stuff. So I want good quality goods. Brother Zhang was thoughtful after hearing this and was still angry. Mick said, as far as the food you ran out of is concerned, I have other plans. Brother Jing says, tell me what the plan is. Mick says, like you said, I will take all your food that is about to expire at 50% discount and will pay in 1 month. Brother Jen looks at Mac and says, if my stuff runs out in 1 month and you refuse to pay me, won't I worry about it? Mac replies, you can mortgage my house as long as you can. Brother Jong replies that you know they are almost expired food and you still want to buy them. Can you tell me why you want to buy expired food? Mick replies that it won't do you any good to know about it. And then he puts his hand on his shoulder and says, hey, not only expired food, but expired food will also become very valuable in a few days. Brother Jong is surprised to hear this, and then he asks, what do you mean? And then he looks at him and says, don't ask too much, just deliver the goods. I will send you the address soon. And then Mick takes out his phone and looks at it. Someone asks him, is Mr. Jong talking? Mick replies, yes, who is asking? And then he asks, do you want to sell your house? And then he points his finger at Brother Jong and says, I have other things to do. And then he walks away. Uncle Jai looks at Brothers Jen and says, Brother Jane, what? I set you up. Jing replies, hey, this kid's family is just average. How did he manage so well? Where did he get so much money? And so on. Meek approaches the old man and he brings 4 million yuan in a bag and gives it to Mick and says, Mr. Jong, here is the 400 million deposit. And with this, he also has an agreement in his hand. And he says, I can accept your condition of vacating the house in 3 months. Let's sign the contract soon. And then he thinks to himself that this old man didn't even check the house carefully and wants to pay the deposit and sign the contract. He is so desperate to buy my house. And then he looks at him and says, hey, old man, why are you in such a hurry? The old man looks at him innocently and says, to be honest, my granddaughter needs to transfer to school and we need this house for residence very urgently. And I have been roaming around this area for many days and your house is the only one for sale. Mr. Jung, please don't back out and let's finalize the deal. Mick looks at him and says, old man, you are so honest, telling me everything right away. Aren't you afraid that I will raise the price? The old man is surprised to hear this and says, Jong, this house money is all the savings for 2 generations of our family. Don't do this. Mick says, hey, don't worry. I won't back out. I was just saying it. And then he signs the agreement. He takes the paper in his hand and is very happy and says good. And then he bows his head and starts to walk away and says, Mr. Jong, I will let you go back to work. I will not bother you anymore. Mick looks at him and says, okay, take care of yourself. And then he thinks to himself that by being kind and honest, while living on the lower level, he and his granddaughter will probably not survive even a month in the coming apocalypse. And then he looks at him and says, the old man looks back and says, give me your current address. And then he takes his current address. After a while, Ma goes to his villa and talks to the engineer there. The engineer says, "Boss Jong, what about the second payment? It's time for the second payment." Jong replies, "I will transfer it to you soon." And then he asks, "What is the nature of the construction?" The engineer explains that 80% is complete. "Look at this wall. This door is absolutely safe." And he asks, "How is the warehouse?" The engineer tells that the warehouse is a tourist factory building. It has been cleaned and will be ready for use anytime. The Mek then replies, "Very good." And then he takes out his phone and asks, "When will you start distributing the goods, Brother Jane?" And then here we see that the man tells him, "Pick it up slowly." The owner is very generous. He is giving us 2,000 each for this work. How good. Really, this place is turning into a bunker. And you will not find this. The rich value their lives. The Mek explains to him and says fresh produce, fruits, vegetables are perishable goods. Keep them stored separately. Do not mix them. And then this man replies, "I understand, boss. No problem. It will be like this now." After some time, everyone finishes their work and Ma goes and sees. There was a huge pile of stuff there, and he is very happy looking at it. And says, "This work is complete system. It shows that 10 years of work supply. Completion system points 20 have been added. And the current number is 20. He is surprised to see this and says, "Hey, new boxes have been added to the system store." After this, some gifts appear in the system store, such as Physical Enhancement Potion Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box Ability Awakening. After this, our hero says that luck is with me. Abilities are being obtained before the apocalypse. The system shows that 10 points have been deducted, and the current score is 10. After this gift is received, and its name is Mind's Eyes Level 1, and its feature is that it can be detected, whether someone has hostility or not. As soon as he receives this gift, the Mek smiles and says can detect hostility. This is one of the most useful abilities in the early days of the apocalypse. And then a new task is added: be prepared for war task requirements, handle yourself 0%. And task reward 10 points random reward. After this, he fixes his jacket and says, "This is exactly what I had in mind." After a while, our hero goes out where there is a black market late at night. And then he goes to that market. And there some people are talking among themselves that, "Damn it, is this real or fake?" At this price you are asking, "Is this real or fake?" And then he tells that this is just rubbish. Put it down. And then he tells that it was dug out from Ma Wang yesterday. It is the childhood war helmet of the first emperor. And then our hero looks at it and says, "Hey, this is very cheap, only 300 yuan. After this, our hero's eyes fall on the person who cheated him in his previous life, along with Kai Jinka. He is arguing with the shopkeeper, and he says, "Because it is the highest bracelet worth 2 lakhs. This is clearly fake. Sell it to me for rupee 300. Still, you will make a good profit. If the deal is acceptable, then finalize the deal or leave it." And then he replies, "If not, then I am leaving." The shopkeeper says, okay, don't shout. This bracelet is yours." Our hero looks at him and thinks to himself, Lu Suxing is a bastard, and he has come to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. And Kai Jing is the bitch who cheated me in my previous life, and she is dumb. She can be cheated by this garbage too. Then suddenly he notices some weapons, and then he gets happy to see it and says, "This is what I wanted." And then he goes to that person and asks, "Do you have something hard?" The shopkeeper replies by showing his hand. "This is a knife which is not very sharp. If you want hard, then you can buy it and wear it yourself. If you think so, you can add 1 more stick to it." Our hero looks at him seriously and says, "None of these are hard enough. I need something stronger." And then he replies angrily, "What do you mean, sir? Have you come here to cause trouble?" Then suddenly his mobile starts ringing, and then he takes out his mobile and sees that 2,000 yuan has been deposited in his account. He gets very surprised to see this. Who has deposited so many yuan in my account? And then he looks at our hero. Our hero says smilingly, "Don't get too excited. I have deposited 2,000 yuan in your account, and I am serious about shopping." After this, the shopkeeper understands. And then he tells the other person, "I am coming in a little while. Till then you take care of my shop." And then he signals our hero to go ahead and says it is not convenient to talk outside. "Sir, come here to me." And then he takes him to a room. So there he shows him a gun and says, "Boss, we have a homemade gun which is good for killing chickens. It costs 2,000 yuan, and it is very cheap too, and it fires steel ball bullets. What do you think about buying this?" Our hero replies, "No, I want something tougher." The shopkeeper gets surprised to see this. Then he shows him another gun, which is called a replica revolver. It is almost as much as an active-duty handgun. And he tells that it costs 5,000. It fires about 9 bullets. And each bullet is 5 yen. And then he asks, "How is this deal for you?" Our hero gets angry and says, "This is not right, but I have paid you 200,000 yen. Don't show me this junk, show me something better." Then he is surprised that he has already made the prepayment. Our hero looks at him very seriously and says, "I want to buy weapons worth 2 million. The shopkeeper is surprised to hear this, and he smiles and replies, "Who are you, sir?" "Elder brother, you have come to me for such a big order. I have never taken such a big order before." Our hero says, "I did not handle these small matters earlier. My subordinates used to handle them. There have been some changes recently." And then he says, "Don't be too curious. Just tell me whether you can do it or not." And then he immediately shows his hand to our hero and says, "Sir, wait a moment. I will show you something else." And then he opens a gate and signals someone to come and says, "Sir, you have found the right person." And then he comes close to our hero and softly says in his ear, "I can handle it. Write a list, and I will give you an address. Day after tomorrow at midnight, you have to go there to complete the transaction. And you have to keep cash with you." After this, our hero comes out, and then he says, "Be careful with your step." And then he starts thinking. After some time, the same person again comes in front of our hero and says, "Did not expect to see you in the black market. No wonder you are spending so much lately. And why ignore Jin? It seems that your family has some heirlooms." And then he goes close to our hero and looks at him very contemptuously and says, "What is this? Have you done a lot of marketing lately? Or are you lying, trying to live comfortably by selling everything?" Our hero doesn't answer him at all and thinks to himself, "Okay, this is the right time to try out your skills." And then he uses the mind's eye skill at the same time. The mind's eye skill is a skill that identifies your enemy's thinking. And then he uses it at the same time on Lee Suxing. And then he thinks to himself, "This should be very useful as Mary expected." And then he points his finger at her and says, "You are really lying. So did you give Kai Jin this second-hand stuff and call her to the bed to fuck? I understand she is just my second-hand stuff. Only worth this." Lee gets happy hearing this. And then he tells him, "The girl you are calling to bed is my second-hand mall." Hearing this, Lee Suxing gets very angry, and then he starts abusing him. "Motherfucker, what did you say? Do you know the consequences of this?" After this, the shopkeeper comes close to our hero and says, "Big brother, do you know him?" And then he tells him, "Yes, I know him. He is like my enemy." And then he starts leaving from there. The shopkeeper says, "I understood, big brother. Go, do your work. I will teach him a lesson." And then he says, "Don't kill him. I have other plans for his life." After this, the shopkeeper along with all his companions plans to kill Lily and stands in front of him. Lai says, "What are you doing? I am warning you. Don't kill me." And then he says, "Big brother, let's talk about this." And then he attacks Lily at the same time and throws him on the ground. Lai thinks in his mind, "Jong, I know all this is happening because of your order. Now you wait. I will not leave you." 2 days later at midnight, our hero goes to the place mentioned by the shopkeeper. And there are carts full of weapons. The system is informed. The tasks are ready for war. System points are added 10, and the current score is 20. And then he sees the box inside which the guns were kept. The system informs about the bonus reward, and the reward is a physical enhancement potion of 2%. Our hero raises his hand at the same time, and he receives an injection. And he says, I have received an additional physical enhancement potion as a bonus. And he looks at it carefully and says even a +2 1 is equal to double the one present in the store. And then he picks up the injection at the same time and puts it in his hand. His eyes start shining. Then he says, this is the average physical score of 5 for an adult male. Adding these 2 points increases the strength by 40%, because this is the case. And then he looks in the system. He finds out that there is a physical enhancement potion of 20% and 2 points of survival in the system store. And he says we can maximize this benefit as well. Then suddenly he sees fire burning in his body, and he thinks in his mind that 8 points in physical is 60% more than an average person. Time to find the target for strength test. After this his eyes go up some sacks, and after seeing it he says I understood. And then he picks up a rod from there and bends it by kicking it. The rod falls far away. And seeing this he starts laughing, says, as expected, with my current strength, even with bare hands, I am not an easy fight. And I will not be afraid against zombies in the early apocalypse. And then he looks at those weapons and thinks to himself that these weapons shouldn't take up too much space. It's better to keep them in the local ring for safety. And then he activates his ring skill at the same time. And then he thinks to himself that the day after tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. What else do I need to do? Then suddenly he thinks of the old man who bought his house. And he said, honestly, my granddaughter needs to transfer school. And we need a house to live in urgently. And he says, I've been roaming around this area for several days, and only your house is for sale. Mr. Jung, please don't back down. Our hero becomes a little sad thinking about this. But after thinking about this, our hero says, after experiencing the life, death, and betrayal of the apocalypse, it's also hard to completely ignore the plight of misfortune. And then he starts walking out of there, and he says, okay, I will send some necessary supplies for the apocalypse. Whether you survive long-term or not, it will depend on you here. And consider this as a prepayment for providing funds for my apocalypse plan. The next day our hero goes in his car to the house of the person to whom he had sold his house. And then he gets out of the car and thinks, thank God for GPS. Who else would have found a place like this? He climbs up the stairs to the top floor. And then he thinks to himself that it seems like this old man is not really rich. He is renting such a cheap place, and he also lives on the top floor. And then he reaches outside her house and knocks on her door. And then he looks at his ring and says, but I have to wait for 1 minute, because it will be better if I remove my stuff which I have brought with me, otherwise it will be difficult to explain later. And then he removes all the stuff with the help of his skill, and goes near the door and knocks the door. From inside the old man says, I am coming, just wait a minute. And then he opens the door. And he thinks the landlord has come to collect the rent because his eyes were closed at that time. And he says about the rent, I promise to pay it next week. And as soon as he opens his eyes, Giant is standing in front of him. The old man is surprised to see him, as he had no idea why he came to his house. And then he asks, hey, what's wrong, Mr. Jong? Are you here? And then he sees all the boxes, and he asks surprised, Mr. Jong, what are you doing here, and what kind of stuff is this? Our hero replies, I will explain to you later, but first help me take these boxes inside before the neighbors see them. Otherwise, if someone sees these things, there will definitely be a ruckus. And after a while our hero puts all the things inside. The old man says, you young people really have a lot of energy, and you put all these things inside so quickly. And you guys are not even out of breath. Our hero looks at him, replies, the room is nice, and the front door is quite strong, isn't it? And then our hero says to the old man, "Hey old man, listen carefully to what I am going to tell you. This supply can last for about 6 months if used wisely. And the destruction of this world will begin from tomorrow." The old man says, "What happened, Mr. Jong? Is there some wrong stuff in it, which you cannot keep in your house? Anyway, we will shift to your house after a month." Then suddenly our hero's eyes fall on that frame, and he is immediately surprised to see it. Our hero looks at that photo, in which there is a picture of this girl, and he remembers his past life, that this is Shine Shine. And then he takes that photo in his hand at the same time and asks, "Old man, is this your granddaughter? And her name is Shen Sheng." Hearing this, the old man is surprised that how does he know the name of his granddaughter? How does he know her? And then the old man says, "I don't remember the name, but..." And then he replies that she will come back home and go to school. Once the house transfer is complete, we can transfer her school as well. And after this, the paperwork will be almost done. Our protagonist thinks about his old life. That in the past life, during the apocalypse, this girl was sitting sad. And she says, "It's all my fault. I ruined my grandfather." And then he thinks to himself, "I remember about my old life. Before the apocalypse," said saying, that her grandfather had risked everything to save her, and died a great death. At that time she had entered high school. Although he managed to save her, he lost his life in the process. And then he puts that photo back in its place at the same time, and says, "You regret this. In this life, I will make up for it." Our hero takes pity on the old man, and then he gets very serious. He looks at the old man and says, "Old man, you will not be living in my house anymore." The old man is shocked to hear this, and says, "Mr. Jong, you are not going to back down. What made you go back on your word? How could you do this to me?" And then, at the same time, he puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and says, "Let me cancel the deal. Because from tomorrow this world will become a living hell. Neither my house nor yours will be safe. I am telling you this so that you don't have false hopes. Your granddaughter will not be able to get her school registration done, so it doesn't matter whether you stay in my house or not." And then he very calmly explains to them, "Come with me to Sheng San's school and bring her. I will arrange a safe new place for both of you." Hearing this, the old man could not understand anything. He looked at him in surprise. He started sweating, and he said, "Mr. Jong, what are you talking about? I am not able to understand a single thing you say." Our hero is unable to make the old man understand, and then he thinks to himself, "This man is very old and also very naive. He will not understand. How do I make him understand?" And then at the same time he looks at his ring and says, "Do you know what famine is?" The old man replies, "Yes, I know." And then he says, "You can imagine how sad and terrible life is during a famine. Can't you imagine?" The old man replies, "I can imagine, but how can there be a famine in peaceful times?" And then he uses the magic of his ring at the same time. Suddenly all the boxes kept their disappear. The old man is surprised to see this, and says, "Hey, where did all these things disappear, Mr. Jong?" And he asks, "Mr. Jong, what kind of magic is this? I don't understand anything." Our hero decides at the same time that now I have to explain everything to the old man straight. Our hero replies, "I have superpowers and I can also see the future. If you want to live and if you want Sign to stay alive, then from now on you have to do what I say." And then he asks, "Where is Sang school? To save her, we have to go to her school first." And then he gets in his car at the same time, and both of them go to Sang school. Our hero drives very fast, and in no time they reach there, and stops his car in front of the school. And then he asks, "Old man, do you know which class Sang studies in, and where can I find her?" The old man says, "Yes, I know." Our hero says, "Then hurry up, we have to catch him first." On the other side, we see some girls and boys fighting with each other. And then this girl slaps this girl hard and says, "Bitch, I don't understand why you are after Xiao Chen. You have to stop talking to him. The girl's face turns red, and then she says, I told him that I don't want to live with him. He is the one who forces himself on me and always tries to talk to me. Hearing this, she gets angry and kicks the girl hard, and says, I haven't asked you to make excuses. Don't lie. And then she grabs the girl's hair at the same time and starts misbehaving with her. And she says, what do you mean? Should I believe you? That Xiao Chen is clinging to you and you are rejecting him. The girl starts teasing him a lot. Then suddenly the girl's eyes fall on our hero and she says, hey, wait a minute, maybe someone is coming here to save her. The girls look at him and ask him, hey, is this your grandfather? The girl is actually Sheng Sheng and looking at the grandfather says, Grandpa, why are you here? The grandfather gets very angry seeing this and points his finger and says, hey girls, why are you teasing my granddaughter? Our hero also gets angry seeing this. Then suddenly the friends of those girls stand in front of the old man and take out knives and start threatening him. And they say, step back, old man, this is a fight between young men. If an old man like you interferes, then it will not be good for her. But the old man at the same time confronts all those boys and starts fighting, and says, you are a small child. Have your parents taught you these manners? A classmate should not be threatened like this. You are doing very wrong here. Then suddenly this boy attacks the old man with that stick, and says, old bastard, go and leave her. Then suddenly our hero comes, and then he catches their stick with his hand, and says, at such a young age you are learning to cheat? This won't end well for you. And then these boys say, where did this poor old fool come from? She looks at the girl and says, hey, bitch, I didn't know you had a brother. Our hero springs into action at that moment, and then he kicks that boy hard at the same time. And then that boy goes away and falls on the ground. Seeing this, all these people think in their mind, fucker, it seems he has taken training from somewhere. And then these people make a plan. Let's all attack him together. Our hero looks at them seriously. These two boys surround him from both sides, and then he attacks him from behind. Our hero immediately bends down and escapes their attack. And then he thinks in his mind that after increasing his physical abilities, my processes have also become faster. And then at the same time he catches that boy from behind, and picks him up and throws him on the ground. Meanwhile, that boy's condition worsens, and then suddenly, this boy comes in front of him with a knife. But our hero catches his hand and takes him forward and kicks his leg, and he snatches the knife from him. That boy falls on the ground. Now the condition of both the boys had worsened. And then our hero moves towards those girls. The girls get scared seeing him and say, hey, what do you want to do? Will you kill us too?
The girl gets surprised to see our hero. She thinks that now he will hit me too. And then she looks at him and says, what do you want to do? Will you hit us too? Our hero goes to them and slaps them hard. And this girl's cheek turns red. She doesn't understand anything. How can he raise his hand on me? And then at the same time he catches the hair of another girl and says, you like pulling hair, right? Because you had troubled that old man's granddaughter a lot by pulling her hair. So now I will not have any problem in doing this with you. The girl starts pleading and says, let me go, forgive me. Our hero at the same time takes out a knife and puts it on her neck. And then she says, what is this knife? Hey brother, what are you going to do? Do you want to kill me? At that very moment, something happened which shocked everyone. And after this, our hero becomes very serious. Seeing this scene, both the girls get very scared and fall on the ground on their knees. Seeing this, the girl starts crying badly and says, you bastard, how dare you cut my hair? I will not leave you at any cost. What do you think of yourself? She starts crying badly. Our hero at the same time leaves that hair on her and says that long hair is just a burden for you. And then our hero looks at her and says that in a few days you will understand why I have cut your hair. And you can save your life with these cut hair. Hearing this, everyone gets surprised that what does Zhang want to say? What does he mean by saying? And then he points at the old man and Jian and says, let's go from here. Sing Sing is surprised to hear who is this and where is he talking about taking me. But Dadaji explains everything to him at the same time, and then he sits in the car and starts leaving from there. And then he says that now you will not go to school because soon there is going to be a big famine. And now there is no point in going to school. Our first priority is to stay alive. Shang Shang is surprised to hear this. How can this happen? How can there be a famine suddenly? She asks, Dadaji, how many times do I have to tell you not to believe such nonsense? Or is it just a nonsense? Our hero looks at both the people in the mirror and smiles. And then Shang Shang says, tell me who has deceived you this time. You have come to pick me up from school and are saying that there is going to be a famine. The old man tries to explain, but Shang Shang says that when you are deceived, you always say it is the truth, like always. Seeing them arguing, our hero thinks to himself, I won't let this happen like the previous life. I will keep you safe in this life. And he feels very sad for her. He feels a strange attachment. He treats her like his sister. And then he looks at Sansing and tells her, this time your grandfather is not being fooled. I have received information about the famine. Shang Shang overhears this and looks at him and asks, hey brother, who are you? Who are you giving such information to my grandfather? Our hero tells her, my name is Zhang Jian. From now on you can just call me Brother Zhang. And then she asks, Brother Zhang, thank you for standing up for me in front of Sun Y and the others. You really protected me today. Our hero replies, don't think about those people. They probably don't have much time left. He is unable to sense the danger. Hearing this, Shang Tsung panics. She asks, what do you mean? You guys keep talking about famine? What is it that you guys are not telling me openly? Is there really going to be a famine here? Zhang replies, I told your grandfather the story of the famine to make it easier for him. You can ask him, he will tell you. Tseng replies, I thought there was no chance of a sudden famine in peaceful times. Fan replies, what is really coming is the apocalypse. Tseng is shocked to hear this, and then she says, which apocalypse? Hero replies, the apocalypse must have started around this time. And then she said, if I am right then turn on your phone and see today's news. So some signs must be shown in the news. And then she shared her mobile at the same time, and said, is this true? He gets shocked seeing the news running on his mobile, and says, oh God, I have seen this rabies victim in real life. I have seen the remnants of personality for the first time. This rabies disease is so terrible, and then she turns off her mobile. Some strange incidents happen to her, and says, has this happened only to me? There is some strange smell in the fog. And then she turns off the mobile, and this is very shocking. In one of the examples being shown, it is said, what nonsense. Why are you biting me? Are you a dog? And then he does not answer me. But I am not protesting, I am feeling very bad, take me to the hospital quickly. It is very shocking to see this news. As expected, our hero answers. The signs of the apocalypse are already showing. Sing Sing says, so, this is indeed the apocalypse and it has already begun. And then he says, tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. The province, B, Limited, will be covered in toxic smoke. And then he starts driving his car very fast, and says, unknown. The smoke will affect the animals as well. And gradually a significant portion of the population will turn into zombies. And no portion will survive, because they will faint. They will suffer from illness. And once they die, they will become one of the monsters. And then he says, as a young person, you should know what zombies are, right? Sing Sing replies, I know, but that's so unbelievable. So will this really happen? When all this happens tomorrow, the day after, or next week, won't you find it unbelievable? Then suddenly, there's a traffic jam on the road. He gets a little nervous and says, damn, we're stuck in traffic. This. And then he says, of course the emergency line might be blocked too. The old man says, Mr. Zhang, if we get stuck here, those zombies you mentioned might catch us too. Zhang replies, don't worry, old man, it's not that urgent right now. And then he thinks to himself, though, the bodies won't get completely out of control for a few days. He gets really nervous thinking, what if it's just a small outbreak? And then he starts to speed up his car. Then suddenly, The car collides with another car and everyone falls into the seats. Our hero says, "Hey, what a stupid guy. There's no turn signal." And then he turns the steering wheel at the same time and says, "I won't let you get away with that." And then he immediately turns his car into another lane and says, "Hey, these guys won't give up." And then this person looks at Jong and starts yelling and cursing. The old man looks at him and says, "Mr. Jong, the other man seems rich and powerful. We should get out of here right away and maybe we can avoid trouble." Our hero replies, "Don't worry if he dares to get out of the car to make trouble. Then I won't mind beating him up quickly." And then he starts driving his car fast at the same time and says, "Finally the traffic jam is over. We were stuck for almost 1 hour." Then suddenly Shang's eyes fall on that car. And she says, "Brother Jong, look carefully. This is the same car that was parked before and trying to get in." He's speeding towards our hero. The hero gets angry when he sees him and says, "They really won't let him go." Then suddenly he stops in front of the car. Our hero immediately brakes, which makes Shang feel a little uncomfortable, and Grandpa grabs Sang and says, "Being tall and braking suddenly isn't good on the classic road range." And he says, "Mr. Jong, don't stoop to his level. He's not a good person." And then he says, "In the past, I probably would have let him go, but in this life, with the apocalypse coming tomorrow, there's no need to put up with this kind of nonsense." And then he speeds up his car at the same time and drags him along. And then this guy gets out of his car, his head spinning, and says, "You have the right." The man ran away and then he took out his phone and talked and said, "Hello, traffic police has got the surveillance footage, and I need full details of this car name of the Nibar plate," and said, "I will definitely show you that there are some people with whom we should not mess." After some time, it becomes evening and everyone reaches there. And then everyone gets down from the car and starts walking. The old man is very happy to see the place and says that it is a very big and good place and safe too. Shang was still surprised because he could not understand why Jong is helping us. And what is our relation with him? And then they start walking with him. Our hero says to take some rest because the day starting from tomorrow will be even more difficult. And then after this, everyone goes to their respective rooms and sleep. Our hero wakes up in the morning and drinks coffee, and then Shang comes close to our hero while stretching. And then she says, "It's been a long time. I haven't slept well for a long time, but today I slept very well. Because I never used to be able to sleep well due to going to classes in the morning." Our hero looks at her smilingly and says, "You get ready. And we will go to our fort and see there." After this, everyone gets ready, and then they reach the fort in no time. And then he looks at the walls and says these walls are made of strong concrete, and it is controlled by remote. The gate is also 3 centimeters thick, which is made of solid steel, be it people or corpses. Without heavy weapons, they will not be able to enter inside. And then he looks at Shang and says, "Always remember that no one other than the 3 of us is allowed inside this fort without my permission." Hearing this, Sing is a bit surprised and asks if the survivors manage to escape from there, will we leave them to die or help them? Our hero doesn't answer this and says, "Come with me." And then while leaving, he says that human nature is unpredictable in the apocalypse. Evil will increase in people's hearts. Having a bleeding heart will only get us killed. Then suddenly something appears which surprises the old man and Shang. And then our hero tells that if I am not around and survivors come asking for help, this buffer zone can provide temporary shelter. And until I return, do not let them enter the fort under any circumstances. And then he looks at them and says, "You understand, right?" The old man and Sang reply, "Yes, we understand." And then he says, "I will show you the fertilizer depot ahead. I will tell you which areas can be given rations." And then he walks towards the ration depot, and he realizes that I must read the old man's mind. Suddenly, he activates the Mind Eyes skill, which makes an aura appear around his eyes. And our hero is able to secretly read their thoughts. He realizes, what are they thinking? Actually, they are thinking that this is a sign of trust. And then he explains that this weapon is the most important thing in the apocalypse, and then he takes out all those weapons at the same time with his ring skill, and gives each one a weapon and says, "You have to make sure that they can control you." This weapon must never come into anyone else's hands. Sing Sing and Old Man both grab their weapons. The old man says, "Look, this is absolutely necessary." And then at the same time, the system opens and shows this. Because I reconnected with the cemetery. New task, former comrades section. Requirement: find and save your former comrade Zhang Kai, and for this you will get 20 reward points. Our hero looks at the system seriously. After this, our hero looks at them and says, "Hey, this is great. I was thinking how to find my old comrades." And then our hero turns back and looks at them carefully and says, "Remember what I just taught you. You can't violate this at all." Sing Sing is surprised and says, "Okay," and she asks Jia, "Brother Zhang, where are you going?" Zhang gets in his car at the same time and says, "We need to recruit people to form our team." On the other side, everyone is partying. And then this person asks, "Where are you going?" And he replies, "I am going to the toilet." And then he says, "I will make a pack for you." And then he looks at him, he feels it, and then he asks him, "Are you waiting for someone? Or do you have kidney problems?" And then he goes to the toilet at the same time and comes out after some time. Then suddenly, while walking, he collides with this girl. The girl looks at him. And then this person turns back and says, sorry, it is my mistake." But this girl starts looking at him with bad eyes. The man standing with her says, "Can't you see where you are going?" And then he comes into action at the same time. And he attacks him. And he kicks him hard. This person falls on the ground very fast. His condition worsens with a single kick. And then this other person goes towards him and says, "Zhang Kai, you are fine." And then he turns and looks at that person and says, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Even when he has said sorry, you are still hitting him." Hearing this person gets even more angry and says, "Hey, this is the first time someone has dared to talk to me." He immediately grabs that person's collar and lifts him up. And then that person says, "Hey brother, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" The other person gets scared. And then he says, Brother, it is my fault. Don't hit him. Let him go." Here, that person is standing and watching this scene and says, "You have the right? How? Bad luck. I just got my flatulence treated, and now I have a cold." Then suddenly he looks at them. And then he thinks to himself, "Hey, another fight. Can't you guys ever relax?" And then this guy runs to them and tries to save him. And says, "Gentlemen, please calm down." And then this guy looks at him and says, "You dare to disrespect me? You know who I am. Even your boss doesn't dare to touch my clothes." And then he shows his hand and says, "You both hurry up and go away. We really can't afford this." The girl was standing and watching this scene, and then he says, "Call your boss out." "Damn it, I will make sure this bar doesn't close anymore." And then he replies, "Please calm down, calm down." Here these two people start running from here. While running, they both reach this room. And they come and sit down. Seeing them, this person says, "Is some dog chasing you that you are running so fast?" And then he tells that basically we were accidentally coming out of the toilet and collided with a goon. He was drunk and wanted to beat us up. Luckily, the servant was smart and he resolved the situation, otherwise we could have been beaten up badly. And then he stands up angrily at the same time and says, "Damn it. Why didn't you fight with him? When did our mechanical engineering class get retrenched?" And then he says, "Wait, let me call. I will gather all the people of my department. And we will bring him down and beat him, and then..." This person shows his hand and says, okay, less than a year is left for graduation. Don't look for trouble now." And then I reply. He says, "Keep playing music and don't look for trouble." Then suddenly that person brings that server inside. The condition of the server was very bad. Blood starts coming out of his mouth. Everyone gets scared seeing him, and then he pushes the server and says that it is right. And then these people tell that these are the same people who beat us. Actually, he had brought some goons with him, due to which everyone gets scared and sits on the ground. And the server also sits on the ground. The hands and legs of the server start shaking. And then he shouts and says, "Do you have the guts to let me call?" And then he picks up the bottle at the same time and says, "I said you can talk." At the same time, he picks up the bottle and hits him on the head. His partner gets very upset and says, "Chen Zong, are you okay?" Then suddenly our hero's car is seen coming, and then he comes out of the car. And then he looks at them and says it's no wonder they're both college students. And then they signal both of them to get in. Our hero gets in and says, we're facing the end of the world. And you still have the heart to sing. Friends, we saw in the last chapter that all these people are torturing him. And they are beating him very brutally. At the same time, our hero enters. So let's start today's chapter. Here this person breaks the bottle on his head, due to which he falls on the ground. The other person tries to lift him and asks, are you okay? And he says, Chan-jong, you did not do right. After this, he goes to his girlfriend and puts his hand on her shoulder and asks, how are you feeling now? Now you are satisfied, right? His girlfriend replies, I'm satisfied, but this was not the man who hit me. Listening to him, this person picks up the bottle. And pointing towards him, he says, so this is the same person who hit you, right? This person thinks in his mind and gets scared. He feels threatened that if I don't attack, then he will attack me and kill me. And then he picks up a piece of glass bottle at the same time and moves forward to attack him. Then suddenly his companions catch him fast and say, hey, bastard, you still have the ability to fight, and you are still daring to fight us. Here this person gets scared for a moment, and then he gets more angry and says, I didn't know that you actually still have so much courage left in you. And then he picks up the bottle at the same time and breaks it on his head, due to which blood starts flowing from his head rapidly, and that person falls on the ground. Seeing this scene, all three of his companions get scared. After this person is unable to control himself and then says, bastard, I will kill you. How did you injure my friend? But this person got scared and he sits on the ground and then says, hey, you are not backing down. These people are strong. We should back off. And then he says, everyone go out, catch the fourth person and beat him to death. And then everyone starts beating him. Here this person is fighting with those people. Then suddenly this servant comes inside. He had really become a zombie. His eyes started glowing. But still everyone was unaware of this destruction. And then he says, hey, you people are cowards. Then suddenly that person runs towards them like a madman and runs fast, and then immediately bites his shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone gets scared that how is this person biting in such a strange way? Or actually, he is not a human. And they say, hey, are you dogs that you are biting like this? That person gets scared and says, help me. Here his girlfriend also gets scared by putting her hand on her mouth. And then he says, I have caught these two goons. Go and help them. This person catches both the persons. And then both of them think in their mind that, hey, shame on this man. Where did he get so much strength from? How did he become so powerful? The eyes of that person start shining. Seeing this scene, everyone gets scared that this person, how is he behaving strangely? And he looks at him in surprise and says, hey, are you a dog that you are behaving like this? Then suddenly he bites his hand and makes him fall on the ground. Seeing him, everyone says that this person was getting completely injured and says that this man's strength is like crazy. He is biting me like crazy and he has a lot of strength inside him. This is not really a man. Then suddenly our hero enters. On seeing him, our hero realized that this person has been infected. He has become a zombie. And then he catches his neck and lifts him in the air. Everyone gets shocked seeing this scene. Our hero grabs his neck and slams him against the wall. And pointing at everyone, he says, stop everyone. All these people look at him and say that that madman is very strong, and yet this kid has held him down with one hand. How is this possible? And then this person looks at our hero and asks, hey brother, who are you? Our hero turns to them and says, Zhang Kai, have you been bitten? All these people are surprised that how does our hero know his name, as he was meeting him for the first time. Here, this person gets shocked to see this scene and says no. But he was not able to understand what is happening here. Our hero looks at them and says, come with me. And then this person starts to go with him. But another person from behind stops him and asks that we haven't finished our work yet. And then both of them look at him and say, brother, I am coughing and my head is spinning too. And he replies that nothing special has happened to you. You have a cold. But our hero had understood the situation. He had understood that due to the zombie bite, this person will also turn into a zombie soon. And he says that today afternoon he just had a runny nose. And then he looks at him seriously and says that he has bitten you on the shoulder. Our hero thinks to himself that, looking at what he has said, it seems that he has already been infected. And now due to biting so close to the brain, he will also get infected soon. And I am afraid that he will soon turn into a zombie. After this, our hero catches that person by the neck and starts dragging him away. And after this, he pushes that person into the toilet and closes the door from outside. And then he thinks to himself that it is good that zombies do not know how to open doors these days. And then he comes in front of them and cleans his hands and says, Jong Kai, tell me, which people do you want to deal with? Everyone is surprised to see him and says, do you know each other? And after that, our hero grabs his collar, and that person says, hey brother, don't be so arrogant. But our hero grabs his mouth at the same time and pushes him into the ground, and he is in a very bad condition. Seeing this scene, his friend gets very scared and says, hey, you are small and a bastard. How dare you hit my friend like this? Then suddenly our hero punches him in the face and throws him on the ground. His condition gets worse with just one punch. His friend immediately comes running to him and says, hey brother, what happened to you? With just one punch, you got injured so badly that you fell to the ground. Our hero raises his hand at the same time and says, is there anyone else who wants to try my fists or fight me? After this, our hero looks at Jong Kai and orders him to take his friends and wait for me outside the room. Jong Kai replies, okay, and then he starts taking his friends out at the same time. Because he was badly injured, and he starts taking him out by holding his shoulder. Here, these people also say that we are also going out. And he comes and stands in front of our hero and starts staring at him badly, and says, hey, what are you doing? Our hero looks at him and says, hey, don't be so drunk that you forget your name. You almost killed my brother here. After this person replies, what nonsense are you doing? Get out of my way. But at the same time, our hero comes into action and punches him hard, due to which the person falls away. After falling, he says, open the door, otherwise a sane person who was bitten on the shoulder and he got badly infected. His eyes started shining. Now he had completely turned into a zombie, and then he starts growling very loudly. Everyone gets surprised seeing him that what kind of a person is this who is doing such strange things, and they say, hey, what are you doing? And then he runs into the toilet. Our hero closes the door at this time. He reaches inside and starts banging the door, and our hero closes the door and says, damn it. Has he also become a dog? Now he has to stay away from me. And then he sees why the bathroom door is open. Here the servant comes to him and says, sir, what is happening? Do you need help? Our hero replies, no, but listen to me carefully. Close this door completely. Do not let anyone open it. And call the police and the hospital and tell them that there is a patient of rabies flu in this room. Hearing this, the servant starts thinking, what is this disease called rabies flu? And then at the same time, our hero turns back and shouts, hurry up. The servant replies, okay, sir. Okay, sir. And then he closes the door at the same time. And then our hero takes his friends with him and says, let's go from here. The servant says, no, not at all. There is a lot of noise, isn't it? The other person says, what is happening? Why is so much chaos spreading? I am not able to understand anything. And then he stands near the door and says, one of the guests. One said that there is a rabies flu patient inside, and going inside is not without risk. And then he replies, is there really rabies flu? And then he asks them, do you know what rabies flu is? Then suddenly he walks away from there and says, I have heard about it. Let's watch it live through the security footage. Then we will know about it, and then he goes to the security room at the same time, and looks at the camera. Here, all those people who are in that room, all those people who have become Joe. And they start killing and eating all the people present inside. Even that girl had died. They start killing and eating her too. As soon as they see those pictures, their condition gets worse, and they say, report, call the police now, call the police now. They are unable to understand what is happening here. Here our hero is standing near his car and signals that come quickly, this place is no longer safe. We have to leave from here immediately. And then he sits in the car and starts leaving quickly. This person looks at our hero and says in surprise, Brother Jong, thank you for helping. But who are you? I did not recognize you. Our hero replies, my name is Jong. I have been appointed to protect you. You do not need to know who the employer is. Then this person asks, brother, is this rabies flu real? Because as far as I know, the internet has denied it, saying that it does not exist. Jong looks back and answers, after seeing everything that happened in the room, do you still want to say that it was just an illusion? The man wearing glasses looks at them and says, yes, they are fine. But is there no medicine that can cure them? Our hero replies while looking in the mirror, this disaster will not end. It is getting worse. This world is already heading towards apocalypse. Everyone gets shocked listening to him. Then suddenly our hero feels something strange, and then he looks out of the car. Here, everyone is shouting to help. Help me. And many people get scared and say, hey, what are you doing? And these infected people attack many people. Seeing all this, he says that the current situation is only a small outbreak in specific areas. And I tell you that most of the people are still in the incubation stage. And soon it will be massively out of control. If you want to survive, from now on, you have to follow whatever I tell you. All reply, yes, Brother Zhang, of course we will do that. At the same time, the system shows that the mission has been completed. 20 points have been obtained. And then he looks at it and thinks to himself, oh wow, it's completed, that's right. And then he thinks to himself, it's completed, that's right. And then he says, let's see what new reward has come to the store now. And then the system store opens, and he sees that the Surapocalypse Farmer Supply Box with 2 points, the Chinese Lentils and Protein Supply Box, and the Weapon Deterrent Supply Box. Looking at it, he thinks to himself that this Apocalypse Farmer Box is still here. It seems that to refresh it, I have to either buy it or spend points from the menu. And then he raises his hand at the same time and says, all these boxes seem useful. And don't seem too expensive to me either. Once we get back to the fortress, I'll redeem them all. And then he leaves, saying that now there is a more complicated problem. Because we trusted him like a brother. I remember that in the past life, Zhang Chai's dorm betrayed him. Because of which many others were killed by zombies. Zhang Chai was the only one who survived this ordeal. Looking at them, he wonders to himself who was the one who killed everyone. On the other side, in his room, this woman says, hey dear, how is everything going over there? And then replies here, there is so much craziness going on over there. I'm even scared to go to the store myself. People start behaving weirdly and soon Webb is about to finish some work. When are you bringing the stuff you promised to bring? Then suddenly someone starts knocking on the door. She gets scared and says, what? It's Webb. And then she says at the same time that someone is knocking on the door, I will call you later. And then she looks out of the door lens, and she feels relieved after seeing him. And she calms down and says, it's you. Yes, yes. Why were you banging the door so loudly? You almost scared me. And then she replies that old Grandpa Lee has been taken from the first floor this morning. She gets surprised hearing this and thinks, how were they taken? And then she says that a police car and an ambulance took them together. She gets surprised thinking this and puts her hand on her chin and says, he told me this morning. Why was there so much chaos? Looks like it's rabies flu. No scare tactics. This is real. And she asks if Seong has delivered the promised goods. And then she picks up her mobile and says, no, not yet. He hasn't delivered. And then she points with her finger and says, I already told you that men can't be trusted. But listen to me carefully. Call him and tell him that Seong. He has a huge stock of goods, which can be enough to make a profit during the epidemic. She gets surprised to hear this and asks, how do you know? And then she turns her face away and says, last time, when I was kicked out of Seong's house. So I sent my spies to keep an eye on him. So during that time I found out that the truck was coming regularly to deliver goods to his factory. And then she gets irritated hearing that how can this guy know about the pandemic beforehand when she has already bought all the stuff? And then she says, so what? Didn't Lee know about it right away? And then she answers me, trust me. Call him right now and complete the deal as soon as possible. When the money starts rolling in, sing. She asked us to give a big discount. After a while, our hero reaches the Ville with everyone. And then they all get out of the car. One person got injured too. And then he says, wow, this place is incredible. It's like a fortress. Our hero turns and looks at him and says with a smile, yeah, this isn't everyone's first reaction. Everyone who has seen this place has reacted just like you. Then this old man and his granddaughter both come and say, hey Zhang, you're finally back. We were worried about you. Then Shang looks at them and asks, are you okay? Our hero replies, yes, I am fine. Don't worry, Sang. He looks back and says, Sang, Shang, we have some new members, and let me introduce them. And then they all come close to him. Our hero raises his hand and points. This is Zong Kai, and these are all his classmates. Then he looks at these two and says this is Sang Sang and this is Shanbo. Shang smiles and says if these people have been chosen by Brother Zhong as his companions, then we should welcome them. And then our hero looks at the old man and says, Sang Bo, please take some people and show them this area, and make them aware of our rules and regulations. This man wearing glasses here looks at the fort and says why this place looks like we have come to northern Myanmar. After this guy raises his hand and pointing towards himself says, hey, can you give us some weapons too, so that we can contribute to the defense of this place? Our hero turns and looks at them. And then this guy wearing glasses says, don't be so eager to get gambling weapons. We have just come here. We have to win their trust first. Our hero turns back and says, don't worry, you will get weapons in a few days. And then he looks at the injured guy and says, by the way, his injury is serious. We should get him checked in the medical room first. After this, everyone starts going to their respective rooms. And here some people prepare to cook food, and then he says, hey, how comfortable. And then he looks at him and says, if you had not stopped me, maybe we would have weapons by now. And then this guy looks at him and says, hey, why did you stop me? If you hadn't stopped me, we would probably have weapons right now. And then he points his finger down and says, this is safer than that, given our current situation. The man moves closer to him and says, don't say that, after all, he saved us. We don't know anything about that yet. We don't even know why he's helping us. And then the other man looks at him and says, do you remember? He didn't tell anyone. He's assigned to protect us. Then he says it seems like someone has kept him to protect us. And who knows, he might not be telling the truth. Then he gets angry and says look how he is treating Chong. He has asked his judges to monitor him in the medical room. But that room is safer than the prison. And then he says who knows? That old man might be planning to chop off his limbs. He looks very angry and says that is why we have to attack first. Then this fat man explains to him, what if we got wrong information about him? Who knows, he might really want to be nice to us. Won't that be a betrayal to us? He has saved our lives and we can't treat him like this. After this, he raises his hand and says, listen to me. I would rather deceive the world than be deceived by the world. If what Zhong has said is true, then we will capture the fort and take control. After this, he starts smiling and says that apart from us and that Zhong boy, there is only an old man and a young girl here. When Zhong leaves, we will capture both of them and take them into our custody. And that girl is also very cute. After this, we can do this. Saying this, he starts smiling. At the same time, standing next to him, he starts staring at him and thinks in his mind that what kind of a person is this who is thinking of cheating. And then this person starts laughing and clapping and says, hey, let me relax. I'm just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and relaxes and says, hey, wow. Don't scare me like this, brother. You haven't even started the destruction yet, and you're already thinking about chaos. The fat man says, yes, if he really wanted to chop off our limbs, he could have locked us up earlier. Especially when he also has guns. Then the shower is turned on, and then the two men take a shower. And the old man thinks to himself, yeah, you are not fit to plot. One has to be ruthless in chaotic times. Once I succeed, you two can be my permanent companions for life. On the other side, both the old man and Shen Shang walk up to our protagonist and say to him, Xiang, Zhang Kai and the others have been compromised. The seriously convicted man's name is Chan Chok. He is lying in the medical room right now, and all the doors and windows are closed as per your instructions. Our protagonist stands up and says with a smile, thank you, Shang Bo. And now I think you and Shen Sheng should get some rest. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? After saying that, he lifts his finger and says, hey, by the way, so, tell me one thing. Keep a close eye on Zhang Chai's other two classmates besides Chen Zong. I think one of them is a traitor. Shang Bo becomes alert upon hearing this. Our hero then goes to the storeroom and opens the system and says in the store, we should check the goods once. And then he clicks on the system box. The system shows that Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box, Level 1 has been successfully redeemed, and 2 points have been deducted and the current point is 18. After this, a lot of light starts flashing. And on the other side, it is told in the notification that sugar pulses and protein supply box level 1 has been successfully redeemed. 5 points have been deducted. The current is 13 points. After giving so much information, our hero thinks in his mind that hey, the prizes of these boxes are very good. All the prizes were shining like gold, and then he says, however, now it is not so good to spend money openly. The resources coming are rare in Apocalypse. This prize is priceless. On the other side, a lot of cars are coming fast on the road. Looking at them, it seems that they are going to attack someone. And in a short while, our hero. They stand outside the fort, and they come out of the car. They were holding weapons, and he says, yes, I have come to Jiang, just confirming. Are you here? And then another person calls and says, okay, when I come back, let's have dinner together. After this, all the people move forward with their weapons, and then this person signals with his hand and says, hey, all of you break the door of this fort. At the same time, all the people go towards the door and start hitting it with sticks and kicks. But there is no change in it because the door is very strong. This person thinks in his mind that, hey, this door is very strong. And then he says, hey boss, this door is hardly an inch thick, and with the weapons we have, we are not able to break this door. Hearing this, he gets very angry and clenches his fist and says, damn, who uses such a thick door in a normal house? It seems that they have made their door very strong. Then suddenly everyone starts taking out the cans from the car. Actually, those cans contain petrol bottles. And then they open the cans and see, in which there are petrol bottles, and then they set the petrol bottles on fire and start throwing them on the fort. Due to which fire breaks out all around the fort and people stand and start watching the spectacle. And then after this, everyone starts throwing bottles filled with petrol on the fort. Due to which a huge fire breaks out all around. Sheng gets scared seeing this and says, hey, there is a fire here. And then she immediately runs towards the fort with a bucket of water to extinguish the fire. And everyone helps her and runs towards her to extinguish the fire. Sheng says extinguish the fire quickly. And then she realizes that Brother Zhang was right, that the disaster has not yet come completely, and extreme conditions have already started occurring. And then she starts trying to extinguish the fire with her bucket. Here our hero and Shangbo both come into action with their guns. And then he stands inside the fort and says, let me see who is the person who is creating trouble. And then he sits in the elevator at the same time and goes up to the fort and looks from top to bottom. And he says that, hey, this person looks familiar. It seems I have seen him somewhere. And I have seen this car somewhere too. The old man recognized him after seeing him. And then he says that, hey, this is the same man who stopped us on the highway and did a road rage incident with us. Here this person looks up towards the fort and says, boss, they are up at the fort. And then this person points with his hand and says, yes, this is him. This is the same small thug. Let's teach them a lesson now. And then he points with his hand from above and says, hey, small thug, go away from here. Otherwise, I will burn your doghouse. Our hero looks down and says, you have 5 minutes to get rid of your goons. At the same time, all these boys come into action and say, are you still small kids? Don't you know who our boss is? You don't know about our boss. How dare you mess with our boss? And then he says, stop wasting time with him and bring out the other 2 boxes of Molotov. Our hero looks at the system at the same time, and the system shows that a new task has been issued. Shen looks at them and says, hey Jian, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot? At the same time, the system shows that the new task is normal danger. The task objective is that the base is under attack. Eliminate the threat as soon as possible, and you will get 10 points of reward. Our hero understands this, and then he takes his gun and comes into action at the same time. And he aims at all those people and says, warning. These people are clearly gangsters. The system has not completely broken down yet, and they are already arson. And he doesn't care if someone gets burnt or property gets damaged, and then he starts targeting them. And then he says that leaving these thugs alive during the apocalypse will only harm more innocent people, and we will also be in danger. And then he fires a bullet from his gun at the same time. Here the bullet hits this person and his hand gets cut, and he says, hey my hand. He starts screaming badly. Our hero looks at him and says, hey man, the target was missed. After living a peaceful life for so long, I feel like I have become rusty. And then he says, hey man, they have guns? And he also has a rifle. Everyone starts running from there realizing the danger, and says, hey brother, back off, cover me. You little thugs, just stop, damn it. Everyone starts running, even Bose starts running from there. Our hero says that whatever work you have started, complete it today itself. I don't like to wait. And then he starts raining bullets at the same time. Bullets pierce through the chest of many people, and almost all the people were injured. This person is shot straight through the head, and all the people start screaming badly, but some people survive, and they sit in the car. The condition of all the people had become very bad. And then the boss says, hey brother, drive fast, drive the car, run away from here, if you want to save your life. From here Shenbo smiles and says that they are trying to run away in the car. Seeing this, our hero says that don't worry, that's why I am holding an automatic rifle. And then he starts attacking that car with his automatic rifle at the same time. Due to which all the 4 tires of that car get punctured, and smoke starts coming out. And then he keeps firing continuously from his gun. The old man is surprised to see him and says, the way he hip fires and reloads so smoothly. Even in my service I have never seen such a good player. After this he thinks to himself, who is giant after all. Here everyone's condition has become very bad. Almost the condition of the car also becomes very bad. And it seems that everyone inside the car is dead. Our hero looks at the old man and says, call Shun Bo Zhang Kai and others out and clean the outside. Then suddenly a thought comes to his mind, and he says, wait a moment. And then he says, we are still in the initial stage of disaster. What if I turn these corpses into zombies and use them as practice for Zongchai and Sing Seng? That would be great. And then he says, never mind Shenbo, don't rush. Shenbo replies, shall we leave these people lying on the road? Our hero replies, yes, I have other plans for them. On the other side, there are 2 cars going very fast. Actually, his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend is sitting in this car. And he says, we are almost there. And we are about to reach. The lady sitting in the car says, what a cute, playful voice. This is, I think the next intersection is there. And then she looks at him and thinks to herself, every time you are around the Songqing you do this drama. And you think I don't know about this. What are you doing? I know everything. And then everyone reaches our hero's villa. And he says, I will park the car right here and wait for you, okay baby? Text me when you are inside. And then the lady there says, okay. Jiahoya, let's go. And then she is surprised looking at him and says, hey, do I have to go too? And then she says, yes, of course you have to go too. You are coming. Otherwise, how will I know which factory is this? And then she replies with a smile, just go straight ahead. You will recognize it immediately. And then she says, besides my shoes, I am having trouble walking. And then she starts pulling him out and says, high heels or not, stop complaining, come with me. And then she says, no, my bag and my phone are in it, I can't go. And then she says, leave it in the car, I have my bag too. And then both of them start going closer to our hero's fort. Here Lee talks on the phone and says, hey, you all get ready, and now it's the right time. Then suddenly a car is seen coming from behind and says, as soon as my car starts, follow me. There are almost goons sitting in this car. And he says, okay, sir. Here this girl says while leaving that, hey Jin Jin, why have you dragged me into this? You could have gone alone. And then Jin Jin replies that yes, you are very old. Do you really think that I will get trapped in your small tricks, or do you think I am stupid? And then she replies, hey Jin Jin, you are misunderstanding me. I am dressed in such a way so that I can trap that loser Zhang. Then suddenly he looks at her and gets surprised and asks, hey, what is happening here? The same scene was there. All the people were lying dead side by side. And she says, hey, what is this nonsense? What happened here? What kind of firing has happened here? And then both of them start panicking and she holds him and says, Jin Jin, all these people are dead. Maybe we should go back from here. Then suddenly a hand is seen rising. This person was actually alive. And then she says, looking at the blood marks, it seems that he has been dead for a long time. It may be that 2 groups were fighting for Zhang's supplies. Here this person is alive and is sitting inside the car and listening to them. And then this girl looks towards the fort, and after seeing that scene explains to them that it is possible that now that Zhang may not be alive. And then she says, No, it's not like that. Their death doesn't matter. But I wonder if the supplies are still there. Maybe we should go back and let Lee's people handle this work. We should not get into this mess. Here this person tries to get out. Then the girl says, let's sneak in and see if the factory door is closed or not. Both of them feel the danger, but still she reaches the door of the fort to see if the door is opened or closed. And then she knocks on the door of the fort. And then she says, hey, this gate is really tightly sealed, and it seems that we cannot see anything inside. And then she replies, yes, of course. I told you that this gate is tightly closed, so what does it mean that Jong is safe? So now our conspiracy will not be completed. Then suddenly Shen Shen's eyes fall on these two girls, and she asks, hey, who are you both, and what are you doing here? Shang Shang comes into action with her gun, and asks, how did you find this place? Who told you about this place? And then these two girls reply, hey little girl, I am Jong's friend. And then she says that I am Jian's girlfriend. Shang Shang gets a little suspicious on their words, so she immediately turns back and asks Jong, hey brother Jong, there are two women outside the gate. One is your friend and one of them is claiming to be your girlfriend. On the other hand, both these girls were getting irritated seeing all this. And then she says, now I understand why that bastard Jong suddenly changed his attitude. He has got a new girlfriend, so? And then this other girl replies that Jin Jing, don't show that you are upset. No matter what happens, we have to focus on our work. And remember that the woman present has a crossbow weapon. And then she asks him that seeing the situation here, do you think that Lai can handle it? And then she gets angry thinking about him, and says, hey relax, he has brought some tricks. As long as we keep the gate open, we will be able to take down Jian. On the other hand, Jong looks outside the fort and says, hey, this is Kui Jing. It is when Hua, our hero, does not understand her plan. And then he activates his mind eyes skill at the same time. Using this skill, he can read the mind and thoughts of others secretly. And then he looks down and asks, hey, why are you two here? Jin Jin raises her hand and says, hey Xiang, we are friends. Can we come to meet you? Things are very chaotic right now. We are worried about you. And we are worried about you. Our hero starts smiling and says, you are worried about me. If I am not wrong, that scoundrel Li Suk Si-ong should be nearby, right? Hearing this, Shang Shang was standing nearby and thinks in her mind that what is going on here? If he is her friend, then why is he giving her such a reply? And then our hero says, how many people have you brought? What weapons do you have? Our hero understands their conspiracy because he understands all their conspiracies secretly through his mind eye skill. These two women get very surprised to hear this and think in their mind that how did he know about this? He has just arrived, and how did he come to know all these things so soon? Our hero fires his gun at them and starts firing by aiming around them. And then these two girls immediately decide to run away from there and runs away from there and says, hey Jong, have you gone crazy? You are really shooting at me. And then she looks at them and says, hey, he has a gun. Talk calmly and don't try to provoke him. And then she says, what is there to be afraid of in this? Does he really have the guts to shoot or kill me? Our hero looks at them with a smile and says, hey, shoot and kill. It is very easy for both of you. Hearing this, once again both of them are surprised that how does he know about our conspiracy? Then suddenly they feel something strange, and they look back. As soon as they turn back, the corpses that were lying on the ground, rabies spread in them. And then they become zombies. And then they move forward to attack both of them. Seeing them, these girls get scared and say, hey, what is that? They are patients of rabies flu who are coming to attack us. Jin Jin says, hey, can rabies flu really bring the dead back to life? Our hero at the same time says, I want you both to die at their hands. Then suddenly this zombie roars fast and pounces on them. And both these girls manage to save their lives and run away from there. And then she starts running away from there shouting, hey Lee, where are you? Lee immediately gets out of the car and looks. The condition of these two girls has become very bad. They started crying and they shouted, hey Lee, save me, otherwise people here will kill me. Seeing this, Lee's condition worsens and he says, hey, how can there be rabies flu patients here? Lee senses the danger at that very moment, and then he decides to run away from there. And then he immediately calls from the walkie-talkie and says, hey, there is rabies flu. Hurry up and turn back and run away from here immediately. Both the girls are not able to reach the car, and Lee deceives them and runs away. And then the girl says, "Hey, you are a bastard, and you are running away, leaving us." She gets very irritated and she says, "Lee, I don't want to die like this." She gets very irritated thinking this and takes off her bag, and she wants to hit him with that bag, but that bag gets stuck in her leg. Then suddenly a zombie comes from behind and hits her, due to which she falls on the ground and screams loudly, and then all the zombies come close to her roaring. The girl gets badly frightened, and she says, "Hey, wait, wait, wait." But no zombie stops, and he moves forward to attack her. This gets very bad, and she says, "Hey, Ku Jing Jing, you two have left from here, you bastard bitch." Here Kai Jing had run away from there, and then she shouts from behind that you will not die a good death. Saying this, she starts coughing, and then she says smilingly that you deserved this. Here the system informs that the mission normal threat is neutralized. System points 10 have been added and current points have become 18. Shang gets shocked to see this scene. She still could not understand that she is his friend and girlfriend. Yet why did he treat them like this? The system shows that a new mission has been released. And in the new mission, there is a road cleaning mission. And the objective of the mission is to clear the infected and monsters roaming outside the base, for which reward points 10 will be given. Sang puts her hand over her mouth and says, "They just turned into zombies out of nowhere." Our hero looks at Sing and says, "So this is really the beginning of the apocalypse. And now there is a huge amount of foreign infection source, and the dead will quickly turn into zombies when they come in contact with the outside door. Even the injured or weak people among the living will be at a higher risk of mutation." Sang listens to her seriously and says, "Oh, so is that so?" After this, our hero turns and starts to leave and says, "Call everyone and we need to have a meeting." After this, everyone comes in the room, and Sang closes the door and comes and sits in her place. Our hero says, "For the next 2 days, stay indoors unless necessary. Keep the windows and doors tightly closed and let your body slowly adapt to the infection. And this will greatly reduce the risk of mutation." Here Zhang Kai was surprised to hear this, and he says, "What are you thinking about, Brother Chang?" Because he is still lying on the bed and looking at his condition, it doesn't seem that he will be able to recover, and some strange changes are happening in his body. Friends, this chapter ends here. See you in the next chapter. Till then, take care of yourself and your family.
On the other hand, everyone starts running here and there and chaos spreads everywhere. Smoke starts coming out of the buildings. No one could understand what is happening here. And then he goes out of the window and looks, and gets scared, and says, "Oh no, there is complete chaos there. This person's name is Jay. Actually, he was the same person who sold the supplies to our hero." And then he immediately comes inside the house, and tells his wife that I have to go to the warehouse tonight, and have to bring back the remaining material. Hearing this, his wife gets a little scared. What is going to happen now? And then he says, "Hey Xiaoli, you and Shuai both stay at home, and one thing has to be taken special care of. No matter what happens, do not open the door for anyone except me." And then he asks, "Did you understand what I said?" Xylee replies, "Okay." Then suddenly there is a sound of knocking on the door, and he turns towards the door to see who has come at this time. And then someone starts banging the door loudly. Bai Jay immediately senses the danger. And then he signals his wife to keep quiet and not make any noise. His wife becomes quiet and puts her hand on her child's mouth so that no noise is made. But keeping quiet did not make any difference because someone was still knocking on the door. Bai Jay had now understood that he had no other option but to go out and check. And then he decided to go out and reach the door with a stick. A voice came from outside asking Bai Jay, "Are you at home?" Bai Jay was still surprised that who could be this man who was calling me by my name. Do I know him? After thinking for a while, he decided to close the door. And then he slowly opens the door and looks around. And as soon as he sees him, he recognizes that it is Yang Tao. And then he immediately tries to close the door. But before that, Yang Tao pulls Bai Jay's sign and kicks it. And says, "Hey, what nonsense? And why are you hitting me?" By then all of Yang Tao's friends enter the house. And they throw Bai Jay upside down on the ground. And they start beating him. And then he comes and stands behind him. Bai Jay says, "Hey Yang Tao, leave me. What are you trying to do to me?" And then he says, "I have always treated you very well. And how can you treat me like this? And then he points towards himself with his thumb and says, say it again that you have treated me well. After saying this, he starts laughing. And he says that in your eyes, I am just a servant. He starts shouting and says, yes, I have paid a little advance, but you have earned enough from many houses. And then he gets serious and says that enough of this nonsense. Give me the keys to your warehouse. And give me the address. And thinks in his mind that if I give him the keys, he will loot the warehouse completely. He does not give him the keys and does not react. And then Yong Tao looks at him and says, you are still adamant, do you not want to give me the keys? And then he thinks in his mind that he will not give the keys like this. I will have to use some other trick to get the keys. And then his eyes fall on his wife. And then he goes to his wife at the same time and pulls her hair. And Hey looks at Bai Jie and says, look here you bastard. Now tell me that you will give me the keys. At the same time his son says, hey, leave my mother. Why are you beating my mother? Saying this he starts crying badly. And he immediately bites his hand. And then he says, hey you little child, have you gone mad? Yong Tao immediately removes his hand. And immediately pulls that child and slaps him. And that child goes away and falls on the ground. And his partner catches the kid. Bai Jie says, hey bastard, if you have guts, come to me and leave my wife and child alone. Yong Tao looks at him and says, hey don't worry. If you agree to our proposal, then your wife and your child will be safe. Take us to the warehouse. Now seeing the situation he had no other option. So he has to agree to his words. And then he gets ready to take everyone to the warehouse. In a short while everyone reaches the warehouse. As soon as they reach the warehouse, they see that there are only a few boxes here. And he asks where did the rest of the stuff go? Bai Jie replies, hey you are the person who found that big customer and brought him to me. The same person bought all the supplies. Even the supplies with expiry date were bought by him. There is nothing left here. Yong Tao then frowns and thinks, oh yes, brother Jiang, I told you about that big customer. And he has bought all those supplies. And then he gets an idea. And then he thinks to himself, if we take over the supplies stored in the factory Jiang built, we won't need supplies for a lifetime. And then brother Jay says, I would advise you to stay away from him. Because when I was delivering supplies to him, I saw some men carrying guns. That man must have somehow gotten wind of this disaster. And then he looks at him and says, hey, you have to deal with this problem. Brother Jay looks at him in surprise and says, what do you mean? Then Yong Tao says, hey brother Jay, don't you think this is a good deal? Take the supplies from Jiang and in return, take your wife and child to safety. This is a fair trade. And then he gets very angry thinking that I am also trapped badly in this. But he is also forced to do so. On the other side in Jiang's fort, everyone went to see their friend in the patient's house. He is still lying on the bed and is screaming badly. He has slowly turned into a monster. Everyone starts getting scared. His friends start crying. And then he says that brother kill him. Our hero looks at him and thinks in his mind. And then this person asks, hey, what did you say? He replies that he is already dead. If you do not kill him, then he will get free in some way. And then it will become a danger for our lives. Then he says, hey brother, how can you say this? How can we leave him without trying? And then our hero looks back and says that he is right. Once a person gets infected, there is no possibility of him getting cured. And then he is surprised looking at him. And asks brother Jiang, is there no way to save him? Our hero at the same time takes out his dagger. And gives it in his hand and says, use this. He is surprised looking at him. Hey, what do you mean I should kill him? Our hero looks at him and says, yes, finish him off. And puts the knife near his neck. And then he says, you always wanted a weapon, right? So now take this and use it. And then he says, take this weapon and put him out of his misery. And then he holds that weapon and says, brother Jiang, let it be, I will kill him.
Our hero holds the knife in his hand. And he is very hesitant while holding the knife, because the person he was to kill now is his own friend. Our hero looks at him and says, hey, are you sure? What if what I said earlier is all a lie? And once you take this step, kill him, then you will officially become a murderer. And then he answers, no, brother Jiang, I trust you. And then our hero smiles and says, okay. Now go ahead and kill him, and then he moves towards him with the knife. But he was still hesitant to kill him, because he was his friend, who is now infected. Tears start flowing from his eyes. But still he holds his knife and raises his hand to kill. And then it is very fast, and he starts shouting loudly. At that moment, our hero comes and holds his hand. And then he looks at our hero, and he is surprised that, "Hey, Brother Zhang, why did you stop me?" Our hero looks at the system at the same time and says, "All of you go out. His condition is special, and I need him right now." And then the system notification shows that a rare mutated variant has been discovered. And then everyone goes out. Our hero closes the door and comes to him, and tests him whether he is understanding what we are saying or not. And then he asks, "Your name is Change Hong, right?" But he was not answering. He was just growling loudly. Our hero comes closer and says, "I have an important thing for you." On the other hand, the car loses its balance, due to which it gets into an accident. And then that man comes out. Actually, this is the same man who had supplied or sold the car to Zhang. And then he says, "Oh, what a misfortune. Today I barely escaped death." Our hero's fort is visible in front, and he says that he had almost reached there. Then suddenly a zombie was standing in ambush on him from behind. And then at the same time, the zombie attacks him, and he starts running from there to save his life. But the zombie catches his hand at the same time and bites his hand. Seeing this, he gets very scared and pushes him away. And he runs from there and immediately goes to the car and brings an iron rod, and hits his face with the rod, due to which he falls on the ground and beats him to death. And then he looks around and sees that there are a lot of zombies, and he thinks that it is not right for me to stay here for long. And then our hero's fort was just a short distance away. His hands and legs start trembling, and then he starts moving towards the fort. On the other side, our hero is training everyone how to behave when zombies come. And he tells everyone that you all should keep your weapons with you. Shang, seeing this, says, "Hey, Brother Zhang, why have you tied all this stuff with us? It looks very convenient and cumbersome." Our hero looks at him and responds, explains that zombies do not have reasoning, so their explosive power is more than a normal human, and they are very dangerous. And because of your current combat experience, you are very likely to get hurt. And protective equipment should be worn so that you can use it immediately. And then he explains that once you have more experience, you can remove it. And then they hide on the corner of a wall and see a zombie going the other way. Our hero warns everyone and says, "Hey, get ready. Everyone, we are in the zombie's range of perception." Shang Bo replies, "Okay," and Shang replies, "Okay, we are ready." The zombie starts approaching them, growling loudly at the same time. And our hero says, "We have been spotted. Get ready for war. He has seen us." And then he says, "Remember what I taught you. Take care of each other and maintain distance." As soon as the zombie comes close to our hero moves from his place and he dodges it, due to which he falls on the ground. And then our hero tells us that zombies have very low intelligence. The moment a zombie misses its attack is our biggest chance to kill it. And then he says, "Hurry up and aim for the back of his neck, because that's a sensitive spot and it will work quickly." And then this fat guy comes with an iron rod and hits his skull, which doesn't make much difference to the zombie. And here he gets a blow in his hand, due to which his hand starts hurting. Our hero sees him and shouts and says, "Hey, the skull is the hardest part of the head. You should not hit here. It cannot cause much harm, due to which there is a risk of your hands becoming numb." And then he asks him to attack his neck, but at the same time, the zombie attacks the fat man, and the fat man moves the iron rod forward, which causes him to stop, and as he goes to cut him, he ends up biting the iron rod because of the zombie moving the iron rod forward. And then he got very scared and said, "Hey, what is this nonsense? Save me, someone help me." Our hero says smilingly that very good, you took the right step. Otherwise he would have bitten you. And then I tell Zhong Kai that your partner needs you right now. Zhong Kai comes close to him with his stick at the same time, and then attacks his neck, due to which he falls on the ground, and then everyone starts beating him. Our hero looks at them and says, "Good, but one attack is not enough." And everyone beats him. Here he is hiding and watching our hero, and then Zhong Kai says, "Brother Zhang, how did we do this? I can't believe it." And then he tells, Yes, you did it." Then suddenly this zombie growls and moves fast towards our hero. Seeing this, Zhong Kai gets scared and says, "Hey, Brother Zhang, be careful. He is coming running fast towards you." Our hero turns and grabs his head. And Zhong Kai looks at him and says, "Hey, did you forget what I taught you? Never lose alertness while observing your surroundings. Hearing this, Jong Kai thinks to himself. Hereby Jay stumbles and reaches very close to our hero's fort. And he is looking from behind a wall and says, "Hey, zombies are already roaming here." Looking here, it seems that Jong has already been killed here. And then he tries to go closer to that car. Then he hears a voice that his companions need his support, and always be alert. Bai Jay is surprised to hear this voice that, "Hey, who is it and who is explaining to whom?" Then he realizes that, hey, this is the same voice or I have heard it before. Either it is Jong's voice. And then he looks from behind the car and says, "Hey, this is Jong and his team. Are they hunting crazy zombies?" Then suddenly a zombie is looking at him under his car. His eyes are shining, and she slowly tries to come out. This was actually Jong's ex-girlfriend's friend who had now become a zombie. And then she comes out and grabs Bai Jay's leg, and Bai Jay falls on the ground and gets very scared. The zombie attacks Brother Jay. Brother Jay gets very scared. Tears start flowing from his eyes. For a moment he thought that now he will not survive. He will die. But at that very moment our hero comes and fires a bullet from his gun, which hits the zombie's head, and its blood stains fall on Brother Jay. Brother Jay feels very disgusted and says, "Hey, these are blood stains." And then our hero sees it and asks, "Brother Jay, what are you doing here? You should not have been here." Hearing this, he goes to our hero and says, "Brother Jayan, I cannot believe that I am still seeing you alive. Seeing so many zombies here, I thought that you must have also died." Then suddenly our hero's eyes fall on his hand, and on seeing it, our hero becomes serious. He had understood this, that the zombie has bitten his hand, and he too might have got infected, and in a very short time, he too will become a zombie. Our hero senses the danger and points a gun at him to kill him at the same time, and says, "You have also been bitten by a zombie." But he raises his hands up and shouts, "Hey brother, please don't shoot. Give me a chance to say something. Listen to me." Our hero says, "Say what you want to say and don't try to get too close." And then he replies, "Brother Jong, I know I have already been infected and it won't take me more than half a day to become a crazy mutant. But I want to tell you one thing, that bastard Yang Ying has kidnapped my wife and child." Saying this, he starts crying badly and shouts that he is using them to blackmail me so that he can find a way to betray you and grab all your resources. Our hero listens to him carefully and he says, "Brother, I know I am not a great person, but I don't think I have ever done anything bad, and my wife and child are both innocent. Those bastards won't spare my wife and child. They will do worse to them than they did to me. And I know that. But Brother Jong, I beg you, please take care of them for the sake of all the things I helped you collect. In return for that favor, keep my wife and children safe." Our hero keeps pointing the gun at him and thinks to himself, although he did not do all this for his own benefit, he still helped me a lot. And then he thinks about his fort. The fort still has a lot of potential, and the balance has been slightly disturbed due to the higher number of men than women, and now it is an even more attractive offer. At the same time, the system shows that a new task has been added to the system task. Hand over the wife and child. And the task requirement is to save Zhang Xing's wife and child. 25 points will be given as a reward. And the task. The road is being cleared. The task requirement is to eliminate the infected monsters roaming outside the fort. 70% is done and reward points. 10 will be given. And then he looks at Brother Jay and tells him, "Don't worry, I will take care of your wife and child." Brother Jay gets emotional hearing this and asks, "Really, my brother? I will never forget your favor." And then he bows his head and thanks our hero, and says, "Is it true that you will go? I will never forget this favor of yours, and if I get the next birth, I will be your servant." And then he bows his head and sits in front of our hero, and says, "Will you do one thing?" Our hero asks what to do, and then he replies, "Finish me off. Because I don't want to be one of those crazy people and put my family's life in danger." After hearing this, our hero thinks seriously, and then an idea comes to his mind. And then he turns back and orders Shang Shang to bring a bike from the room for this. Shang Shang replies, "Okay." Our hero looks at him and says, "You go somewhere far away, where there are no people, like go somewhere secluded. He gets surprised to hear this and asks, "Why are you saying this?" Our hero says, "You don't need to know this because you don't have much time left. Just do what I say." Brother Jay is a little surprised to hear this, but in a short while he understands where he has to go. And says, "Okay, Jong, I understood what you said. Thank you, my brother." And then he takes a bicycle at the same time and starts riding very fast. And all he had on his mind was his wife and children. He understood where I have to go now. Here our hero and all the classmates were getting worried seeing that there are a lot of corpses. They have to be cleared quickly. And then he brings petrol at the same time and collects all the corpses and sets them all on fire. Our hero says that with your current strength and experience, 2 or 3 of you will be able to kill a single zombie with melee weapons without any harm. Everyone listens to him carefully and whatever he says. But when a small group or crowd of zombies comes, then you will definitely not be prepared, and you all will get scared seeing them. So now all of you come with me, and then our hero takes everyone inside the fort. And then Sambo asks what is happening here. And then our hero says, "Shambo, listen carefully to what I am going to say." And then he gives the keys to Shangbo and says, "There are weapons in this storeroom. I am going to the city tonight. The security of the fort is in your hands." Sambo takes the keys in his hand and says, "Hey Jong, why are you going there? Because the city must have turned into a madhouse by now and you are going alone." And then all his classmates shout happily and say, "Brother Jong, we will go with you." But that third fellow was still standing there. Our hero looks at them and says, "There is no need for this. You are not ready for such dangers yet. If you go then you will just become a burden." And then he looks at Shangbo and says, "Shangbo, I am trusting you. And you have to protect the fort." Shangbo replies, "Don't worry, Jong, I will protect it." After this, our hero sits in his car with some weapons and looks at the system. The system shows that the system stores are empty right now. 2 points will be deducted for manual refresh. And then he is surprised to see this, and says that the updates of this system store are very slow. And then I refresh the system at the same time. While refreshing, he says that this mission is difficult. So from the point of view of safety, I will refresh. And then it is shown in the system store that the current point is 26. And in the store right now, there are black tank supply box and life-saving supply box, armed prevention supply box. Seeing these, our hero thinks in his mind that the price of manual refresh has increased from 2 points to 4. In such a situation, I have to be careful. And then he clicks. And then he thinks in his mind that, but the refresh boxes are good and I still have enough points. And then he clicks on Black Tank Supply Box Level 1, which is redeemed at the same time and 20 points are deducted and the current score is shown as 6. At the same time, a very bright light appears in the car. And the system shows that the blood bank supply box has opened and the reward is physical strength enhancement serum plus 5 points. Here our hero still felt the light in his eyes, and then he puts his hand on his eyes and says it seems as if I just flashed myself. And then the injection appears. And he says what nonsense, there are 5 physical strength enhancement serum, and then he takes the injection in his hand and thinks in his mind that I should use it immediately. And then he immediately puts the injection in his hand, and a lot of energy appears. He also starts coughing. The system shows that the characteristics of Terra and normal human are 260% local in his mind's eye. On the other side, in Brother Jay's house, his wife and children were still sitting and crying. And his wife was calming her child and saying, "Don't be afraid, son. Papa will take care of everything and he will come soon." By then he comes again. Seeing him, his wife gets scared and says, "Hey, what have you come here to do?" And then at the same time, he grabs his wife's hair and says, "What do you think? Of course we are going to have some fun. What do you think about this?" Hearing this, his wife gets very scared and says, "No, don't do anything, leave me." He grabs her clothes and her shirt gets torn. He says, "Leave me, let me go." Everyone starts pulling her clothes and having fun. Suddenly a person comes and stares at them and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you making so much noise?" Everyone looks at him and says, "Hey, Bai Li, come and join us and have fun with us." Bai Li replies, "Hey, the work is not done yet, and you are already thinking about it, let it go." And then that person looks at them and says, "Hey, what's the problem? This is not the first time we have done this. We have done this before." And then Bai Li gets angry hearing this and says, "Now you are messing with his wife and child." What if he is not able to tolerate this and tries to commit suicide? And if they die, then they will have nothing more to lose and they will fight us till death. So I'm telling him to let him go. He won't spare any of us. And then he looks at everyone and says, once we deal with that guy, then we'll come back and then we'll all have fun together. Everyone agrees to listen to him and says, okay, whatever it is, I'll listen to you. This is great. And then this guy teases the brother's wife from the Jeep and says, hey, you wait for me, I'll definitely come for you, and then we'll have fun together. Here, things were getting even worse outside, and our hero is stuck in a traffic jam and he stops his car and thinks to himself, I have 13 points of stamina and that's more than twice the average person. Even my reaction and control have improved a lot. And then he drives the car faster at the same time, and he says it feels awesome. All the humans here had now turned into zombies and were damaging the property nearby. Our hero gets out of the moving car, and looking outside, he thinks to himself that the city center is ahead. And driving is attracting too much attention, so I think I should go on foot. Suddenly a zombie comes screaming towards our hero. Our hero comes into action at the same time because when he was sitting in the car, he also took enough weapons with him. And then he punches him on the head and traps his hand in his hand and makes him fall on the ground. And then he moves his hand forward at the same time. And with the help of his skill, his weapon comes to him at the same time. He quickly runs towards those zombies. And whatever they have, he breaks it into pieces. And looking back, he says, no matter how much strength they have, I have now completely controlled these zombies. And so it is like having more than twice the physical strength of an average person. Apart from this, my senses have also proved to be much better. He hears some strange sound, and he says how this blockade is happening, about 800 meters away. The system shows that the trigger, encounter mission, and random mission and encounter mission are shown. On the other hand, all the zombies are trying to enter the showroom, and all the people present inside start screaming out of fear. And they say, we are surrounded from all sides. And the security guard has a gun, and he is protecting everyone with that gun and says, hurry up, bring some heavy stuff here. Everyone listens to him and starts carrying heavy stuff towards the door so that the door does not close. And then this boy looks at his father and says, Papa, will we all die here? His father replies, don't worry, son. These bastards cannot come inside because we have closed the way. And even if they come, then in the worst case, we will meet your mother again. Hearing this, the child starts crying badly. And then the security guard looks at him and says, oh wow, old song, do you ever think before speaking? You are really spoiling things. And then he looks at the security guard and replies, hey, it is important to think before speaking. If I could do this, I would have become a property manager by now. And then he looks at him and says, hey, are we really going to die here today, or do we have any way to get out? Then suddenly the shadow of a zombie is seen from outside. At the same time, the security guard comes into action. He feels that someone is breaking the door from outside. And then everyone says, what is this sound? Suddenly a headless zombie is seen, seeing which the child falls on the ground. His condition is bad. The head of that person is cut off, and there are blood stains on the wall. The security guard is surprised to see him and says, you and Jikshu move the stuff aside. And keep quiet. No one will make a sound, and then these two people start moving the heavy stuff from there. And the security guard tries to go out. Everyone takes some weapons in their hands and starts moving forward, and he says who has done all this. What is all this happening? The boy gets scared seeing this, and he says. The boy looks at them, and he feels it, and he says it is a mutant. And it must be a mutant. His father replies, mutant. What does that mean? And then they tell the boy that it is a stronger version of a regular zombie. And this is how it is established in comics, novels, and games. And then he scolds his boy saying, comics, novels, games, no wonder your grades are always at the bottom. Here this security guard is aiming his gun at all the zombies and looks back and says, hey old song, you lack emotional intelligence. Now this is not the time to talk nonsense, and then he says, hurry up, keep a close eye on the surroundings. We don't want that mutant to ambush us, and we get killed by him. And then they slowly start moving forward, and the security guard says everyone should focus on their direction, and slowly they will move towards the base. And then he reaches the corner of the building and orders everyone to stop. Here our hero is standing. They are surprised to see him, and they say, "What is happening here, and who is he?" Our hero is looking at the system, and the system shows that the encounter rescue is complete. The system digit 5 is added, and the current digit is 11. Seeing this, the boy says that it must be a mutant. And then the security guard looks at him and says, "He looks like a living child to me. I am sure he cannot be a zombie." Our hero looks back and says, "Mutant, your imagination power is very good." The security guard comes to our hero smiling and says that it seems that he is really alive. And then he says to our hero, "Young man, staying here alone is not free from danger. It would be better if you come with us. And to survive in such times you have to stay together." After seeing this, our hero thinks to himself and asks them, "Who are you guys? Are there only a few of you left?" The security guard replies, "We are looking for supplies, and there are still some citizens gathered in Rose-Yang Garden." Our hero looks at them and says, "Rose-Yang Garden? I remember there is a JNU mansion nearby." And then he asks what? "It is not nearby." And then the person with him says, "Yes, it is across the street." And then he puts his hand on our hero's shoulder and says, "Little brother, come with us. There is strength in numbers. Captain Lee has guns, and we have a lot of experience in dealing with crazy people. We can protect you." Our hero thinks to himself and smiles, but he still behaves like a stranger and says, Okay, thank you very much for protecting me." Friends, once again, welcome to this series. So let's start the video. This person looks at our hero and says, "Hey kid, you were asking about JNU Mansion. Do you want to meet someone important?" Our hero replies yes. On hearing this, he turns his head towards our hero and asks, "Is that person your relative or your girlfriend?" And then he comes close to our hero and puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Friend, now the world is ending. And the person you were looking for is probably already dead. And you need to be mentally prepared for this." Here, this security guard was very angry and says, even if he is not killed by the destroyers, he could still encounter them. And angrily says those animals. Our hero, listening to him, says, "Hey, what does that mean? What animals were they?" And then he tells me that there is a group of goons hiding in the hilly area to the east of the city. They do not hesitate to harm other children to survive. And once we had confronted them, and many of our companions were killed by them, and then he turns to our hero and says, "Hey, let's not talk about this. In any case, until we meet other children, and we have to pay attention to vigilance here." Then suddenly a zombie appears from in front of him, and then this boy says, "Hey, Uncle Lee, be careful," and then he moves forward to attack Uncle Lee at the same time. Uncle Lee kills him with his gun at the same time, and then he looks at him and says, "Damn, I killed him." There were still many zombies here, who turned to him after hearing the sound. The security guard gets scared and says, "Hey, the gunshot has attracted all these goons towards us, and they are all coming towards us." He was getting worried. He didn't know what to do. And then he says, "Everyone calm down, and quickly look around and find a safe place to run." Then suddenly he sees a bus. And then everyone runs towards the bus. The security guard tells everyone to run and get inside the bus. Our hero thinks to himself that running wildly might attract more people, but as a closed shelter, the bus is perfect for rescue. And the only drawback is that if it collapses, there will be no place to retreat. And then the security guard opens the door and sees our hero and says, "Hey brother, come quickly, come quickly." Our hero immediately runs towards the bus and goes inside the bus. And then the security guard says, "Be careful. Check every seat carefully to see if any attacker is hiding." And then this person peeks through the windows and says, "They have not given up, and they are all gathering, and they have found us, and they are coming this way." And then they all come and stand at the windows of the bus and start shouting. The security guard was also sweating now, and he says, "Are we going too slow?" And then all the zombies start attacking the buses. Then one zombie opens the door. The security guard stands in front of the door and tries to close it. His condition has worsened, and he says, "I can't stop them anymore." Our hero extends his hand at the same time, and with great ease he catches the door and closes it. The security guard is surprised to see this and says, "Wow, how do you have such incredible strength? Our hero replies, I am locking the door, so it can't open, and calls all of you and break the windows and fight them. The security guard understands our hero's gesture, and then they break all the windows at the same time, and they look out of the buses and attack them with whatever weapons they have. And then this person takes a stick at the same time and hits him on the head, and some people hold him and help him. The security guard also understands now, and he says that with so many destructive people, these bullets will not be enough. We will need more bullets. Then suddenly he hears a voice from behind saying use it. He looks back. Our hero had brought some weapons with him in the car, and he gives them to me at the same time and says it's a crossbow. And I ask, hey brother, where did you get this? It's a great weapon. And then he replies, I picked it up casually earlier. And then he starts attacking everyone with that weapon at the same time. And he shouts loudly, hey thugs, get out of here. After a while, they had almost won over everyone, and then this guy shouts, we have turned danger into safety twice. And it's no coincidence. We are the children of this apocalypse. I am the child of destiny. Our hero stands up very calmly and says be careful and don't make such careless mistakes again. On the other side, at our hero's palace, everyone is following our hero's orders, and says, I hope everything goes well for Zhang Yang. But this guy points a finger at him and says, let me keep watch tonight. Singbo gets a little suspicious seeing him. And then this fat guy also says, hey, why are you getting so excited tonight all of a sudden? And then he yells at him and says, don't talk nonsense. When did I not get excited? And he gets very serious and says, mind your own business. This fat guy walks away from him at the same time and says, what happened? Why are you giving such a rude reply? Singbo loses faith in him, but still says everything is fine because Yiming is leading bravely. So everyone else should go back to their rooms and rest. And then he orders Yiming to be very careful. If something happens, give everyone space. And then he replies, it's been a while since he sat down, and then he thinks to himself that it's late. Now almost everyone must be asleep, and then at the same time I get up from my chair and says I don't have time to waste. I have to sort things out before Zhang Yang returns. Here he was sleeping on his bed. He was almost in deep sleep now, and this key is lying next to him. And then he enters his room. When Shambo was completely asleep, Lu Yiming enters the room. And then he sees the opportunity and tries to pick up the keys. Suddenly Shambo's eyes open and he is shocked to see him there. And then he immediately sits up and shouts, hey, what are you doing in my room at this time? Lu Yiming gets very scared to see Shambo, and then he punches Shambo on the head at the same time and runs away from there with the keys. Shambo gets scared because our hero had given the responsibility of the fort to Shambo. And then he shouts, hey bastard, what are you trying to do? Give me back the keys. Hearing this sound, everyone comes out of their rooms. Shen Shen says, hey, what happened? What is this sound? Sambo comes running to everyone and says, Lu Yiming has stolen the keys to the armory, and he has run away from here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately springs into action and rushes after Lu Yiming to catch him, shouting loudly, hey brother, wait, what are you planning to do? Lu Yiming quickly runs away. And then as he sees everyone coming closer, he throws all the stuff in the way so that they can't move forward, and then he says, hey man, he's a coward, ran away. And here Lai Zuming had reached the room where his friend got infected and turned into a monster. And then he enters the room and thinks that it would be better to leave from here, because I will untie the hands of this zombie here, so that all those people will not be able to move forward due to fear. And then he goes into the room and is looking at the zombie. Then he regains consciousness and he starts roaring loudly and says, hey, what the hell? Then suddenly one of his chains gets open. He gets scared and says, and thinks in his mind that was this guard not tied properly at that time? And then an idea comes to his mind and he says, great, this saved me the trouble of opening it myself. Here all the people run towards that room and that monster is standing there. On seeing him, all the people stop at their place. Here as soon as they see that monster, he is convinced that it is a zombie, and he says that the bastard has let the zombie out of the medical room. And then he says that he is trying to kill all of us. Seeing this situation, Shenbo says, hey, I never thought that this kid would be such a little scoundrel. I was thinking him to be a good man in the sentence. Sang Sang gets sad seeing this, and she says, "What will we do now, Dada? All our weapons are locked in the armory, and how can we attack him without weapons?" Shenbo says, "No matter what happens, we will all together try to lock this zombie back in the medical room." And then he shows everyone his hands and says, "Spread out on all sides." We have to maintain our position using the methods told by Zhang. And then he says, "Be very careful. Don't let him bite you." Everyone groups on one side and tries to come to him. And then they make all the plans. Some people go from behind and catch him. And his hand is also caught. He starts falling fast. And then they say we have controlled it. But we will not be able to control it for long. And then Sambo immediately opens the door and tells everyone that, "Hey, I have opened the door." And then he comes in front of the door and pushes that zombie and immediately closes the door. That zombie starts screaming from inside the door. After locking that zombie in the room, everyone starts talking among themselves and says that I thought it was not easy to control him, but this work was done so easily, I can't believe it. Shenbo replies, "I also felt the same." And then he says, "Oh no, we have wasted a lot of time here. That scoundrel must have picked up weapons by now. We have to go to him immediately to stop him." Here he was watching all this scene hiding, and he says, "Hey, are you talking about this scoundrel of yours? I did not know where that bastard Zhang has hidden all the weapons. There was only one gun in the armory, and I found it." And then he immediately takes out his weapon and points it at everyone and says, "But dealing with all of you is not enough. Once I deal with you, I will find everyone else." And then he tells everyone to move on. Come to the back room. Hearing this person gets very angry and says, "Lu Yaoming, what are you doing, brother? Zhang is generous. Why are you cheating them?" And then he replies that a big favor can turn into a big enmity. And you look at him how powerful and great Zhang has become. He saved us once, but now we are practically his slaves for life. Sambo hears this and says that it is true that there are some people. We are some people by nature. They are ungrateful. It is impossible to teach them. This person wearing glasses also says, "Lu Ming, don't do this." After hearing this, he shouts and says, "Shut up and do as I say." From here, he is watching Zombie Spring. On the other side, this security guard tells our hero that you should not go to JNU Mansion at this time. It is not the right time. If you still want to go, then I will tell you the way. You have to go ahead, and there will be another intersection. Then you will reach JNU Mansion. And I am warning you once again that the terrain of the campus is complicated, perfect for mutants to hide. Be very careful, kid. And when your people arrive, come to Rogyong Garden and make sure to meet us. And then he points with his thumb and tells that we are in Building 18. This is not the main entrance, but remember to enter from this side gate. Our hero shows his thumb and says, "Okay, sir, I understand," and saying this, he starts leaving from there. And then the person standing next to the security guard says, "Shouldn't we help him? After all, he saved us." The security guard says, "We don't know what is inside the JNU Mansion. If we go into the zombie crowd, then we will definitely die." And then he says, looking at him, it seems that he is definitely going towards death. The security guard says, "We have warned him about everything. Now if he does anything, then he himself will be responsible for it, and it is a shame that he has such good skills." The moon is visible in the darkness of the night, and almost everyone had become zombies. Here this person is standing and says that electricity is also gone and communication is not possible. This is the same person who had captured Brother Jay's wife and forced her husband to go to our hero to loot his supplies. He was still waiting for him. He didn't know that Brother Jay is dead now. At that time his partner comes to him and says, "Hey, you guys go to hell, I can't wait that long. I can't waste my energy by standing for so long." Actually, he was planning to loot Brother Jay's wife's honor. And then he says, "You are absolutely right, and I think Brother Jay is alone there. Maybe he is dead. And when we take out our anger, we will tie his wife so that she doesn't get a chance to commit suicide." His wife is still scared, and both are shaking with fear. And he says, "Who knows when our time will come? Let's enjoy it from now on, no regrets." Here this person is listening to all this and says, "Oh, okay, but be careful not to let the lady die. Just enjoy with her." And he says, "Okay, absolutely." And he asks him, "Are you also coming?" And he replies, "No." And then he says, "If you don't say anything, then you will be the last one to go." Then suddenly his eyes go outside and he says, wait a minute. There are a lot of dead bodies lying here. Friends, in the last chapter, we saw that all these people enter Baijo's house and take his wife and child into their custody. And blackmailing him, they say that you go to Giant's house and take his belongings and give them to us. Then we will release your child and wife. And then all of them wait for our hero to come here. While waiting, some of them say that until Baijo comes, we should have fun with his wife. And then everyone starts going to his house to rob his wife's honor. Here his wife's condition was bad. She was nervous and trembling with fear. Then suddenly this person's eyes fall outside. There are many zombies lying dead on the ground outside. He gets surprised to see this. Friends, before starting today's chapter, I want to say something to all of you. That I want to thank my YouTube family from the bottom of my heart. Because I have seen that some members press the like button even before watching the video completely. We are so happy to see this. Let's get started. And then he goes outside to check it out. As he climbs down the stairs, he wonders if it could be a rescue team that is protecting them from these zombies. As he walks towards the door and gets out, a blade comes and strikes his neck and his neck starts bleeding. And he falls on the ground and dies. On the other hand, all the people go to the brother's wife to loot her honor. And then the woman says, why have you come here? You all go out. And then this man says, hey, stop the drama. And fulfill our desires, and then he starts taking off his clothes. The man pulls the small child and throws him away. Seeing this, the woman starts crying badly and says, hey, what will you do? Leave my son. He is innocent. Why are you beating him? And then he slaps that woman hard and throws her child away. And looking at her says, hey woman, actually you are our target and now we will enjoy you. Here, seeing all this, the boy starts crying badly and then he says, then suddenly a person falls inside. As if someone has killed him and thrown him away. The small child gets surprised to see this. The door is closed, but how did this sound come? And then he turns back and says, hey, you all are bad people. Let my mother go. My father will come and he will not leave you. The person who has fallen inside is actually his partner. And then as soon as the boy turns his head and looks ahead, his condition worsens, he gets scared. Then our hero comes inside. Seeing him, the little child asks, hey, who are you? Our hero asks, hey, you are brother's son, right? The boy replies, yes. Here all the people get ready to loot the honor of the woman and start beating her badly. And then he looks at the woman and says, hey friend, tell me, what are you afraid of? Your son will not listen to you. We want to have sex with you and stop shouting, otherwise we will not be able to enjoy. And then he says, okay, no one will make a sound. First I will have sex, and then he takes off his clothes and tries to force himself on her. Then suddenly someone opens the door and hides behind the door. But that person senses him, but he feels that his son has come here. And he says, son, you have a lot of strength. Now show your strength. You can just kick the door, and then he goes near the door to see. But then a blade comes, and his neck gets cut. The person standing next to him says, hurry up and take that little bastard out. What are you waiting for? No one had noticed him till now. And then everyone together starts raping his wife. Then suddenly the person's neck gets cut and he falls down. Everyone is shocked to see this. How did this person die? And then they say, hey brother, what is happening here? How did he die? After this, our hero puts his hand on his head and pushes him hard, and he goes and hits the wall. And blood starts coming out of his mouth and his teeth also break. And then this person says, hey brother, who are you? As soon as he asks this, our hero kicks him in the face. On the other hand, Lai Yimin points a gun at everyone and says, I am warning you for the last time. You guys get out of my way or else I will shoot you all. Senbo says, seeing this situation, he tells Sen to listen to him and go to the room he mentioned. Sen says, hearing this, hey, but what about Brother Zhang? He had forbidden to do anything without any information. Senbo points at him and says he has a gun right now. Do whatever he says. Till then I will definitely think of something. And then this guy says you think you will find out something. It seems that if I don't kill someone decisively today, then I will not be able to establish my authority. And then he points his gun at the old man at the same time, and says, old man, I will kill you first. Hearing this, Shang Tseng gets scared. And then the other guy says, "Stop this drama. Why are you doing this?" Then suddenly some sound is heard inside the door. It draws everyone's attention. And then he looks towards the door. And he says, "Hey, what's happening?" The medical room is closed, and who is inside? Then he sees the door lock. The door handle is turning on its own, and the zombie is coming out. Everyone is shocked to see this, and says this door is opened with a key. So did this zombie open the door with the key? How is this possible? He is a mutated zombie. How can he open the door like a normal human? Impossible. He is screaming badly. His eyes have turned red. At the same time, Lai Yiming points a gun at him and says, "Damn it, a zombie is opening the door with a key. I can't leave you alive." And then he immediately shoots. But the shot doesn't fire, because there is no bullet in the gun. At the same time, the zombie attacks him. He is screaming badly and shouting for help from everyone, but no one helps him. And then the zombie takes out his stomach, kidneys, lungs, and everything and takes him out. But looking at him, it seems like he is conscious. Sambo gets shocked seeing this, and everyone gets surprised what is happening here. How is he in his senses? How is he behaving like a normal person? And then he says how calm he was just a few moments ago. And then he stands there for a few seconds. Steam comes out of his mouth, and there is a very bad smell. And he goes back inside and closes the door and throws the key out. And closes the door. Everyone is surprised to see why is he doing this here. Suddenly he came out and helped us, and then went back to his place like a good child. On the other hand, our hero enters that room at the same time. He kills some people and ties the rest and makes them sit on the ground. And that child immediately hugs his mother and starts crying. Our hero looks at the child and says, "Hey, child, come to me." The woman gets scared, because she was not familiar with our hero, and then she says, "What do you want to force my son to do?" Our hero says smilingly, "Come here to me." The boy had understood that our hero's intentions are good because he has saved his life. And then he shows his hand to his mother and says, "Mother, everything is fine. Let me go." And then as soon as he reaches our hero immediately holds the knife in his hand and says, "Kill both of them." Hearing this, the child gets surprised that how can I do this? I will not be able to do this. Seeing their lives in danger, both the men start shouting loudly, "Leave us, leave us." The woman also says, "Hey boss, he is a child. How can you do this? Don't force him to do this." Our hero looks at the child seriously and tells him that no one else but you is the only one who can protect your mother. And now gather courage and kill those animals who have harmed your mother. Hearing this, the boy becomes serious, and the anger inside him wakes up. And he remembers the scene of a while ago when those people were beating his mother, and his father was also being beaten. He gets very angry thinking this, and then he immediately comes into action, and he runs towards both of them with a knife, and kills both of them in one stroke. Seeing this, the woman becomes sad, and there she lovingly calls Jai Swain. After killing them, he goes to our hero and says, "Uncle Jai, they have beaten my father a lot, and I want to know from you. Have their men already killed my father?" Our hero tells very seriously, "Yes, they have killed your father." On hearing this, the child throws the knife on the ground and hugs his mother and starts crying. Both start crying badly. And then the woman looks at our hero and says, "Hey boss, please take my son with you so that my son remains safe. And in return, I am ready to give you anything." Hearing this, the boy refuses to go with our hero and says, "No, mother, I will not go with them. I will stay here and protect you." Seeing both of them, our hero understands that both of them are innocent. I should help them, and then looking at both of them, he says, "You both come with me." And he tells them that I promised your father that I will keep you safe. And then he gives sword and knife in the hands of both of them. And from there, they start walking. As soon as they come out, they see that there are corpses lying around. Seeing this, the boy asks who is so powerful to kill so many corpses, who has killed them all. Our hero replies, "I have killed them all." Then suddenly our hero feels something strange, and then he signals everyone to stop. And then looking ahead he says, "Babhai, do you know the approximate location of the building and Rojong Garden?" The lady replies, "It should be in that direction in the building and Rojong Garden." Which direction are you looking in? But why are you asking this? On the other side, some goons are standing outside the door and shouting, "Don't worry, distribute your supplies fairly." And also, all the women below 40 years of age are with us. Actually, all these goons wanted to grab their stuff by lying, and they wanted to kill those people. Here the security guard and some people with him are still trapped, and then the man says, "What should we do? Should we just surrender?" The security guard turns to him and says, "No, they are animals. They will not keep their promise. They will loot our stuff too, and none of us will survive." And then he shouts, "I give you 10 minutes. If you don't cooperate, then we will not leave even one of you alive." Hearing this, the girl gets scared and says maybe we both should go out and beg them to let you go. Because the girl gets scared and says, "I don't want to become a toy of their lust." The security guard signals everyone to keep quiet and says, "Don't worry, we will not compromise. And guard the brokers, they can't get past us." All the goons stand outside and wait. And then one of them says we may have good weapons, but their leader has real firearms. If these cowards keep hiding, we won't be able to get in. Then he gets an idea and says, "Okay, but there is no need to use force. You guys just turn off the main water supply for the ground floor apartment. I want to see how many days they can survive without water." Our hero is secretly watching this scene. He thinks they are all goons who are trying to cheat the security guard and his companions. And then this guy looks at our hero and says, "Uncle, are they all bad guys?" Our hero replies, "Yes, they are all bad guys." And then he points his gun at those goons and says they are exactly like those who troubled you and your mother. Here, the security guard's condition also starts getting worse, and then he immediately climbs up to the upper floor and says, "Hold the stairs and don't show your face. I will go and see what they are doing downstairs." And all the people standing behind say, "Sir, please go carefully." The security guard tries to peek through the window. As soon as he looks down and says, he gets shocked. Because all those people have taken a lot of weapons, and 3 of them have guns too. And then he says that this is very bad. Then suddenly a very bright light comes, and a very loud sound comes which makes the security guard's ears numb. And he says, "Hey, what is this?" Everyone gets shocked and goes outside to see. Then suddenly a bullet comes and pierces the goon's eye, and he falls on the ground. Everyone gets scared, and everyone starts hiding here and there and starts running and starts shouting, "Who is he? Who is shooting?" The security guard peeks through the window and gets shocked after seeing, and thinks in his mind, "Hey, is this the same person? I can't believe my eyes. Actually, this is our hero who kills everyone with a gun." And then he looks at him carefully. He feels that this is the same child. Hello friends, once again welcome to this amazing story. In the last chapter, we saw that our hero taught a lesson to all these people and then protected Bai Zhou's wife. Because our hero promised Bai Zhou that I will keep your wife safe. So our hero is moving forward by giving weapons to his wife and son. Here, as soon as our hero shoots this person on the head, the security guard gets surprised to see him and says, "Hey, this is the same Zhang Chen." So let's start today's chapter. And after this, our hero points his gun at all the people and starts firing. Some people get shot in the head, and some people die on the spot. Here this person starts thinking, who is this person who is firing? Here these people also start firing at our hero. But our hero moves forward without any fear. This person is hiding and makes a plan in his mind that I will provoke a person and kill him so that his bullets run out. Then I will shoot at him. And then he talks to another person according to his plan. "Hey, where did this crazy person come from?" He starts provoking our hero. But our hero was standing behind and was pointing a gun at him. Our hero came to know about their plan, so he starts firing at them without any reason according to their plan, due to which they think that all the bullets are over. And this person starts trembling with fear. And then he shouts loudly and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Shoot him before he drops me." At the same time, one of his companions comes out and shouts, "Then I will not leave you." Our hero immediately turns towards him and shoots him in the head and chest. Here this person is happy to see him and says, "Yes, now the bullets must have finished. Right, bastard?" And then at the same time he comes in front with his gun and points the gun at our hero's head. As soon as he shoots, our hero moves aside and bends his hand and puts the gun under his mouth and fires. The bullet passes through his head and he falls on the ground and dies. After this, our hero goes inside the store. Here inside, some people were waiting in ambush to kill our hero. As soon as our hero comes in, they all attack our hero, but our hero shoots all of them with his gun at the same time, and they all fall on the ground. And then he stands in front of the stairs and says, "Hey, you all come out." After a while, all the people come out. The security guard is surprised to see all these people are actually dead. And then this kid looks at our hero and says, "Uncle, you are a very good person." Our hero at the same time sees on the system that a new mission has been added and work is required. Recruiting survivors. 5 people will be given 25 reward points in Survivor in Rog Jang Garden. Our hero asks the security guard who are these people who have died. The security guard replies that all these people correspond to Bichui Mountain Villa, and he thinks that all these people live there. It's located in the south of the city. And then he calls Liu Keohu to come here and tell Jian Chen about these dead people, because you too escaped from the south. And tell Brother Zheng about Bijoy Mountain. And then he gets close to our hero and tells him that they are equipped with resources and weapons. Just a group of goons. And as far as we know, they have taken over Bichui Mountain and made all the people left in the south join their group. Hearing this, our hero thinks to himself, because the village where Li Suk Siong tried to kill me in my past life, that place can only be in the south. And then our hero asks, so that means there is only one village in the south right now. And then he replies that it's not like that originally. But because of their small arms, small groups were unable to face them. And every time these guys take over a settlement, they kill half the people. Then they recruit young, beautiful women and any willing collaborators. After hearing this, our protagonist says, "There's no mistake." After listening to our protagonist, the security guard looks at our protagonist and says, "What do you mean?" Our protagonist tells old Lee that these 3 dead people each have a handgun. Take them and see if they have any more bullets. And then our hero gives his gun to the security guard and says, "Take this rifle and 5 magazines. Keep it with you. This is for your safety." The security guard hesitates a bit while taking the gun and says, "Are you really giving me your gun?" Our hero looks back and says, "The people of Scorpion Mountain will not let him go, and will definitely come to take revenge, and with these weapons, they will not be able to defeat you with just a dozen people. Wait here for a few days. I will come back and gather my strength and then finish them off." Listening to our hero, that person says that those people are from Scorpion Mountain. "No, brother, they are much stronger than you. They have dozens of people, and now maybe they have become even more." The security guard says, "Yes, brother, it is not right for us to put ourselves in danger. We will find some other safe place." Our hero says those people are many kilometers away from here, and will not search the whole city. You don't worry about it. This is their personal matter. Also, I will come back in a few days with a bigger vehicle and take you all to the east. And I have set up a colony in the old tea market area, and more people are needed there. The security guard hears this and says, "Okay." Saying this, our hero starts leaving from there. On the other side, a security guard is sitting outside, and some Japs are hanging on the outside window. Actually, the name of this place is Black Holy Mountain. Here Brother Lee is sitting with his group, and then this person says while smoking a cigarette, "Has the supply from JNU Entertainment City not been arranged yet?" Lee replies, "Brother, I have already sent people. They will be back soon." And then he says, "Brother, many high-level women live in JNU Mansion. We should not only focus on the supply in the entertainment city. Rather, we should also focus on those young girls." Hearing this, Lee says, "Hey brother, I was also thinking the same. We should bring them here, and I had already told my people to bring any living person with them." And then this person says, "Speak straight, Lee. But have you not been able to complete even a single task yet?" Lee replies, "Brother, don't worry this time, I will finish it no matter what." Saying this, he goes out and finds out where those people are. And then he goes to the security guard. The security guard asks, "Brother Lai, are you okay?" Lai gets angry hearing this and says, "Did the 7 people I sent come back or not?" The security guard replies, "Brother Lai, I sent people to check 1 hour ago. But there is a bad news." Lai gets angry hearing the bad news and says, "Are all the people killed?" Isn't Rose John Garden just a group of civilians? How can they manage with 3 guns? Go catch Tao Jai and catch everyone who knows how to use weapons. I want to be absolutely sure this time. After a while, our hero returns to his fortress. Meanwhile, Sang and everyone are happy to hear the sound of the car. And they say that it seems like brother Zhong Chen is back. And then he immediately runs to him to tell him about Lai Yiming's actions. As soon as our hero enters the car inside the fortress, everyone runs to the car. Our hero comes out of the car and Shang says, "Hey brother Yang, you're back. We were very scared and worried about everything that happened here." Our hero says, "Yes, I know that it was really Lai Yiming who was the traitor." As soon as our hero says this, everyone is shocked that Jian Cheng was not even in the fortress, so how does he know all this beforehand? Shang asks, "Hey brother, do you know everything?" Our hero replies, "Yes." And then he points to the little boy and says, "Zhang Kai, listen to me carefully. Take him safely to his room, and everyone wait for me outside the hospital room gate. I'm coming there." Zhang Kai hears this and says, "Okay." After a while, everyone reaches outside the hospital room, and then everyone asks our hero, "Hey Jian Cheng, how did you know beforehand? That Lu Yiming's intentions are bad from the beginning." Our hero takes out the gun and says, "I wasn't completely sure, but it was him." The 2 men standing beside him say, "I was already sure that he is a traitor." Our hero tells, "Was any of Zhang Kai's friends a scoundrel?" Our hero hands the gun to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai takes out the magazine and looks at it and says, "Hey, these are rubber bullets." Sun Bo looks towards the hospital and asks this man who has become a zombie, "How is he behaving like a normal person now? Why is he helping us?" Our hero walks towards the hospital gate and asks what was his name. Chan Zhong, right? Well, as far as I know, he is not a normal zombie. He is a rare and mutant one. And then he goes close to him and looks at him carefully and says, "Can you hear me?" Then he blinks his eyes slowly 3 times. Chen Zong was able to hear him, and he blinks his eyes 3 times. And then our hero asks once again, "Well, okay, great. What happens if you multiply 2 by 3? He answers it by blinking. Our hero understood, and he explained again. People infected from other sources are much less likely to become zombie mutants after the apocalypse. They usually have far more intelligence or abilities than a normal zombie, and they can even retain some of their old memories. But luckily Chan Zhong is one of those exceptionally rare people." And then he looks at Chan Zhong. Chan Zhong immediately tramples Lu Yiming under his feet, and he growls at our hero and gestures with his hand, signaling his support. Sing looks at him and is terrified and doesn't understand anything. Our hero says, okay, now I understand that that's enough. No need to hold him. Just finish him off and throw him out." The zombie immediately starts dragging him away. Then Zhang Kai asks, "Hey Chen Zhong, do you remember me? Or have you forgotten me?" Chan Zhong immediately looks at Zhang Jai, who is growling. His condition worsens. He does not understand what he should do. Then suddenly Chen Zhong attacked him, but that attack was not fatal. Zhang Kai got scared and said, "What nonsense." After this, Chan Zhong looked at him with a smile and Zhang Kai shouted and said, "Oh wow, it seems he remembers me. Even though I am a zombie, he remembers me. He did not attack me." After some time, our hero goes and sits in his room, and the system shows that the hidden achievement has been locked, and a mutant companion will be created. And the achievement is completed. System points are added 10%. Current points are 46. Our hero says, "Well, I have unlocked a hidden achievement." What a surprise. So now I should see if there is anything new in store. After this, our hero looks. Lifesaver Supply Box Level 1 is worth 5 points, and Weapon Prevention Supply Box is worth 5 points. And the High-Tech Supply Box Level 1 is worth 250 points, and 4 points will be deducted for manual refresh. Our hero understands at the same time, and immediately sits up and says, "Hey, I am seeing Level 2 box for the first time. And I think, but it is very expensive. I need 50 points for it. So let's see, let's open the other 2 so that they don't take up space." Our hero at the same time opens the lifesaver box level 1, which opens successfully. 5 points are deducted and the current score is 40, and opens the arms prevention supply box, which opens successfully but 5 points are deducted, and now the score is 6. The system shows that the lifesaver supply is opened, and the reward is that it has the ability to prevent the infection from spreading, which is the inter- or dimensional infection barrier effect. But the mutation is complete. It cannot be reversed. The arms prevention supply box is opened, and the reward is the Barracks M82 Special Purpose Sniper Rifle. 50 12.7mm bullets now. Our hero understood all this after seeing it. Because the level 1 box has given such powerful weapons, what will level 2 or 3 give me? Maybe a tank. And this infection barrier means that it can heal a zombie before it transforms completely. And then he immediately clicks on the system. The system shows that a new mission has been added. The mission recruitment task requirement is to recruit survivors from Rogjong Garden. And the rewards for recruiting 5 people will be 25. Our hero says, I can't wait to open the level 2 box. I will make sure to complete this mission tomorrow. On the other hand, Chang Zhong throws Li Gaming down from the top of the fort. The next day morning, our hero prepares to go on the mission and teaches shooting to all the people and says your training starts today. He puts some bottles in front and asks everyone to fire one by one, and orders each person to practice shooting for at least 1 hour in 2 days. Everyone is aiming well. After this, our hero goes to Shambo and says, Uncle Sambo, tell Zhong Kai to gather everyone and clear some more rooms. There are some survivors in Rogjong Garden. I'm going to get them today. Sambo replies, Okay, go ahead. No need to worry. We'll take care of everything here. And he looks at Chen Zong and asks him to come with him. As they both get out, some zombies are creating havoc near a bus at a distance. Our hero immediately stabs him in the head with a knife. The zombie sitting in the driving seat starts growling at him. But Cheng Zong picks up the driver and throws him out. And then our hero gives the keys of the bus to Zongchai. Zongchai takes the keys in his hand and starts thinking, how much is he trusting me? So I have to do my job better. Our hero looks at him and says, no need to worry, you can take off your mask. But you don't need these restrictions when we are alone. But once we reach Rogjia Garden, you make sure to come back so that no one gets scared. The zombie understands his point. On the other side, Lai Sumching is preparing his comrades to attack Rogjong Garden because his comrades haven't returned yet. Some people say, Boss Lai, they don't look here. Boss Lai says, damn it. I refuse to believe that we can't destroy Rogjong Garden with so many people. And then he takes everyone and immediately sets off to go to Rogdia Garden. On the other side, some zombies are eating a person together. Then our hero's bus comes and hits everyone, due to which all the zombies fall away. And then our hero starts driving his bus fast. Here, everyone is hiding with the security guard and eating some food to stay alive. Then the sound of a car engine is heard, and then this boy turns to the other side and says that the sound of a car engine is coming. And it seems that Brother Zhong is coming back to save us. The security guard signals everyone to be quiet and says, don't hurry. First, let me see who he is. Maybe he is a criminal too. Actually, the gang of criminals reaches there first. And then he steps forward and tells everyone to hurry up. The security guard gets scared and says, no, it's not Brother Zhong. These are the bastards from Wichu Mountain who have come to kill us. Here our hero had already given everyone guns, and then this person says, did those goons dare to come again? Didn't they learn their lesson? This time we will teach them a lesson. The other person also says, now that we have guns, we can face them. The security guard shows them his hand and says, hey, don't be overconfident. This time they have come in more numbers, and they outnumber us, and they all have weapons. We have to stick to our plan and ambush them. I'm going to the roof. From there, I will ambush everyone. Here Lai Suxiong says, this distance is not enough. Come a little closer, and those fools will get caught. He points his gun at building number 8 along with his gang. These people also get scared seeing this and signal everyone to be careful and hide. But they start firing at the same time. The glass breaks, and this person hides below. Here Boss Lee says, give me the loudspeaker. Everyone else keep aiming at the window. As soon as someone shows his face, start firing at him immediately. And then as soon as that speaker starts saying something, suddenly a bullet is fired, which hits the head of the person standing next to him, and he dies immediately. Seeing this, Boss Lee understands that this is the work of a sniper. There is someone who is watching us secretly and is shooting at us. Meanwhile, another person gets shot. Now Boss Lee gets even more nervous that he has been shot in his leg. And then at the same time, he asks everyone to quickly find the person who is firing. Here, the security guard was shooting everyone one by one. Boss Lee looks at the security guard. He is on top. And then he thinks to himself, how is it possible that my intelligence department told that they have only pistols? We took pistols from the 7 idiots sent last time. They had only 4 pistols. Boss Lee was surprised thinking this. Where did this automatic rifle come from? Then suddenly this person feels something strange, and then he says at the same time, hey boss, tell me what to do now. Boss Lee replies, what else? Move back. And then as soon as he moves back, he starts running. Boss Lee says, wait for my signal. Run with me, idiot. Then suddenly a shot is fired, and that person falls on the ground. About 4 or 5 bullets hit him. Now Boss Lee is even more scared. Now his morale is broken, and he says, shame. This is in their favor. And then he tells everyone to move forward as per his plan and counts 3, 2, 1, and then everyone starts running away. Actually, this was Lee's trick. He thinks I will send everyone ahead. And then by the time he runs out of bullets, all these people will be dead, so I can run away easily. As soon as they move forward, this is exactly what happens. This happens as per Lee's plan, and the security guard starts firing on everyone and kills them. Lee now understood that he must have run out of bullets or gunpowder. And then he starts running away from there at the same time. Meanwhile, the bullets in the security guard's gun run out. Taking advantage of the situation, Lee sits in the car and tells everyone to start the car quickly and run away from here. The person in the back says, hey, I am not in the car right now, wait for me. After saying this, the security guard loads the gun and fires, and then this person also falls down and dies. And he starts firing on the car. But Lee immediately takes the car out of there. Here our hero is also moving fast towards them. And while driving, as soon as he reaches the red light, a car is going very fast. Seeing him, the zombie starts growling. Our hero replies, forget it. First we have to complete our mission. The score is more important for us. After some time, our hero reaches villain number 8. And then seeing the scene there, he understands. And says that it seems the rifles we gave them earlier came in handy today. The car that was moving very fast, which we saw a while ago, that car must be of the fleeing attackers. Seeing the dead people below, our hero's zombie friend starts growling. Our hero looks at him. Are you feeling hungry? If you are feeling hungry, you can eat them. Okay, you go and eat everyone. It is better that you eat others. It is better that I also eat you. On hearing this, the zombie immediately goes and starts eating everyone. And then he says, when your work is done, come and meet me in the premises below the building. The zombie then starts eating everyone. Let's begin. After a while, our hero reaches building number 8. There are some people lying dead on the ground. Our hero understands as soon as he sees them and says, Lee has killed many people. On the other side, this kid sees someone coming down and says, hey, this is Brother John. As soon as he sees him, he understands and says, actually, he is Jong. Now we can go out. After this, everyone starts looking out of the window and is very happy to see our hero, because they now realize that now they are safe. And then they immediately run towards our hero. The security guard is very happy to see our hero. Looking at the security guard, our hero understands, and he asks him if you are the one who fought and killed all of them. The security guard points to the rifle and says that it is not so. It is because of your rifle that I was able to face all of them. Otherwise, we would all have died. Thank you very much for giving the rifle. Then suddenly the sound of zombies roaring starts coming. Everyone is surprised to hear this. The security guard asks, hey brother, what is this noise? Here the zombies were standing and staring at them, and he starts coming closer to all of them. On seeing him, The security guard immediately comes into action and points the rifle at him. And he tells everyone to be careful, he is a zombie. Our hero puts his hand on the rifle and says there's no need to get excited. That zombie is one of us. The security guard is shocked to hear our hero's words and asks him, "Is this one of us? I am not able to understand anything." The zombie starts looking at the corpse carefully. Our hero understands by looking at it that it wants to eat it. And then he orders it at the same time that you can eat whatever you want. The zombie growls at him and starts eating. The security guard was still shocked, and he says, "Hey, Brother John, what is happening? I don't understand anything. How can this zombie talk to us? How is this possible?" Our hero tells that this is not an ordinary zombie, and this is not the right time. I will tell you about it while we are on the way. And here the zombie starts eating him by tearing him apart. Our hero looks at him and says, "Hey Chan Jong, eat quickly and come back after eating quickly. We have to sit in the car and get out of here quickly." Here Chan Jong immediately eats that person. After eating, he immediately wears his mask and comes and stands in front of the bus. The little kid was surprised to see this, and he asks, "How is this zombie so smart? How is it protecting itself as well as us? It is wearing a mask itself." The little kid looks at our hero and asks if we can talk. Our hero replies that you can say anything, and he can listen to him. And then he asks Chang Jong to come inside. As soon as Chang Jong gets on the bus tilts to one side. The security guard driving the bus says, "Hey man, the bus is tilting a little now." And then as soon as Chang Jong gets in, he shows the keys to the hammer hero and tries to say something. But our hero was unable to understand what he was saying. And then he asks him if you can talk. And then he tries to say something, but he is not able to speak properly. Our hero looks at him and realizes that after eating 6 corpses in a row, Chang Jong has started to evolve into a zombie. And with that, we have to quickly go back to convert the points into power and gather the strongest fighting force in that place. And then he tells everyone to sit comfortably in their respective places. After that, he drives the bus fast. Here Lee's boss is scolding him, pointing a finger at him, and says, "Damn, what did I say? And you couldn't do anything." Lee replies, Mr. Lin, please listen to me. You can actually blame me. Because a group of people have automatic rifles." And then this red-haired man looks at Lee and says in a very arrogant manner, "What did you say? How is it possible that a small policeman has an automatic rifle? It is impossible. Who would have given it to him? Are you fooling us?" Hearing this, Lee replies angrily that no, I am telling the truth. If you don't trust me, you can send someone. Or you can go there yourself and see. As soon as he says this, his men attack Lee and kick him hard. Lee falls on the ground. He also screams in pain, and then he gets up and clears his chin and makes a plan in his mind. And then this man says that I should have been saddened by this destruction. Rather, it would have been better. And Lee immediately leaves from there. Here this man points with his finger and says that while his men have suffered heavy losses. Or the person laughs and responds, "You're still jealous of the woman sitting next to him, aren't you?" "You are right." And then this person says, "Distribute what is necessary." The red-haired person says, "Don't worry, Akai. It will be exactly like that. Wait for me till you get a chance, Lee." He comes and stands at his place. He is also getting very angry seeing his boss. And then he immediately goes to his house. He goes to his room and picks up the book and throws it on the bench. And gets very angry. His girlfriend comes to him and says, "Hey Pataidev, what has happened to you that you are getting so angry?" And then she comes to Lee at the same time and says smilingly, "What can I do for you?" Lee says, "Hurry up, pack your stuff and get out of here quickly." Hearing this, his girlfriend gets nervous that why are you saying this and where do we have to go? Lee replies, "I am afraid we can't stay in this place anymore. So we have to prepare to leave from here immediately." And then he calls Kingji, who is his servant. And the servant says, "Mr. Lai, what are your orders?" Lai replies, "Call the rest of the brothers and get ready early this morning. And everyone should follow me." Seeing this behavior of Lai, his girlfriend could not understand what is happening. On the other hand, our hero takes everyone to his palace safely. The little kid gets out of the bus. He is very happy to see the palace and says, Oh wow, what the hell? This is actually a cataclysm villa. Our hero is driving the bus, sitting in the driving seat, and the system shows that additional personnel are needed for the whole mission. Collecting the survivors of Rogjong Garden. 5 out of 8 people have been collected, and the bonus points are 25. The additional reward is 5. And the total current points are 66. Our hero is happy to see this and says, there is an additional reward for the final achievement. And then he comes out of the bus and says, Chinjo, will you accompany me to the south of the city tomorrow night? Chinjo says something in his language which was hard to understand right now. The security guard asks, are you going to Chengnan? Our hero replies, yes. Me and the people in the villa area, there will be battles that will span time and space to deal with. Our hero goes to his room and sits on the bed and sees in the system that there is a black technology supply box, which requires 50 points, and then he clicks on it at the same time. To open the first level 2 box, the black technology supply box level 2 has been successfully obtained, and 50 points have been deducted. The current score is 16. At the same time, a strong aura appears around our hero. Brother Lee is not able to complete the work on time. Actually, he was given the contract to kill all the people of building number 8, and he had to snatch the goods from them, which he could not do. For this reason, his boss slaps him and fires him from the job. Boss Lee understands that it is not right for me to stay there now. And then he immediately decides that he should go home and leave from there immediately with everyone. And then he immediately leaves from there and reaches his home. As soon as he reaches his home, he gets very angry. He also picks up the book and throws it on the bench and tells his girlfriend that we should leave from here quickly, because my boss will teach me a lesson. And then everyone starts preparing to leave from there, immediately starts packing their bags, etc. He also tells the servant to get the car ready quickly. So let's start today's chapter. Here our hero is sitting in his room checking the system, and the system shows that the high-tech supply box level 2 has opened. And he gets the physical enhancement award, whose serum is plus 20. At the same time, our hero receives it and smiles, seeing that it is plus 20 physical points. And then he happily says, hey, this is the specialty of level 2 box, as he injects it in his hand. A very bright light spreads. It can be seen even outside the room, and an amazing energy can be seen spreading in every direction. Then he says that he feels like he has 33 points in his physical stats and 6 times more strength than an average human. And then he says that after injecting this into his body, he feels like his physical stats have increased by 33 points, and he has 6 times more strength than the average person. He feels more powerful. Then suddenly his eyes fall on a mosquito that was flying near his ear, and was making a buzzing sound. Our hero immediately catches that mosquito in his hand and starts looking at it very carefully. The mosquito was just making a buzzing sound, and then he releases that mosquito and the mosquito flies away from there. After this, our hero decides to go to Lai, and from there he takes Chen Chong with him in the bus. Here the security guard is standing at the gate with his gun pointed towards him. The security guard looks at our hero and asks, hey brother Yang, are you going towards the south of the city now? Our hero insists, yes, you are right, but I want to tell you something. Hearing this, the security guard says that you need something from me. Our hero tells the security guard that your shooting is very good. Can you train some of your people for me? Hearing this, the security guard is happy and says that this is my specialty and you leave this work to me. I will definitely teach your people. Saying this, our hero starts leaving from there, and takes Chan with him too. And then he immediately takes his bus out of there and moves forward at a very fast speed. On the other hand, Lee calls some goons for his security. And then he is almost ready, and Kingji, who is his servant, asks him if the preparations are done. Kingji replies that don't worry boss. By now, everyone must be ready, and now we should leave the house. Saying this, he starts leaving the house. As soon as he leaves the house, a car comes from the front whose light was falling on him very fast. And on seeing it, he stops at his place. Lee understood that this will be him. Something bad is going to happen. After this, many bodyguards come out of that car and a person comes and stands in front, who is actually sitting in the car. Lee says while clearing his eyes. Hey, what is happening here? And then this person stands in front with a gun and says, what are you thinking that you can run away from here? Lee understood the situation, and he also knew that if I told them the truth, they would kill me, and then he said in their favor that no Dongju, I am not running away from here. Rather, I am planning to go to Rogjong Garden under the cover of darkness. Dongju looks at him very seriously and says, so you are preparing these goons to go to Rogjia Garden. And then he shoots one of them at the same time. Actually, it is Lee's servant King Jai who falls on the ground. Lee gets angry seeing this, and then he pulls the person and punches him and says, hey, open your dog-like eyes and see what you have done. You have killed my servant. As soon as he punches him, Dongju stands in front. Lee starts laughing as soon as he sees him. Dongju asks, hey, who are these people standing with you? Lee replies, boss, who are they? I don't know them. Boss Ju, understanding the situation at the same time, decides to kill them all and opens fire on everyone. In a few seconds, he kills everyone. Boss Lee is now very scared, and he says, I really don't know, boss. Who are they all? Actually, he understood that now they will kill me too, and I said, Boss Ju, what are you doing? Don't kill me. Boss Ju looks at Lai and says, hey, your face is so harsh. Look carefully who is in the car. You will be very happy to see him. Inside the car is his girlfriend who has been dating his boss for a long time. And then he looks at her and says, hey, King Jun, you are a cheater. He grits his teeth, but is unable to say anything. The boss stares at him and says, hey, stop denying. You are lying. Kai Jing already told us about your betrayal plan, that you will betray us. We already knew about your betrayal plan. And what are you thinking? We are fools. We will not know about your plan. Lai looks at Kai Jing and says, you are a bitch sister fucker. How dare you betray me? I will not leave you. And then he turns back and says, hey, Boss Zhang, how should we handle him? What should we do with him? Boss Zhang points his finger at him. And then a rope is tied around Lee's neck, and he is dragged and hung in front of his own building. And he starts screaming loudly because of the pain, and they leave him hanging there. As they drive their car away, suddenly our hero's bus arrives there. As our hero gets out of the car, they try to sneak in. As they reach there, they see Lee. They are shocked to see him and think, who could have hung him here? And he's still hanging here and not dead and screaming. Lee says, that's in your favor, but I'm sorry I couldn't get you out with my hands. Our hero at the same time throws a piece of blade from his hand, which cuts the rope, and he falls to the ground. And then our hero grabs his hair and says, hey, bastard. What a sad end for you. But I will help you take revenge. On the other hand, these people take off Qiu Jing's clothes and make her lie naked. She says, stop it. I have contributed a lot. And how can you do this to me? Hurry up and untie me. Let me go. And then the boss starts coming close to her and says, what you have done. This should be your reward, right? And then he tries to do this to her. Then suddenly there is a sound of someone coughing from outside. And then this other person says, hey, what is this sound? Who is he? And then he looks outside the mirror to see who is making such a sound. Once again, welcome to this wonderful story, friends. In the last chapter, we saw that Boss Lee is running away from home after packing all his belongings to save his life. But then his boss reaches there, because Lee's girlfriend betrays him and joins him. And he is strangled with a rope and hanged at his own house. And those people leave from there. At the same time, our hero reaches there, and then he saves him by cutting the rope and tells him that you are a bastard, but I will take revenge for you. On the other hand, all these people are harassing Lee's girlfriend. They start forcing her. But then suddenly something strange is felt, due to which that person looks out of the window. So friends, let's start today's chapter. As soon as he looks down, he sees his colleagues lying dead. He is surprised to see who killed them. By then he hears a knock on the door. As soon as he turns towards the door, our hero comes in through the window. Here the boss was having sex with his girlfriend, and he says, hey, what is going on there? As soon as our hero comes in, he calms down after seeing the scene inside, and he sees that girl, who was tied to the bed. He looks at her carefully because she was his girlfriend some time ago, and she cheated him and went to Lee. And now after cheating Lee, she has gone to his boss. And then our hero comes into action at the same time and takes out his knife and puts it on his throat. As soon as that person reacts a little, our hero immediately cuts his throat and he falls on the ground and dies. After this, our hero jumps on the ground. And then the boss sees our hero and yells, "Hey, you bastard, who are you? Why did you kill my friend? And what are you doing here? Don't you love your life?" The girl recognized our hero, who is her ex-boyfriend Jong. Hearing this, our hero immediately takes action and takes out a knife and throws it at him, slitting his throat, and he immediately falls to the ground and dies. Even his blood falls on his girlfriend's stomach. Or after seeing everything, his ex-girlfriend gets scared. She realizes that when he has killed everyone, he will not spare me and will kill me too. And then she asks fearfully, "Hey Jung, how are you? And what do you want to do? I don't understand anything." Our hero immediately moves towards the door and turns back and says, "Kai, hey, you guys were having fun, right? I know. And I just wanted to know what that bastard Lee will think when he sees you like this." And then after saying this, he immediately starts opening the door. The girl was still scared. What will happen next? But she knew that Lee was dead because she had told the boss the truth about Lee's betrayal. So he immediately sent his goons and killed Lee. But as soon as our hero opens the door, Lee, who was dead and infected, had now become a complete zombie. He immediately comes and attacks him. As he extends his hand towards the girl, she panics and starts crying. Lee immediately bites her neck, causing her to bleed, and she begs for mercy, saying, "Hee-jong, forgive me. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lee kills her completely and almost eats her in no time. Our hero comes out from behind the door and tells Chen Ang to take the corpses and eat them if he wants. Chen Kang replies, "Okay, I want to eat as many corpses as I can." And then he starts eating the corpses. After this, our hero prepares to leave, but then he hears some sound, as if someone is screaming and begging for mercy. Some people were kept captive in this room here, and then this fat man comes in with a sharp blade in his hand. He catches a girl and says that this girl is very soft and delicate too. This is absolutely correct. The girl starts crying badly. But this fat man denies this and says no way, she is too thin. We need a fat boy. And then he points towards the fat boy and says this boy is absolutely fine. Catch him and bring him here. Hearing this, his mother starts crying badly. The boy hugs his mother. And then this fat man goes to catch the boy. As soon as he catches his hand and starts pulling him, his mother starts shouting from behind, "Leave my child, leave my son." His mother repeatedly begs for mercy, but the fat man gets irritated and turns around and kicks her, causing her to fall to the ground. The boy runs to his mother screaming badly. And the fat man says, "Go away, you bastard, go away from here." After this, the woman starts crying badly and pleads to leave my son. "I am begging you people." Everyone was scared. Everyone was not able to help her. There was despair on everyone's face. This woman begs everyone for mercy. "Save my son, have mercy on me." Meanwhile, it seems as if there is someone at the door. The sound of someone growling is heard. Everyone looks towards the door in surprise. They had guessed that there must be a zombie there. And then looking at the door, they ask, "Hey, who is it?" When there is no answer, they immediately take out their weapons and go into action. The fat man asks, "Hey, that's the sound of a gun. Who has a gun left now?" One of them replies, "Hey, no one. It's just us. The boss has a gun." This boy immediately goes to his mother and hugs her. His mother asks, "Son, are you okay?" Meanwhile, the door opens slowly. Everyone gets into action. They were also scared. Who could be in front of them? The atmosphere had become quite tense. But then their boss asks them to watch the door. But he refuses and says, "I don't have a gun. You go away." As soon as he reaches the door, Chang grabs his throat and pulls him out and starts dragging him away. Now the atmosphere had become quite tense. Everyone was convinced that it was a zombie. Everyone started firing. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was firing at the door. Everyone's attention was towards the door. But then Chang takes advantage of the opportunity and jumps inside by breaking the door through the window. The fat man looks back and shouts and tries to kill him. But by then he grabs his throat and breaks his neck in the air, killing him instantly. And then Chang jumps on the ground, and then he immediately attacks the other person. All the goons beg for mercy. Let us go, don't kill us. But Chang kills them all brutally instantly. After killing everyone, the zombie stands calm at one place. No one shows any reaction, and everyone is shocked to see this. Everyone was still nervous that this is actually a zombie. Why has he saved us? Everyone was very shocked, thinking, why is he not killing us with this zombie? What is happening? The zombie stood calm as if he was following someone's order. At that moment, our hero comes and says, "Awesome, Brother Chong. You are so fast, even without removing the chain and mask." Chong shows his hand and says, "This is even more amazing." The boy's mother and everyone else got scared. Everyone was wondering how he was talking to the zombie. Friends, in the last chapter, we saw that there were some people alive in this place, and our hero goes to them to save them. Here, some people take the little girl to kill her, but then Chan Jong jumps between them and kills them all. So friends, let's start today's chapter. Everyone is surprised to see Chang Chong. He is a zombie, but why is he protecting us? Everyone's eyes were on him. They were afraid that he might attack us. Here this woman hugs her daughter. Her daughter was still trembling. Our hero Chan Jong comes close to them and says, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, he won't attack you." The girl turns and looks at our hero and asks tremblingly, "He is a super monster. He kills without blinking." After listening to her, our hero goes close to her and says, "Have you ever seen another boy like him?" The girl was still nervous. She replies nervously, "I have seen a person like this." After listening to her, he becomes serious. And then he asks, "Okay, where have you seen this?" The girl replies that I have seen exactly the same in the ornamental city east of the city. Our hero says, "So soon. I didn't think it would be at least a month or two later." And then he gets serious and says, "Besides, Decoration City isn't that far from Old Tea City." Hearing this, Chan Jong comes closer. Our hero says, "There is another person with a rare mutant like you. Depending on individual circumstances, you will retain your mental state and memory to varying degrees. So your hunting ability is much higher than a normal zombie. But because of the unstable mutant, most of you have a bad temper and you are very dangerous." Hearing this, Chan Jong becomes serious. Our hero puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Don't worry, you are one of the lucky ones. And with me here, you will not lose your mind." And then he looks at everyone and says, "There must be more survivors in the Kyuyi Mountain Villa area, right?" The security guard comes closer to our hero and tells that there are many people locked up in the sales office. Meanwhile, the woman also says, "Besides, there may be some survivors in the designated food." Our hero decides to go to the designated food at the same time, and he walks towards the basement. Everyone was following him as he opened the basement door. Everyone was shocked to see the scene inside. As soon as they entered inside, some people were lying dead on the ground. And he tells that every day they catch survivors from the surrounding area and then take them to Alamandi. After entering inside, our hero says what? So there is no other gathering place in the south of the city. But will they take the risk of killing so many people? The person standing next to him says that they regularly take out meat and we do not know how much meat they have. There is a corpse lying next to him. Looking at it, it seems as if someone has torn it and eaten it. After seeing this, our hero thinks to himself that I roughly know how many people are there, but they can never eat so much. There must be something else in this. Are they really feeding the corpses? Our hero asks, "Tell us the condition of the commodity sales office you just mentioned." And then this person starts telling that his sales office is at the south gate about 1 kilometer from here. And the injured people will be locked up there first, and those who will be killed. Those people are tired of being cheated. They will be sent here to wait for slaughter. Our hero hears this and says, "Okay." And then he sees in the system at the same time that the mission of Utopia Series Beggar Edition has been activated. The content of the mission is to expand the community, and the required task is to make the community rating as good as possible. The current rating is 2 bonus points 20, the current points are 36. Our hero comes out after some time and reaches the sales office. Here this person is standing with a weapon and says, "I just heard gunfire from the north gate." The other guard replies, "Hey, They use live people to practice shooting. Chanjong jumps in between them at the same time and attacks both of them and kills them. On the other side, some women were locked in the room naked. They were very scared, and some women were also crying. They were discussing what will happen next. Won't we be able to escape? Suddenly, there is a knock on the gate, and she says, "What are you doing outside?" This disturbs the other woman, and she says, "No, don't open the door." Whatever they do, she refuses them entry. "Don't come in." But as soon as the door opens, this woman gets disturbed and says, "Don't come in, don't come in." At that moment, our hero comes in, seeing whom everyone gets shocked. "Hey, who is this?" And then our hero tells everyone that you all can come out. Hearing this, those women think that maybe now we are safe, and then all of them start coming out with our hero. Even some women were not wearing clothes, and then this woman says, "Are you really ready to give us more space to save us?" Our hero replies, "Yes, you are right, but keep this in mind, that everyone needs delivery." Hearing this, the person says that there is no problem. Our hands and legs are healthy. The girl was smiling now. There was happiness on the faces of all the people. And then one of the boys replies, "Yes, okay, me too." Our hero points ahead and says, "Let's go now without any delay." And then all of them sit in the bus and our hero starts driving the bus. In almost no time, everyone reaches their fort. Everyone gets off the bus as soon as they reach the fort. But the door of the fort was still not opened. Sang Sheng looks from the top of the fort and gets happy as usual and says Brother Yang is back. And now I will open the door, but the boy standing with him asks to wait a bit, saying Brother Zhang Yang has not driven the car straight. First we have to see what he wants to do. Then we will open the door as per his orders. Sang Sheng agrees to this. Here our hero tells everyone that this is our fort, but I cannot take you inside right now. On hearing this, everyone's face becomes sad that why is he discriminating against us like this? Why doesn't he want to take us inside? This person also asks that the world is a dangerous place. We understand. The lady also asks that then where will we stay? Tell me. Our hero replies, there are specially reserved permanent wooden houses and iron nets on the edge of the fort. Although it is not as safe as inside the fort, the conditions are already better than the usual gathering places. And then he points with his hand and says, there are still many unfinished buildings and empty places in this old tea town. In the future, with gradual renovation, the conditions will become even better. Hearing this, everyone bows down and thanks our hero and says you are very kind. How can we thank you? The next morning, this woman is moving ahead in a car. Actually, she is the boss of Lai Songqing's boss, and Lai and her boss have been murdered. That is why there is no message from them. Thinking this woman gets very angry and says, why are these people not responding? What is that bastard Jansi King Wan doing? What is the secret that he is hiding from me and is not giving us any answer? After some time, they reach King Wan's base. Reaching there, they are shocked to see that there is only blood and dead bodies everywhere. She becomes very serious after seeing this scene. Then suddenly Lai and Zhang Wen, who had now become corpses, start growling after seeing her and run towards them to attack. But the woman moves from her place and pushes Lai back and kills all three people in one stroke with her dagger, and cleans her knife with a cloth. And then this person looks at the woman and says, hey, Sister Zhan Wen is dead now, and who will do this work now? Hearing this, the woman replies that there is no way, but we can do it ourselves. And I want to break our rules first. Saying this, she gets angry at him. Hello friends, once again welcome to this story. So let's start today's chapter. Ruhai comes out of the room and seeing people lying here and there. She understands that something must have happened here, and someone has killed them. And then her brother says, Sister, not a single person is left alive here. All are killed. Ruhai says, okay, all died, no problem, but where is the meat? He tells that the meat is still at the same place where it was earlier. And then she tells him to quickly call a vehicle and load the goods in it. Then we will prepare to leave from here. He immediately calls a container, and from there he loads all the goods in the container and takes it. Then her attention goes to the tire marks. Seeing it, she starts thinking. Her brother looks at her and asks, hey sister, have you found out anything? Her sister says smilingly, who has the ability to kill all our men. Now it seems that it is necessary to meet him. Here our hero was sitting in his villa and he sees new tasks on the system. The system shows that the topic of the mission is to expand the community and the task is necessary. Make the rating of the community as good as possible, and the current rating is 2. Our hero understands that I have to add the rating of the community. But how will it be right to add it? He knew that there is enough land, but one should thank a man who disrespects others. And then he comes down from the fort. He is coming towards the main gate. Everyone gets happy to see our hero, because our hero gave them a safe place and gave them everything to live, food, water, drink. Seeing him, this woman says, "Hey, my donor, you have come here," and then she bows in front of him and starts folding her hands in front of him. Our hero tries to stop her and says that there is no need for this. Our hero looks at that woman and asks that the monster you mentioned, do you know where I can find it? After hearing this, she tells that I saw him in China Resources store in Decoration City. And the thing to note is that before us a group was going to the store in search of goods. That monster killed all of them one by one. And then our goods were taken by that monster. And he is such a dangerous monster that he has big claws. And he kills the person in front with his claws in the blink of an eye. And the monster has killed many people. Everyone is very afraid of him, and that monster is different from all the monsters. And when we mother-daughter were running to save our lives, we saw that we also collided with a group of people from the Position Villa area. At first, we thought that we had escaped and fled. After hearing this, our hero becomes serious, and he asks about that place. As soon as he asks about that place, Sheng Seng panics and says, "Hey, Brother Zhang, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to provoke that monster." Because Shang knew that there was no one else to protect them except Brother Yang. If something happened to Brother Yang, we might be in trouble. Shang Kai intervenes at the same time and says, "As far as I understand, the more supplies the better." Our hero looks at him from the side and says, "The most important thing is that Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers away from us. We can't let a monster get so close and endanger our safety. We must attack him before he attacks us." Hearing this, the woman drops the pan from her hand. She panics and says, "Hey, my well-wisher brother, don't go there. That monster is very dangerous." He kills him in the blink of an eye. Our hero looks at her with a smile and says, "Don't worry. We have found out." And then our hero orders to call Mr. Chen Zong at the same time. And then our hero immediately begins to prepare to meet him. Here, we see a group of people walking towards a building in search of goods. They have some weapons in their hands, like a bagana or sarya. One of them says, "I want to tell you that I remember there is a big supermarket nearby." The person walking with him also says, "Don't be too optimistic now. Maybe the goods have been emptied long ago." And then the girl walking ahead says, "Don't make me a pessimist. We have been to many supermarkets on the way, and there are still many places left where we have not gone. If we look a little more, we will definitely find it." And then they go to a supermarket. As they go inside, the view looks like there are still some items left. Some cans are still visible. They say, "It seems like this place hasn't been explored yet." Then the person hits the wall with a frying pan. Hearing that sound, they all spring into action, and saying hello, they ask, "Who are you?" This beautiful lady also springs into action. She starts looking around seriously. Then we see a lot of zombies coming to attack them. As they get close to them, the girl knocks them all to the ground at once and kills them. Seeing this, everyone in the group gets happy that, oh wow, they got killed so easily. Everyone was liking that place very much. Everyone started talking about it. It would be nice to stay here. Then suddenly we see that dangerous zombie figure, which was standing quietly at one place. And he is standing and staring at them. Seeing them, he understood that all of them are new victims. But here these people are enjoying that place unaware of this. There was still some stuff lying there. Seeing that, they become happy and say, "Oh wow, this is for Chinese New Year." And then this woman points with her hand and says, "Oh wow, look at that bed. That bed is so nice. And this is a nice bed." Then immediately goes and lies on that bed and says, "I don't care, I want to stay here." Everyone was very happy to get that place. No one wanted to leave from there. Some of them asked to leave from there, and some asked to stay there. And then both of them move towards the balcony to smoke a cigarette. And then lighting the lighter, they start smoking. "What do you say?" he asks. "Have we really come here to stay?" The other person replies, "This shopping mall has many entrances, and we are at the exit, which makes rescue difficult. And it is also rich in supplies and can be easily targeted by others, so living here is not free from danger. But when we have just come here, I have seen a 2-story building there which is quite..." This is what he is able to say when suddenly a sharp blade pierces his chest. And then whoever is in front of him comes from behind, saying that it is thin skin and soft flesh. It will taste good. The person dies on the spot due to the blade piercing the chest. Or he gets completely scared after seeing it. And he immediately runs away from there saying, "Rescue, help, help." Everyone starts looking at him that what happened that he is coming crying so fast. Then we see that the zombie comes forward and in the blink of an eye attacks him with a blade in his chest. And lifts him above the ground, so high that his bag falls down. And after lifting it, he tears it in the middle. This scene was really very scary, seeing which everyone's hair stands on end. Everyone gets very scared after seeing this scene and immediately starts running away from there to save their lives. When this beautiful woman also looks at him, she shouts loudly to go back quickly, and then she starts running fast. And then everyone starts running together. But the zombie flies in the air from behind and says, "No one can run, no one can run." Saying this, he starts laughing, and he attacks a girl from behind and inserts his sharp blade into her chest. He starts killing everyone one by one. Everyone shouts, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Now almost everyone was killed. Only that beautiful woman was running ahead of everyone. The gate of the building was now at a short distance. But she does not give up. She keeps running and tells everyone, "Get out quickly. We have almost reached." But then a terrible attack happens, and that beautiful girl falls on the ground.
Hello friends, once again welcome to this story friends. In the last chapter we saw that dreaded zombie brutally kills all the people along with this woman. And she is running to save her life. She is about to reach the gate. An invisible attack happens, due to which that woman falls on the ground. Actually, it was Chun Jong who attacked that dreaded zombie and saved that woman's life. That woman is very nervous. As soon as Chun Jong stands in front of that girl, seeing him, she and the girl get scared. And she starts screaming, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Leave me." That girl gets scared. Seeing this, Changing turns back from there at the same moment. The girl was still not able to understand anything. What is happening? Why is he not attacking me? Then our hero comes in front, and he says, "You don't need to be afraid." Hearing this sound, the woman turns her head and looks. And then she asks, "Who are you?" Our hero says, "The person who bought this land." And then he extends his hand and says to the girl, "You are a real estate saleswoman, right?" After saying this, our hero thinks about his old life. He remembers. And then he asks, "Your name is John? Manhwa, right?" The woman was still in shock. She was very scared and says, "That monster is still in the mall. Run quickly." He kills in the blink of an eye. Our hero, seeing that the woman is still in shock, tells her that everything is fine now. "Don't worry. The monster will be destroyed now." The woman gets very scared, so she moves closer to our hero, and then she turns her head and looks. Her pupils start to contract. She gets very scared. Here, Chun Zong is fighting the zombie. The zombie looks at Chun Zong and says, "Hey, why do you want to save it? Why do you want to take over someone's battle?" Our hero looks at Chung Zong and says, "Brother Chung, can you handle it yourself, or should I help you?" Chung Zong replies, "I'd like to give it a chance." And then he launches a powerful attack at the same time, causing the monster to stumble back a few steps but not fall down. The monster easily dodges the attack and then teasingly says, "This is the first time I've met a zombie like me. You're just like me, that's great." And then he immediately flies from his position to attack Chinzong. As he gets close to Chinzong and attacks him. Chinzong also retreats from there at the same time. The monster's eyes start glowing, and then he looks at everyone and says, "I wonder if eating the same kind of food will make me grow faster. So now I will eat you all." Chanjong flies from his place at the same time and punches the zombie hard, making him fall on the ground. He gets up and starts laughing and says, "Hey, bastard, you have some power. You can't do anything to me with this." Chanjong then does his second attack and gives a strong kick. But at the same time, the monster had disappeared from there. Chanjong was surprised to see where he went so quickly, and then he looks towards the wall. He is stuck to the wall. And from there he growls at Chanjong and says, "Hey, the power I was gathering from the prey is finally going to work." Saying this, he moves forward to attack Chanjong and attacks him. He attacks him continuously. Zhongqi panics at the sight and says, "Brother Yong, Chenzong is losing. That demon is so powerful. How is this possible? We must do something now, otherwise Chenzong will be killed." Hearing this, our friend replies, "This trip was worth it. If we searched a little more and waited a little longer, this demon would have become invincible." Our hero immediately reveals his divine gun. The woman is shocked to see this. How is this possible? How did this gun suddenly appear out of thin air and land in Yang's hands? Meanwhile, our hero aims his gun at the monster. But the monster was changing its position frequently, so it was difficult to aim. Then he says to Chenzong, "Hey brother Chenzong, if you can stop it in one place for a second, I promise you it won't trouble you. I will kill it." On hearing this, Chenzong grabs both his hands and stops him in one place for a few seconds. Taking advantage of the situation, our hero shoots him in the head at the same time. And he takes a few steps back, but still doesn't fall. The monster hasn't suffered much damage yet. And even though he's screaming in pain, he still says, "You bastard, you hurt me a lot. And now you'll pay for it. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces." Zhongqing gets scared seeing the monster's challenge and says, "Hey, this monster didn't die even after getting shot in the head. How is that possible?" Our hero was still very serious and was aiming at it. And then he unleashes a barrage of bullets on it at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. He fires bullets on almost its entire body. And the monster falls to the ground. As he falls to the ground, Zhongji looks at him carefully. He still can't believe he's really dead and asks, "Hey, is he really dead?" Our hero, the brother, looks at the square and says, "Why don't you try to eat this monster? If you eat this monster, maybe you'll become more powerful." As he says that, he looks at the system. He finds out that the mission is to expand the community, and the mission requirement is to make the community's score as good as possible. And the mission is in progress. And the system shows that the dangerous elements have been removed and the community's score has increased by 1. After looking at the system, our hero understands and says, "Yeah, it really matters." And then he smiles and says, "Since we came here, we shouldn't go back empty-handed. Let's see what we can take from this supermarket." The woman is surprised to hear our hero's words and says, "Are we going to clean it up?" Our hero raises his hand at the same time, and a blue aura appears in the air. All the items start to gather, and the woman is very happy to see it. Zhongqi says this is amazing. This is really amazing magic. Our hero looks at the zombie corpses and says instead of turning them into zombies, "Zhongqi, you should eat it right away. I think you are hungry right now." On the other side, this lady and her brother are going towards our hero's fort. And then he tells the driver, "Wait here, this is the same place." His sister asks, "Hey brother, what are you thinking? And what are you looking at?" Her brother is looking at our hero's villa through binoculars. Sheng Sheng is standing at the fort and keeping watch. And here are all the people that our hero brought recently. They're all building their houses there and making arrangements. He smiles and says, "Hey, there are a lot of people here. The only advantage is that their warehouse looks quite strong." He says, "Hey, how did they defeat Zhang Qingwan and Li Suxiang?" The woman says, "Isn't it obvious? Sly tactics. They let a bunch of zombies in. And I already told them that. The Villa District is not a safe base." She laughs and he says, "Heaven must be taking pity on us, sending victims and a new base our way. Of course, it almost makes me feel guilty." The driver says, "So what's the plan? Should we attack now?" The woman refuses and says, "No, let's go back. We will regroup and bring more people and more weapons to attack." With that, they turn their car around and start heading back. Here our hero is also coming back to his fort in his car. And both of them are talking to each other that come to our fort. Here there are not only mattresses, but also hot water for bathing and all the facilities. Hearing this, the woman becomes very happy. That is it really like this? Zhangqi replies, yes, of course. Then suddenly some people's car comes in front of our hero's car. On seeing it, our hero becomes serious and says, hey, be careful, there is someone ahead. Keep your weapon ready. Hearing this, Zhang Qi gets ready with his weapon. As soon as both the cars come in front of each other, our hero looks at her, and she also looks at our hero. At this time, our hero gets a new mission. That dreaded zombie brutally kills all the people along with this woman. And she is running to save her life. She is about to reach the gate. An invisible attack happens, due to which that woman falls on the ground. Actually, it was Chen Zhang who attacked that dreaded zombie and saved that woman's life. That woman is very nervous. As soon as Chen Zhang stands in front of that girl, seeing him, she and the girl get scared. And she starts screaming, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Leave me. That girl gets scared. Seeing this, Changing turns back from there at the same moment. The girl was still not able to understand anything. What is happening? Why is he not attacking me? Then our hero comes in front, and he says, you don't need to be afraid. Hearing this sound, the woman turns her head and looks. And then she asks, who are you? Our hero says, the person who bought this land. And then he extends his hand and says to the girl, you are a real estate saleswoman, right? After saying this, our hero thinks about his old life. He remembers. And then he asks, your name is John? Manhwa, right? The woman was still in shock. She was very scared and says, that monster is still in the mall. Run quickly. He kills in the blink of an eye. Our hero, seeing that the woman is still in shock, tells her that everything is fine now. Don't worry. The monster will be destroyed now. The woman gets very scared, so she moves closer to our hero, and then she turns her head and looks. Her pupils start to contract. She gets very scared. Here, Chen Zong is fighting the zombie. The zombie looks at Chen Zong and says, hey, why do you want to save it? Why do you want to take over someone's battle? Our hero looks at Chen Zong and says, Brother Chen, can you handle it yourself, or should I help you? Chen Zong replies, I'd like to give it a chance. And then he launches a powerful attack at the same time, causing the monster to stumble back a few steps, but not fall down. The monster easily dodges the attack, and then teasingly says, this is the first time I've met a zombie like me. You're just like me, that's great. And then he immediately flies from his position to attack Chinzong. As he gets close to Chinzong and attacks him. Chinzong also retreats from there at the same time. The monster's eyes start glowing, and then he looks at everyone and says, I wonder if eating the same kind of food will make me grow faster. So now I will eat you all. Chinzong flies from his place at the same time and punches the zombie hard, making him fall on the ground. He gets up and starts laughing and says, hey bastard, you have some power. You can't do anything to me with this. Chinzong then does his second attack and gives a strong kick. But at the same time, the monster had disappeared from there. Chinzong was surprised to see where he went so quickly, and then he looks towards the wall. He is stuck to the wall. And from there he growls at Chinzong and says, hey, the power I was gathering from the prey is finally going to work. Saying this, he moves forward to attack Chinzong and attacks him. He attacks him continuously. Zhongqi panics at the sight and says, Brother Yong, Chinzong is losing. That demon is so powerful. How is this possible? We must do something now, otherwise Chinzong will be killed. Hearing this, our friend replies, this trip was worth it. If we searched a little more and waited a little longer, this demon would have become invincible. Our hero immediately reveals his divine gun. The woman is shocked to see this. How is this possible? How did this gun suddenly appear out of thin air and land in Yang's hands? Meanwhile, our hero aims his gun at the monster. But the monster was changing its position frequently, so it was difficult to aim. Then he says to Chinzong, hey brother Chinzong, if you can stop it in one place for a second, I promise you it won't trouble you, I will kill it. On hearing this, Chinzong grabs both his hands and stops him in one place for a few seconds. Taking advantage of the situation, our hero shoots him in the head at the same time. And he takes a few steps back, but still doesn't fall. The monster hasn't suffered much damage yet. And even though he's screaming in pain, he still says, "You bastard, you hurt me a lot. And now you'll pay for it. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces." Zhongqing gets scared seeing the monster's challenge and says, "Hey, this monster didn't die even after getting shot in the head. How is that possible?" Our hero was still very serious and was aiming at it. And then he unleashes a barrage of bullets on it at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. He fires bullets on almost its entire body, and the monster falls to the ground. As he falls to the ground, Zhongji looks at him carefully. He still can't believe he's really dead and asks, "Hey, is he really dead?" Our hero, the brother, looks at the square and says, "Why don't you try to eat this monster? If you eat this monster, maybe you'll become more powerful." As he says that, he looks at the system. He finds out that the mission is to expand the community, and the mission requirement is to make the community's score as good as possible. And the mission is in progress. And the system shows that the dangerous elements have been removed, and the community's score has increased by 1. After looking at the system, our hero understands and says, "Yeah, it really matters." And then he smiles and says, "Since we came here, we shouldn't go back empty-handed. Let's see what we can take from this supermarket." The woman is surprised to hear our hero's words and says, "Are we going to clean it up?" Our hero raises his hand at the same time, and a blue aura appears in the air. All the items start to gather, and the woman is very happy to see it. Zhongqi says this is amazing. This is really amazing magic. Our hero looks at the zombie corpses and says instead of turning them into zombies, "Zhongqi, you should eat it right away. I think you are hungry right now." On the other side, this lady and her brother are going towards our hero's fort. And then he tells the driver, "Wait here, this is the same place." His sister asks, "Hey brother, what are you thinking? And what are you looking at?" Her brother is looking at our hero's villa through binoculars. Sheng Sheng is standing at the fort and keeping watch. And here are all the people that our hero brought recently. They're all building their houses there and making arrangements. He smiles and says, "Hey, there are a lot of people here. The only advantage is that their warehouse looks quite strong." He says, "Hey, how did they defeat Zhang Qingwan and Li Suxiang?" The woman says, "Isn't it obvious? Sly tactics. They let a bunch of zombies in. And I already told them that. The Villa District is not a safe base." She laughs and he says, "Heaven must be taking pity on us, sending victims and a new base our way. Of course, it almost makes me feel guilty." The driver says, "So what's the plan? Should we attack now?" The woman refuses and says, "No, let's go back. We will regroup and bring more people and more weapons to attack." With that, they turn their car around and start heading back. Here our hero is also coming back to his fort in his car. And both of them are talking to each other that come to our fort. Here there are not only mattresses, but also hot water for bathing and all the facilities. Hearing this, the woman becomes very happy. That is it really like this? Zhangqi replies, "Yes, of course." Then suddenly some people's car comes in front of our hero's car. On seeing it, our hero becomes serious and says, "Hey, be careful, there is someone ahead. Keep your weapon ready." Hearing this, Zhang Qi gets ready with his weapon. As soon as both the cars come in front of each other, our hero looks at her, and she also looks at our hero. At this time, our hero gets a new mission.
When our hero notices Luis, the status window appears at the same time, which shows that a new mission has been added. Mission requirements: resist the attack, for which you will get 50 points. Our hero is confused to see that he has to resist the attack. He then thinks of the woman he saw some time back, and after seeing her, he feels that he might have to resist her attack as the status window appeared in front of him after he came close to her. After this, our hero reaches his fort, and after reaching the fort, he sees something strange. He looks up. When he doesn't see anyone, he immediately goes up. Currently, Shen Shen was stationed there. Seeing her, our hero asks if any stranger had come here recently. Shen Shen is surprised to hear this, and she replies, "A while ago, we saw a car coming fast towards our fort, but as soon as it came close, the car immediately turned back." Seeing it, It seemed as if someone had come to know about our well-being. But I thought you were coming back, so I didn't react at that time. And then she asks our hero, "Hey, Brother Yang, is something wrong?" Our hero turns serious at that moment and looks at Shang Shang and says, "Uncle, call Song and old Lai out immediately and tell everyone to gather outside and meet me. I have an important announcement to make." On the other hand, work was going on at the southern suburban coal plant, and some people are seen talking on the walkie-talkie. The voice on the walkie-talkie is saying that those who are left, please come to the southern suburban coal plant. We will build a colony here. And apart from this, there is also a shortage of manpower. We will need more people to work. Seeing this place, the second person says that yes, it should be around here. Then suddenly a car is seen coming, seeing which this person shouts happily and says that rest of you, this is very good. As soon as the car reaches close to them, the vehicle stops and then Lewis and his men get out of it. While getting out, Lewis says, "You have heard the broadcast, and you have come to join us, right?" Hearing this, the person standing in front replies, "Yes, of course." As he comes close to Lewis, he sees Lewis's figure and he gets surprised. As soon as he sees him from the front, he starts getting very attracted towards Lewis's figure. Looking at him, Lewis says, "You have come at the right time. You just have to follow our orders." And then the person says, "Okay, thank you very much." And then the person turns back and thinks it's not that far. Not everyone can come in a car, so we will come here on foot. He gets happy thinking, yes, this is right. They start going inside the big fort. As soon as they reach inside, this person says, "Hey, this is a huge place. It's really a huge place. This is awesome. We finally found a place to stay. And I need to use the toilet. I have to pee really badly. I will go out first and then come inside." Hearing this, Lewis looks at him lovingly and says, "No need. There is a bathroom inside. Follow me." And then this person says, Okay. Coming inside, he starts urinating. And looking at Lewis, he thinks in his mind that it is very beautiful. Lewis is looking at that person's urine and smiling. He becomes very happy seeing such behavior of Lewis. He feels that the woman is taking interest in me. And then he says, "I know what is going on in your mind. Don't be shy. Come closer to me. You know I am very strong. I will give you pleasure." On hearing this, Lewis takes out his weapon and puts it around his neck. He stops breathing, and he is unable to even scream. And then Lewis looks at him seriously. Due to the stoppage of breathing, the person immediately falls on the ground. He dies. And then Lewis looks at him and says, "It's a shame. I thought this would be a good catch. But it turned out to be useless." Seeing him coming here, this person says, "Boss, everyone is well taken care of because he killed all the people." Hearing this, Lewis says, "Okay, good job, but take him out too. He is lying in the bathroom." And then looking at everyone, Lewis says, "While you are doing this, say number 2 and number 3. On the other side, everyone gathered in the hall. Seeing the situation, the security guard asks our heroes, "Someone is targeting us. Who could they be?" Our hero replies, "We don't know anything about the enemy right now, and from now on, we can be attacked anytime." Everyone gets serious after hearing this. Our hero gestures with his hand. "Brother Chong will come with me to clean up that unfinished building in the southeast, and we will kill all the zombies there and make the place livable. And we will move the refugees there permanently. Otherwise, they will all become fodder for us during the attack." Hearing this, Shang Shang clenches her fist and supports him and says, "Brother Yang, let me come too. I also want to help you in this work." The fat man standing behind also says, "I also want to come," and the people standing with him say, "We also want to join." This little kid also says, "I also want to join." His mother says, "Hey, you are still a kid. Why are you interfering in this?" This beautiful lady is surprised to see him. "Wow, what a nice kid." And then she raises her hand and says, "Looking at this environment, I also want to join." Our hero looks at her and says, "This area should be relatively safe. Uncle Song, old Lee will stay to protect the base. Everyone else can come with me." And then our hero walks forward with his gun, and almost everyone starts walking with guns. They reach near the unfinished building. As soon as they reach there, the zombies present there attack our hero. But our hero came with his preparation, and he killed everyone in one stroke. And everyone joins this fight with our hero and kills everyone in no time. After killing all the zombies, our hero says that no one is injured. Check once, no one is injured. Because if someone gets injured, then he can also get infected. So our hero paid attention to this thing. And then he looks towards his fort from that place, and says that we can be attacked in the coming days. For now, we all have to settle here. And then one of the girls says, "We can fight." The person standing with her also says, "Yes, we are also ready to contribute." Our hero looks at them and thinks in his mind, "Oh, this is too much." And then he looks at them seriously and says, "First we have to clear this place, and later we will send some handles and magazines. When the enemy attacks, we will communicate through walkie-talkie, and you all will follow my orders." Hearing this, everyone says, "I understand, sir. There is no problem in this." On the other side, Luo is getting her people to load the goods, and she herself is standing and leading them. Voices echo from behind. "How is the work going?" Luo turns and looks. Then this person raises his hand and says, "How did this happen?" "This is fine." "Absolutely." And then this big person with him says, "Human meat. I want human meat." Luo gets a little irritated on hearing this, and tells, "Take my pussy. That Bichui mountain has been destroyed. From now on you will not get food." Hearing this, he says, "Who did this? Who is it?" The big person also says, "There is no human meat. I am not happy." The woman looks at him with big murderous eyes, and starts inciting against our hero that there is a group from the eastern suburbs. There are many people in them. And tomorrow morning I will lead a team with number 2 and finish them. On the other side, our hero is sitting at his home and checking the status window to see if any new stuff has arrived or not. As soon as he opens the status window, it shows that Jaggerty Shakti now Purdy Crate level 25 points. Our hero gets happy seeing this, and says, "Finally new stock has arrived." And he clicks with his finger and says this time 2 level Z crates. Their total price will be 40 points. So let's see what are their benefits. Our hero opens the status window and sees that he is very happy to see a 25% increase. And now I have 30 points of body fitness and 25% improvement points. He is very happy to see this. This means that he has become 8 times more powerful than ordinary people. And then at the same time, he touches his muscles very confidently. He feels more power. And he thinks to himself, "I can't wait to try out this new ability." Then suddenly some vehicles are seen coming fast near the fort. They are coming towards the fort at a very high speed. Actually, these are goons whom Ruhai has called. Ruhai was waiting for this moment very eagerly. After coming to this place many times, she had decided that she would come back with her goons. Almost all the goons had reached close to our fort. And then Ruhai's brother asks, "Ruhai, tell me my sister." Everyone should focus on the attack idea again. First, the driver will attack and kill all the refugees outside. Then we will take over the fort. If we work according to the plan, then we will definitely get success. Ruhai replies, "Okay, this is what should be done." These people were talking among themselves. Meanwhile, this big person sitting behind starts shouting that, okay, I am hungry. I need human flesh quickly. Tell me, where is he? I want to eat them. All these people are moving at a fast speed. Here our hero is standing on the fort and talking to the security guard. The security guard says that it is indeed hidden here, but the field of view is much worse than the flat post, and the darkness under the wall is huge. Our hero replies that you don't worry about it. I have not come here only to look. I will also think about it and try to fix it. The security guard is surprised and asks why. What is here? Our hero looks at him and smiles and says, I remember that. When I first met you, you said that you have been a sniper for a few years, right? Hearing this, the security guard gets a little embarrassed and puts his hand on his head and says, Yes, but you remember wrong. It was not for a few years, but for a few months. Rather, I have been a sniper for just a few days. Hearing the security guard, our hero says, So, can you accurately hit the target at a distance of 200 meters? Hearing our hero's words, the security guard laughs, clenches his fists and looks at our hero and says, Hey, are you looking down on me? I didn't mean it that way. But as long as it's not windy, You can tell me to attack anywhere within 500 meters. My aim will be perfect. Seeing the security guard's confidence, our hero gets happy and looks at him and says, "That's enough." And then Zhang Kai comes back and says, "Brother Yang, I brought this thing. And what do we have to do now? Actually, this thing was very heavy. I am tired of bringing it." Saying this, he puts his hands on his knees and starts breathing heavily. Our hero immediately starts trying to open the box. The security guard is surprised to see what was inside it, that it was so heavy. The next moment, our hero opens the box. There was a sniper gun kept in it. He takes it in his hand and looks at it. The security guard is surprised to see the sniper gun and says, "Hey, Brother Yang, not everyone can use this gun. Where did you get this gun from?" Our hero replies that we only have 2 such guns and a total of 10 rounds, so we have to save some. Saying this, our hero hands over these guns to the security guard. The security guard takes the gun in his hand and looks at it in surprise because this was a very rare gun which is not easily available. And then after this, our hero asks Zhangchai if everyone else is in their place. Hearing this, Zhangchai says, "Yes, they are all in their place." Our hero says, "Okay, tell everyone that the enemy can come at any time and we can face them at any time." On the other hand, Shang was guarding the fort, but then she felt something strange, and then she told the others that, "Brothers, I have felt something strange, and I think we should not ignore it." Here the security guard had also taken his position, and then looking through the binoculars, he said that yes, something has been found. Some people are coming in vehicles, and they may be enemies, and now we all should get ready. Now Rui comes very close with her group, and she says no, we should not wait, just attack now. Our position is already very close. If they find us, then we will not be able to attack again, and they will attack us. Hearing this, the driver agrees, and they start driving the car fast and prepare themselves to charge. As they reach the press entrance at the fort, Rui's brother says, "Hey sister, go to the wall and find a barrack." Shang sees them entering, and she shouts loudly that the enemy is entering our border, and then she orders everyone to fire. Everyone gets into action as soon as they hear the order. However, everyone had guns, and they started firing bullets at the enemies. Bullets started raining on the moving vehicles. Even the driver got shot, and his vehicle lost its balance and hit the wall. And the rest of the vehicles did not lose their control. They kept moving straight. Seeing this, Rui got very angry and said that they have come to know that we are coming. Or how is it possible that they got the news of our arrival? How can they know? Even now, everyone was continuously firing bullets, and the people of Liwi group were moving forward dodging the bullets. Continuous firing on the vehicle worsens the condition of the vehicle, and here everyone kept shouting to keep firing. One of them is driving a motorcycle. The man shouts and says, "Quickly drive your car towards the wall. With the help of the wall, we will be saved from the bullets." Then everyone parks their cars near the wall, and then a very scary man comes out of it, and he had a special kind of weapon in his hand. It looked exactly like a drill machine. And he starts shouting and roaring horribly. The drill machine starts floating in the air again. Sing, sing, and everyone else gets scared seeing that man. They think he is a dangerous person. The man breaks the door and starts cutting it with the drill machine. Seeing this, Sang and everyone else gets scared, and she says that he is breaking the door. We have to stop him quickly. Shoot this man quickly. But then Louis Group starts firing in retaliation. Louis Group rains bullets, due to which all the people of Sang's group start retreating in fear. Even the fat man gets shot. Zhangchai takes him in his lap and says, "Nothing will happen to you. Don't panic." And then he tells Sang that they have a lot of machine guns. Their firepower is no less than our firepower. Seeing the situation, this man from our team says, "Don't be afraid, don't retreat. We have plenty of ammunition." Shangbo stands on the other side, and the fat man on the other side starts cutting the door. Shangbo gets scared seeing this and says, "They are cutting the door. Once the door is opened, we will be incapacitated and we will have no choice." And then he tells the whole situation here to our hero. Since our hero was in his other fort far away, after hearing the whole situation he says, "Don't worry, I know what is happening there." And then he opens the door of the fort at the same time and runs towards his main fort. Now our hero had reached very close to the fort while running. Meanwhile, the person sitting with Louis warns that only half of the ammunition we had is left and half has been used. Louis shouts, "Never mind." This dangerous person was continuously cutting the gate. Now there was almost a hole in the gate. Seeing the situation, Shang and everyone start coming down from the fort, and she orders everyone to support the gate. Otherwise, the gate will open and they all will come inside. Now Louis looks with a very murderous gaze and starts laughing and says, "Come on, you people who have never seen the world, now see the terror of development." And then standing behind that big man, she orders everyone to go inside. Capture this fort as soon as possible. The gate was about to open now when she widened the gate by putting her fingers. Seeing this, our hero says to the security guard that Lee, "Are you ready? Now you get ready and follow my order. And see if you can see the most powerful man." Here, the security guard was sitting in ambush with his sniper gun, and on hearing the order of our hero, he immediately replies, "Yes, I am listening to everything you say," and says that the person you are talking about is my target right now. This big man has come forward to make his next counterattack, and starts roaring loudly. Seeing his huge form, all the people standing with Shambo are shocked, and commenting on seeing him, they say that this is really a man. They also get very scared after seeing him. Shambo dares to say something after seeing him, but he is unable to say anything. Seeing the situation, he immediately orders to open fire. The people standing with Shambo immediately start firing at that giant man. The young lady boss lets her whole team hide behind that giant man. Due to this, they escape the bullets. But the thing to note was that even after Loglia's continuous firing, that giant man was not affected. But still they kept firing bullets. This man's body was very strong. Even the bullets were not able to harm him. Due to eating human flesh, his mouth started smelling bad. Some bullets were entering his body, but they were coming out of his body on their own. His body was healing itself like before. Seeing this, Shenbo's condition worsens. Sweat starts coming on his face. He says, "Hey, what kind of a man is this? It doesn't matter to him. He is capable of healing himself." Seeing this performance of that giant man, the lady boss gets very happy, and smilingly looking at them, she says, "Why are you surprised?" And then she makes a comment that maybe you people are seeing Evolver for the first time. Meanwhile, the security guard who was in his position, and he immediately took that giant man on his target. And keeping him on his target, he told our hero that this is not an ordinary person. This person has the ability to heal himself. That is why small guns cannot harm this person. While telling this, he makes a comment that "I have a gun. I will try it once." Saying this, he fires a bullet. As soon as the bullet is fired, it hits that man, and at the same time something happens, which we did not expect. The power of that gun was so much that the head of that person got separated from his neck on the spot, and he fell on the ground and his head landed on his back. Seeing him lying on the ground, everyone's eyes were fixed on him in surprise. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. How did this happen? How did this person die so easily? What is really going on here? Lady Boss was also surprised to see how these people got such a high-level weapon. How is this possible? Everyone, including Lady Boss, had lost all hope because now their most powerful man was dead. Here our hero has also reached the spot and takes aim at them with a gun in his hand. But seeing the situation, our hero starts firing on all of them without any delay. Due to the continuous firing, all these people get distracted. Even 2 people get shot through the head. And the thought of retaliation goes out of their mind. And then they think it is better to run away from there to save their lives. The lady boss says that the enemy is behind us. We should run away from here right now. But as soon as she turns her head and sees our hero alone, she tries to counterattack again, and says that we should be ashamed that we miscalculated. We underestimated their strength. We shouldn't have done this. Saying this, they all take out their guns and start counterattack and start firing. And they plan to go back behind the car while firing continuously. Now the lady boss gets very angry seeing that he alone is dominating them all. On seeing him, she also says that this is the same kid whom we saw driving the car just the previous day. After saying this, she feels threatened and grabs a person's collar. the person gets nervous about what she wants to do. But she grabs his collar and covers herself at the same time. This saves her from the bullets, but the person gets hit by the bullets. Seeing this, our hero gets shocked and says that this woman's reaction speed is unbelievable. Is this woman also an evolver? The man was dead due to the continuous shower of bullets, and the lady boss had also almost reached her car. Seeing this, the lady boss immediately picks up the man and throws him towards our hero and starts running towards her car. The man falls on the ground in front of our hero. Our hero looks at him carefully and realizes that this woman sacrificed this man to save her life. Seeing this, our hero immediately comes into action. He tells the security guard on his walkie-talkie that this woman is trying to run away, so immediately target this woman. The security guard at the same time aims at the lady boss and comments that you are trying to run away. But you probably don't know that my aiming skill is the only respected skill in the whole heaven and earth. You cannot escape my aim. Saying this, he shoots. As soon as the bullet comes out of his gun, the lady's right leg is cut off. The lady screams badly. She even starts gasping for breath and falls down on the ground with a loud bang. Now one of the lady's legs was cut off and started bleeding badly. The person sitting in the front seat of the car panics seeing this and gets out of his car to wake up the lady boss. The security guard, while adjusting his gun, says that this time I missed the target, else you would have died. Here the condition of the lady boss becomes very bad. Tears start flowing from her eyes. She screams loudly due to pain, and her brother holds her hand and tries to pull her inside the car. The woman screams loudly and says, "Drive fast, we have to run away from here quickly." And then her brother immediately pulls her inside the car and they start running away from there. And continuous firing starts from our hero's side, but he starts driving the car fast. Our hero says, "It doesn't matter, but she has run away." And the security guard tells on the walkie-talkie, "What will happen if they come back later to take revenge?" Our hero replies, "It doesn't matter, we will see at that time." At the same time, the status window appears, and it shows the task. Squad of villains completed 1. Task requirement: repel the infection operations, reward points 50. The purpose of the task is to expand the community. Task requirements: improve the community rating as much as possible. And task progress: successfully repel the infection operation. Members' morale is significantly increased. Community rating 2, current rating 5, reward points, also solar current points 76. The female boss car was now crossing the area quickly. Seeing her, our hero says, "I know where to find her." And then at the same time, the status window appears again, showing a new mission, which is Destruction of Villains Volume 2. The requirements of the task are to attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals, for which reward points 50 will be given. The woman had now fled. Seeing this, everyone in our hero's fort started celebrating as their morale had now increased, because they had killed a giant man on whom no bullet of any kind had any effect. After this incident is over, our hero comes in front of everyone and asks whether there are more casualties in this incident, or has anyone died, or is anyone seriously injured. "So give me this information now." The injured have to be sent to the medical room, and they have to be disinfected as soon as possible. Saying this, he also orders that all the people, enemies who have died in this incident, should be immediately taken to the cold storage in Chain Chowk, and arrangements should be made for their food. And then go and bring back the tourists or refugees hiding in the building. It is safe now, so they can come back here. Our hero is very happy to see the system and says that this wave has given me 76 points. Thinking this, he becomes very happy and says, "Let's have a lot of fun tonight." Here at this lady boss's den, some people are standing and waiting. And then at the same time, the lady boss arrives there in her car. And getting out of the car, she goes towards the building. Her leg was now bandaged. Her brother and a man are carrying her on their shoulders. The wound was still fresh and blood was dripping from it. Seeing this, the man holding a stick in his hand says, "Hey, what happened? How did your leg get cut?" Hearing this, the woman gets very irritated, because she was still not out of shock. One of her legs was cut off. She gets very angry, and she says, "Damn it, we were so careless. We did not think that they can have heavy weapons too." We made a big mistake by underestimating them. Saying this, she starts shouting at all of them and says, "Hey, what are you all looking at? Quickly bring me human flesh. I want to eat it." Hearing this, the man looks at her angrily and starts thinking to himself. But the lady boss stands in front of him at the same time and points her finger at him and says, "Why are you still standing there? Why are you not following my order? You are all useless fools." Because this woman's leg is cut off. Seeing this, the person looks at her very strictly and says in a very arrogant tone that you have fallen to such a level that you still have the guts to talk to me like this. He points his finger at her. Seeing the changed behavior, the woman gets very angry and looking at him angrily says, "Do you want to rebel against me?" And then she orders everyone at the same time to bring that person down immediately. But everyone refuses to obey her order. People say keep quiet. And then this person says that now you are injured and number 2 is dead. This makes me the most powerful here. This means that I am the most powerful person here. Apart from this, brothers have suffered a lot from you till now. But now the time has come that we will not follow your orders. And then he looks at everyone and says, "Brothers, am I right? Will you all support me now, or will you support this injured woman?" Everyone immediately points towards this person and gives their support. Seeing this, the lady boss says, "You should be ashamed. Stand up. And you all are thinking of rebelling against me. How dare you?" Then everyone's behavior towards him starts changing. Everyone starts staring at him. The lady boss still says, "You guys don't think that I cannot handle you just because of this. Even if my leg gets cut off, I can kill all of you alone." Saying this, everyone starts coming closer to the woman. The woman gets scared and starts begging for mercy. But the person holding this stick in his hand immediately comes into action and runs towards her with the stick. Seeing that lady boss helpless, all the people surround her from all sides and start making fun of her. They start misbehaving with her. And all the people together start beating that lady boss. The lady boss gets badly injured. Even her hands and legs get fractured. Many of her bones get broken. She keeps screaming badly. In some time, they beat her so much that she becomes unconscious. Now her eyes also start closing slowly, and the next moment her breathing stops and she dies. After the lady boss finishes speaking, the person who is representing everyone, cleaning his hands, looks at her smilingly. But the person standing behind, looking at him, says that this is the third master. On hearing his words, this person immediately gets angry and looks at him very angrily and says, "What did you say to me?" Seeing his behavior, he gets nervous, immediately bows his head and starts apologizing, and says, "Sorry, I said this by mistake. I really didn't want to say anything like that." After listening to him, he gets satisfied and says, "Okay, if you have anything else to say, then say it. Otherwise, I am leaving." And then that person gets up from his place on his knees and asks that now this lady is dead. Her second brother is also dead. And many other goons are also dead. Our combat effectiveness has decreased a lot. We have killed almost everyone. But what if we confront that guy? As soon as he hears this, his ears immediately perk up. He immediately thinks of this guy named Tentacle Man, who is a very dangerous zombie. He starts thinking about this seriously, but then he turns away from there at the same time. And he raises his hand and says, "No problem. We can meet them at Singang. There will be no problem." On the other hand, our hero also reaches the same place with all his people and stops his car. Zhang Kai gets very curious to see this and says that, "Well, Brother Yang, you were right. This place is really a fortress, and this place looks really scary." The security guards also found this place strange. After this, our hero tells everyone to move forward, and everyone starts moving forward very quietly. They move forward without making any sound, and discuss among themselves that there should be no movement. And looking at this place, it seems that some people had come here, and now they have gone from here. And also, they must have also been afraid that we will chase them, so they must have gone from here even faster. By then, they reached the place where the dead body of that female boss was lying. Seeing her, everyone is surprised that, hey, who killed her? Seeing her, the security guard cannot stop himself from speaking and says, "Hey, this is the same woman whom I shot, and her leg was cut off." Seeing that woman, everyone is surprised that why did they kill their own team leader? Our hero also looks at him seriously and says, "But I am not surprised because I know that these goons have no caste or religion, and they can kill anyone for their own benefit." After listening to our hero, Zhang Kai looks at our hero and says, "Brother Yang, the big man we met before is completely different from Chong." Hearing this, the security guard immediately reacts and says, "Yes. Brother, I heard them shouting something about evolver." "What is evolver? What does it mean? How can anyone become an evolver?" After hearing this, our hero replies that after eating all the zombies, an evolver is formed and he becomes very powerful. Both of them are shocked to hear our hero's words and look at him in surprise and ask if they really become revolvers by eating people. Our hero says with a very cold smile, "That's right. This is the most direct way to become a revolver and gain powerful abilities like zombies. Cooking and eating people. There are other ways." After hearing all this, Zongchai gets confused, and he raises his hand and says, "So what, Brother Yang? How is this possible?" The security guard also says, "What if we survive the apocalypse? Does that mean we have to kill and eat people?" Our hero replies, "Don't worry, eating people is the most direct way, but not the only way. We have other ways." And then he puts his hand in his pocket and takes out a red thing. Everyone is shocked to see this and asks in great surprise, "Hey, Brother Yang, what is this?" Our hero replies that both evolvers and zombies can ultimately be classified as mutants. Mutants must absorb alien energy to evolve. Normal humans have alien energy spread throughout their bodies. A little is better than nothing. And evolvers and rare mutants have very rich alien energy arranged in a concentrated angle. As the disaster deepens, even zombies will develop the ability to organize alien morsels. After hearing all this, the security guard gets confused and says that, in other words, does it mean that zombies also have this alien energy? Does it mean that we can directly eat zombie flesh? Hearing this, Jae-honk gets irritated and shouts, "Hey Baya, if you want to eat zombie flesh, then you can, but I can't." Our hero replies that we can't eat zombie flesh because they are infected. If we eat that flesh, then we will also get infected. Only mutants like Chong, and you can become stronger by eating other zombies. The hero opens the status window. It shows that the mission is Villain Slayer Part 2. And to complete the mission, it is necessary to attack the enemy and remove the cannibals from the pits, for which 50 reward points will be given. And the current score is 126. After seeing this, our hero thinks to himself that the deal is done. It seems that even if there are people left, there is no danger from them now. But then a zombie moves forward to attack our hero. Our hero senses the situation, and from behind Junkie shouts, "Hey Brother Yang, watch your back." Our hero immediately turns back and takes a knife and attacks his head, killing the zombie instantly. And then the person standing with our hero immediately comes into action and says that the zombie managed to come to me silently. This means that he is also powerful. And then our hero goes to that corpse and tears open its chest in which something red was visible. He takes out that light from its chest. Actually, it was a red crystal. Seeing it, he says that this is a great skill. Looks like the time for hunting has come. And then our hero shows 2 crystals and asks to eat them. Seeing this, Zhang Kai says that I cannot do this. I cannot eat the crystal that came out of the body of the zombie. Please feed it to the security guard. In this, he makes up his mind that now I have to eat it. The security guard immediately takes both the crystals in his hand and starts thinking after looking at them. But then he tries to eat them with a bitter heart and eats both the crystals together. As soon as he eats the crystals, his veins start coming out. The blood flow in his veins increases a lot. His eyes become big. And then he looks at his muscles while smiling at the same time. He couldn't believe his eyes as his hands became twice as thick. And then he gets very happy and says that this feeling is very satisfying. Our hero looks at him and says, "It feels great, but you have just stepped into the ranks of evolvers. Your strength is not enough to overpower Apocalypse yet, so don't rush into things." The security guard listens to this very carefully and replies, "Okay, don't worry, Master. I will do exactly as you say." And then they all move towards the car and our hero says, "Okay. The crisis is averted. Let's go back from here. To the other side. To the steel factory. Everyone is doing their work, but then some people get down from a car and move towards the steel factory. Seeing them going inside, this officer tries to stop them and says, "Wait, who are you guys and where are you trying to go?" And then this goon replies, "Hey, it's me. I am the third owner of the coal factory. Did you forget?" And then he turns towards him and says, "What is the third owner of the coal factory? You wait 1 minute. I have to inform my boss first. Then after that I will talk." After some time, everyone starts going inside. Here the boss and his girlfriend are standing. The boss says smilingly, "Hey, the third owner. Why have you come this time? What happened?" And they ask, "Where are Jingrui and Hung? Where are those two?" And then this third master tells that we were attacked. No one came to save our elder sister and second brother. And they were killed on the spot. Hearing this, the boss gets into thinking for a moment. He started to see something wrong. He was feeling that his words were false. But then he ignores this at the same time, and turning his head, he says, "Hey, third master, take the brothers home safely from the coal factory." And then saying this, he gets busy with his girlfriend. His girlfriend had understood by seeing the third master, and then she gestures to the boss. Understanding the gesture, the boss says, "I also feel the same, that he must have killed both of them." On the other side, in the factory, the third master says, "Do you remember what you told me?" And then the other person replies, "Hey, elder brother, forgive me. Elder brother, I am feeling bad." The third master says, "Hey, Mad, what bad feeling are you getting?" And then he says, "Elder brother, look at this safe house. Iron windows and doors. From here it is like a jail. Here we are completely safe." At the same time, a person comes and quickly opens the door, and he looked very angry by nature, and he tells all of them to come with me, and then he takes all the people to the boss. The third master says, "Boss, what is happening? What happened? Why have we been called like this?" The girlfriend holds his hair and says, "Whoever tries to kill their leader, what do you think should happen to such a person?" On hearing this, the third master understood that someone has told him the truth, and he has come to know the truth. Then he says smilingly, "What do you mean? Boss, there is some misunderstanding here. I have not done this at all." The boss's girlfriend had almost found out everything, and then she shows her 2 fingers and says that she thinks that if there is any misunderstanding between us, then it is okay. Let's kill him in the misunderstanding. On hearing this, the associate becomes serious, and he immediately goes to the third boss and says that I went to the coal plant and found Lai Jinrui dead as soon as I reached there. But the second boss was neither alive nor dead. He was completely missing. I could not find him anywhere. And besides, there were no signs of any kind of fight in the entire coal mine. If there was any kind of fight, there would have been signs. And then he gets very angry and points his finger with his eyes wide open and says, "The most reasonable explanation is that when the situation got worse, they attacked each other and killed Lai Jingrui." The third master is scared to hear this, and he starts sweating. And he says in a scared voice, "You have no proof of all this. You are talking nonsense. You are just speculating and trying to frame me." He denies all these things. Hearing the word proof, he bursts out laughing and says, "Proof? What kind of world do you think we live in? You still say such things even after knowing all this. And you are talking about proof when we know everything, and if I am honest, if it wasn't for Jingrui and your other boss's ability, we would have finished you all off long ago." After saying this, he immediately gives the order to kill everyone. They were about to get punished for their mistakes. On hearing the boss's order, the person standing with the third boss starts apologizing with folded hands and says, "Leave me. In return, I have some information which can be very useful for you." Hearing this, the woman's girlfriend says, "Oh, so what kind of information do you have? Tell me, what do you want to make?" And then he suddenly comes out of the crowd and tells them there's a settlement to the east of the city where there are a lot of people and they have a lot of goods. And those Jingrui and the other brother who was defeated by them are powerful people. They were the ones who defeated our men. And if you don't kill me, I'll take you there in return. Hearing this, the lady boss says, "Well, tell me, how is their strength compared to ours?" The man replies that I want to tell you that their strength and our strength are almost the same, but they can be stronger. Hearing this, the lady boss talks to him and says, "The real danger is still looming over us." And then the man says that they do not know how to evolve. I have not seen a single evolver in their entire colony. The lady boss looks at him and says, "This is good information, and it will be very useful for us." Hearing this, the man shows his finger and says that if you like this information, then it means that you will spare my life. You will not kill me. But at the same time, the lady boss orders to kill this person right now. All three people get very nervous, gather together, fear is clearly visible on their faces. They start coming, and then at the same time a shower of bullets starts. Everyone shouts, "Wait, wait! I have given you information. Don't kill me. How can you do this? How can you do this? Have some mercy on us. Don't kill us." But in a few seconds, everyone gets shot and falls on the ground. And then the boss says, "What should we do?" Such a threat should be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise it can create trouble for us too. Now everyone was lying on the ground covered in blood. The boss was looking at them all seriously. And everyone discussed among themselves that first of all they have to send scouts to confirm that they really don't know how these people became evolvers. Here our hero was sitting and looking at the status window. And he sees that the current points he has right now are 126. And then the system in the shop shows that 5 points are being shown for sugar, oil, and protein supply. Seeing this, our hero is happy and comments that one more level Z black tank supply box, my luck is very good. And then he clicks on the status window at the same time, due to which he gets the crate of sugar, oil, and protein supply, and which gives minus points. 50 points have been deducted for this. The current points are 70. It is also visible on the system that the crate of sugar, oil, and protein has been opened. Award points: premium lotus root powder 500 kilograms, cocoa butter food poison 200 grams, and mixed cooking oil 150 liters. But then suddenly there is a knock on the door. Someone starts banging on the door. Hearing this sound, our hero says, "Okay, come in." At the same time, Sing Sing comes in and says, "Brother Yang." Seeing Sing Sing's face, our hero looks at him seriously and asks, "Hey, you came at this time. What happened?" Sheng Sheng says, "We have caught a suspect who looks very strange." Our hero replies, "Okay, keep him in custody. I will check on him." Meanwhile, Zhang Kai and the security guard have caught the man. The suspect says, "I am not an enemy. I want to meet your leader." The security guard and Zhang Kai both take him to our hero. As soon as he appears in front of him, our hero asks, "Why are you looking for me? What do you want to meet me for?" The suspicious person sees our hero, immediately gets happy and asks, "Are you really the leader? If you are the leader, then tell me the truth. I want to talk to you." Our hero replies, "Yes, I am the leader, and my name is Zhang Yang." Hearing this, the person starts laughing and says, "Hey Brother Yang, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Joe Song from West Wind Steel Mills." The security guard and the people standing next to him are stunned upon hearing this. Even the person standing next to him asks, "What is West Wind Steel?" The person replies, "Yes, that's right." Our protagonist asks, "Uncle, do you know him?" The uncle says, "West Wind is southwest of the southern suburbs. It's the largest steel mill in the area. It has become a survivor colony just like the South Coal Plant." Our protagonist asks, "How far is it from us?" He replies, "The South Coal Plant is 3 kilometers away." Our protagonist then asks him, "If it's so far away, why are you here?" "Oh, huh?" He gets serious while answering, and says, "The world is in chaos now. We survivors should stick together. Don't you think so?" "Brother Zhang, I'm telling the truth." After hearing this, our hero says, "Okay, keep talking." And then he says, "Our leader has sent us to find the survivors and recruit them back." That's all he said. But then the fat man from our team shows some maps and says, "Brother Zhang, don't trust this suspicious person. I see something wrong with this person. He was roaming around here for some time and was also making a map of this place by making a circle." Our hero takes that map in his hand and looks at it carefully, but that suspicious person was not scared at all. It seemed that he was saying the right thing. But our hero at the same time uses the shape of the brain, which is able to know what is in his mind. As soon as our hero sees him, he knows what is in his mind, and then he takes out his gun and points it at him. As soon as he points the gun at him, This person gets very scared and starts thinking, how did he know what is in my mind? Our hero says we all know how things work in the apocalypse. The suspect is now completely scared. He starts hiccuping. The gun is pointed at his shoulder. He folds his hands and says in a scared voice, "Brother Yihang, it's true. We were just trying to be careful, and I don't mean anything else. You can't blame us for being careful." Zongchai comes close to our protagonist and whispers in his ear, "Does he know about Brother Chong?" Zongchai says no. He has never seen Brother Chong before. Our protagonist then gestures with his hand and says, "Let him go, let him go." Everyone is shocked to hear this. Should they just let him go? Should they really let him go? The suspect also gets surprised that, "Are you really letting me go?" Our hero lets him go by giving the map in his hand and says, "Give him back his map." As soon as he takes back his map, he immediately bows his head and starts apologizing. And begging for mercy says, "Thank you, brothers, you are very nice, you let me go." Saying this, he immediately leaves from there and starts running fast. Our hero looks at him smiling and says, "West Wind Steel Mill. Now I want to know about it," and thinks to himself that wonder how many system points you have. Friends, this chapter ends here. See you in the next chapter. Till then, take care of yourself and your family. Welcome to the Manhwa Recap channel once again. Guys, before we start, I want to tell you something. For some reason, I was not able to upload the video. But now I will upload the video on time. Thank you for bearing with me as always. So let's get started. Like every day at the West Steel plant, the employees were busy with their work. In the middle of their work, one of them expressed his concern that the rumors of people mysteriously disappearing are spreading again. An employee's face tensed. He recognized the monster in front of him. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the plant. The employees panicked. Their eyes widened with fear. One of the employees hesitantly warned his partner not to move and let the guards handle it. But before anyone could do anything, a knife came quickly and entered the employee's mouth, causing bleeding and the employee's death in an instant. Here, Lai Haoying was comfortably leaning against the wall and smoking. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help broke the silence. He was startled. He turned around and his eyes narrowed. Before he could react, a panicked employee came running in, out of breath. With fear in his voice, he shouted that the monster had killed Xiao Chen. His face turned serious upon hearing the employee's panicked explanation. There was no doubt that it must be the tentacle monster. The employee confirmed its location by pointing to the garbage pit. Sensing danger, Lai Haoying tightened his jaw. He got very angry and said that this time he is attacking without any warning. This is not right at all. And then he ordered that everyone hide, and those of you who have the ability to run, follow me. And then he immediately took his gun and started going to that place. After this, everyone silently gathered and slowly started moving towards the garbage dump, where the monster had trapped that employee in its web and killed him. Their steps were heavy, as if their heartbeats were increasing with every step. There was a mixed feeling of fear and worry in their eyes, but they were not retreating under any circumstances. As soon as they reached near the garbage dump, they stopped at one place and hid. There was a silence. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. They all looked into each other's eyes, as if they were trying to say something, but the words were not coming out. The fear and panic was so deep that everyone could feel without speaking to each other that whatever it was a huge danger. And then one employee, who was the most frightened, tremblingly said, "Tentacle man, if we collide with it, then there is no use fighting it. It is very powerful. We will all be finished." There was so much despair and fear in his voice that it seemed as if he had fallen into a dark well from which there was no way out. There was panic and a helpless look in his eyes, as if he had lost all hope of fighting. A cold silence descended among the entire group, as if his words had a deep impact on everyone's hearts. He said fearfully, "It would be better for us to run away from here immediately." His voice was panicked and worried. As he looked around, there was an eerie silence. There was no movement of any kind. His eyes started darting around silently, as if searching for a way to escape from some danger. Slowly, his gaze fell on the area. But was it all over? There was no one anywhere. He bent down to look a little more, his uneasiness increasing. He wondered, "Here, where did this man go?" He kept looking around quietly for a while, as if searching for something, and then his eyes fell on something special. Footprints. He was terrified, but somehow also reassured. These were the footprints. The footprints which belonged to the tentacle man. His heart started beating fast, as if he had a scary feeling that he was still nearby. The employee standing next to him, who was also scared, said in a soft voice, "It could be that he has caught his prey and has had his fill, and has gone away from here." There was a freshness in his voice, as if he was trying to somehow convince us that the danger is over now. But there was equal fear in his eyes, as if he could not believe that this could happen. Both the employees became silent for some time. There was a mixed expression of fear and apprehension on their faces, as if all this was just a dream, and they could wake up any moment. He was still watching those footprints nervously. There was deep worry and confusion in his eyes, as if something big was about to happen, and he was unable to prepare for it. His heart was beating faster, and with each footprint he was filled with more fear. He said softly, "Ever since the Bichui and southern coal plants were destroyed, the number of disappearances has clearly increased." As if he was fully aware of this strange danger, but still could not do anything. On the other side, our hero stood on top of his fortress, deep in thought, as if every thought was racing through his mind like a storm. His eyes were worried, he remarked. "I've lived more than I've lived in my last life," he said softly, as if talking to himself. "If this continues, it won't be possible to rebuild civilization." Although he needed another mission right now, no new missions were showing up on the system. His eyes were roaming the screen, as if he would find something new, but everything was the same gloomy and silent. The current mission is to expand the community of work, and the purpose was to expand the community as much as possible, he said, taking a deep breath and trying to gather his thoughts together. He figured it had been months anyway, and the system mission for the Western Steel plant hadn't arrived yet. He knew something was wrong, but he also understood that he couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. He immediately looked down, and it was Sheng Sheng, shouting excitedly and expectantly, "Hey, Brother Yang, we're back!" There was something in that voice that startled him. Was it a sign? As soon as our hero hears this, he immediately comes into action and starts flying very fast. It also seems as if he wanted to save her from some danger, and then he goes and stands calmly. Our hero asks very calmly, "Did no one notice your hunting actions?" Chen Chong's voice was confident. He walked up to Yang, gave him his thumbs up, and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. With our current strength, no one can follow us without us knowing." He looks at the little boy and asks, "How did you do? Are you getting used to it?" The boy smiles and points at our hero. "Don't worry, Uncle. I did great." His mother smiles as well, placing a hand on his head, and the hero is happy for her. Meanwhile, the status window shows that a new mission has been added. The Messiah's Evil Part 3 mission, which aims to eliminate threats and help allies, awards 80 points. The hero wonders, who could be the possible allies? Are they the people from the West Steel plant? He consults the security guard in the conference room. The guard says, "You are going to infiltrate West Steel alone. It is very dangerous. You should bring companions along." The companion standing next to him says, "They keep sending scouts. Who knows if their intentions are good or bad?" Hero calmly says, "Maybe you don't know. My strength is such now that no one can hurt me, be it Bai Chauk or anyone else." Then he points at Sambo and says, "Uncle, old Lee and everyone's safety is now your responsibility. I am trusting you alone to take care of the nearby town." Uncle Shangbo looks at our hero confidently and says, "Don't worry about here, but be more careful. We can't make a deal without you." At the coal plant, some people stand outside the door. A man comes in and says, "Let me in." The guards reply, "We can't let you in." The man says, "I have information. I'm a reporter. My information will be useful to you." The guards say, "I already said, no one can enter without the permission of the two leaders." When the reporter is stopped, he gets angry and grabs both of them by the neck. He grabs them so hard that they start screaming. The other man yells, "Lai Chan, have you gone crazy? Why are you doing this?" Then suddenly Lai Chan's attention wanders, as if he has woken up from sleep, and then he lets go of the two. The man fixes his clothes, apologizing for his mistake, and thinks, What happened to me? My emotions are taking over again. This happened a few months ago too. He coughs from the sharp grip and says, "Hey brother, why were you choking us?" After a while, he stands outside the door and a voice comes from inside. "Are you Lee? Come in." He is surprised to hear this. "How did they know that I am Lee?" He then replies, "Okay, I'm coming in." As he enters the room, the woman is standing in front of him, looking happy. He explains the incident in detail and says, "I have a different theory about the tentacle man haunting our area." The lady boss asks, "Okay, which theory?" He replies, "After carefully examining the crime scene, I have found a woman's footprints." Then he says, "This time the person who was killed was a man." The woman is shocked to hear this and starts thinking. He says to the female boss, "So you mean to say that there is another killer?" Lee replies seriously, "Yes, of course." The female boss gets more serious. "Okay, I get it. This is useful information, but don't spread it everywhere." Lee asks in surprise, "Why? Why don't you want to spread it?" The lady boss explained to him very calmly, "Tentacle Man has already put people in fear. Now I don't want anyone else to be afraid to go out. There is no doubt about it. I guarantee that everything will be fine as before." There was confidence and security in her voice, as if she knew the solution to every problem. He was not completely satisfied with the lady boss's answer. He stared at her as if he wanted to ask her something else. But then the lady boss came close to him and said very softly, "Are you planning to do something else?" Lai immediately understood the lady boss's hint. His cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and before things got worse, he waved his hand and ran away from there and apologized. As he walks out of the room and closes the door, he remembers, "Hey, I forgot what I came to ask." Here the woman thinks about what Chief Lee told her about the female poetry symbol and thinks to herself that you are being too careless. If you can explain it in so much detail, you can take this job right now. Here he was dissecting a dead zombie and cutting it into pieces and even throwing some of its body parts in the trash. Friends, this chapter ends here. To watch the next episode, please subscribe to the channel and press the bell button so that you can be the first to watch the next video.